and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEM-net, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEM-net, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit.
Good morning, everyone. At this time, the May 2024 meeting of the CSU Board of Trustees is called to order. Ms. Corral, please call the roll.
Trustee Adamson.
Present.
Trustee Aguilar-Cruz.
Here.
Trustee Arambula.
Here.
Trustee Brar. Here. Vice Chair Clark.
Present.
Trustee Fagan.
Here.
Trustee Furstenberg.
Here.
Chair Fong.
Here.
Chancellor Garcia. Here. Trustee Ghilarducci.
Here.
Trustee Gilbert Lurie. Here. Trustee Kimball.
Present.
Lieutenant Governor Kounalakis. Trustee Lopez.
Here.
Trustee McGrory, Trustee Molina Mancillo,
Here.
Governor Newsom, Trustee Ortiz-Morfett,
Present.
Trustee Rodriguez,
Here.
Speaker Rivas, Trustee Steinhauser,
Here.
Superintendent Thurmond, Trustee Vargas,
Here.
Trustee Melikar,
I'm here.
Chair Fong, we have a quorum.
Thank you very much. In our continuing effort to provide accessibility and flexibility for the public, we will begin by taking all public comment for committees and plenary at the beginning of our open session. We welcome public comment from those joining us in person today and those providing their comments virtually. As with our last meeting, university presidents are seated around the dais so that they may better see and hear our public speakers as they address some of the CSU's most critically important issues. When public comment is completed, our presidents will return to their usual seats. In fairness to all of those who wish to speak and to allow the committees and the board to hear from as many speakers as possible, while at the same time conducting the public business of the meetings within the time available, please note the seating, pooling, or yielding remaining time to other speakers will not be permitted. I also ask that all speakers please keep their comments concise. Each speaker will have 1 minute for their comments. As a reminder, in addition to public comment, any member of the public may also submit written comments to be shared with the full board via email to trusteesoffice@calstate.edu. Additionally, CSU community stakeholders may also share their feedback with the respective system-wide bodies, the CSSA, the Statewide Academic Senate, and our Alumni Council, who provide standing reports at each of our board meetings. Now at this time, I would like to ask Ms. Reeves to please call the speakers who have requested to provide public comment. Ms. Reeves?
Thank you, Chair Fong. Good morning, everyone. If you are in person to provide public comment, please step to the microphones on either side of the auditorium. If you are on Zoom, once you hear your name, please accept the unmute request to begin your comments. Our first speakers are Amy Parker, Neil Gonzalez, Joaquin Beltran.
Firing your opponents, sending hundreds of armed police after students, publicly supporting genocide. These are all attributes that one would normally attribute to repressive dictatorial regimes and their leaders. But today, those attributes apply to our nation's largest public university system. Mildred Garcia and her staff in the Chancellor's office, backed by the governor and forces from the state, have been in a constant battle against students and faculty. At Cal Poly Humboldt, where courageous students fought for divestment, Chancellor's office employees collaborated with the state to brutalize students. Recently, Millie forced out the president of Sonoma State University, Mike Lee, for reaching a deal with students to have the university no longer be complicit in genocide. Millie, last time I was here, I ripped up your employment contract in response to you forcing tens of thousands of students to drop out and faculty to sleep in their cars. Doing so today would not be remotely enough to underscore how evil your actions are. Everything you have done has been for a single clear purpose: to get rid of anyone and anything who stands in your way as you fund illegal occupation and genocide. Blood is on your hands. And to the board, is this the legacy you want to leave? You are embarrassing yourselves by allowing this genocidal tyrant to remain chancellor. Fire $1 million Millie, disclose our investments, divest from genocide, reverse the hikes, and stop making this university system a national laughingstock, because this is whose university?
Our university.
Free Palestine, thank you.
Our next speakers will be Dagoberto Huerta and Vincent Rosso.
Good morning, trustees. Dagoberto Huerta, President of the Academic Professionals of California, representing Unit 4. We all understand California is going through hard fiscal times, but hope the university will find creative and fair ways to deal with a budget of woes and maintain a quality education for our students. We want to convey to you that low salaries for your employees causes a perennial revolving door on campuses where employees are barely trained only to leave seeking better pay. And by the way, most of them are female, since a disproportionate number of our unit is made up of women. I would also like to remind the trustees about the increasing number of temporary employees in our unit. I am sure we all agree our students deserve a well-trained and seasoned workforce necessary for a successful academic experience in the CSU. Positions that have been historically permanent in offices in recruitment, admissions, and financial aid, just to name a few, are in many campuses becoming temporary. Academic success is not temporary, and neither should be the employees that make it possible. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, trustees. Vincent Rosso with the Campaign for College Opportunity. We want to congratulate the class of 2024 graduates across the CSU as they celebrate their remarkable accomplishments walking across the commencement stage. I also want to especially congratulate and thank Trustee Aguilar Cruz for her 2 years of service on this board, and know that I speak for many when I say we are grateful and indebted for your leadership and advocacy. As we prepare for a new incoming class of CSU students, thousands of Californians have faced unprecedented financial aid application challenges this year. Thank you for your work to alleviate these challenges, especially individual CSU campuses that have been implementing innovative responses, including backfilling of aid, direct outreach to admitted students, and keeping a close eye on real-time data to close racial equity gaps in enrollment. As more than half of your campuses work toward a June 1st SIR deadline, it's imperative that all campuses coordinate at a system-wide level and remain flexible and responsive in meeting students' needs in these next few weeks. Best practices being deployed will ensure support for minoritized students, those from low-income, mixed status, and other unique situations who are struggling with aid application processes and face immense pressure to make college-going decisions that'll impact the rest of their life. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Jim Graham, Cindy Moyer, and Jillian Black. Jim, please accept the unmute request and begin your comments.
Greetings. My name is Jim Graham, and I'm a professor at Cal Poly Humboldt. I was a manager at Hewlett-Packard before I became a professor, and I've learned that accountability is key to ensure performance for all employees. I'm here to ask for investigations into the recent protests at our university and into the actions of our president, Dr. Tom Jackson. I feel some responsibility for the situation as I was a member of Jackson's hiring committee. Issues with handling of the protest include inaccurate messages to the campus, including one that stated Nelson Hall was then occupied, doors are barricaded, and protesters controlled who was allowed in or out of the building. This is not true, as I was in Nelson Hall during the protest several times over 3 days. I saw no indication of barricades, and no one controlled my entry and exit into and out of the building. I provided other examples in the documents provided yesterday. The documents also include a list of issues with decisions made by the President's office, including 3 where there is evidence that laws were broken. One example is a statement from the members of the University Center Board that indicates the president made false statements about the University Center, which led to its closure. Thank you.
Cindy, please accept the unmute request and begin your comments.
I am chair of the Department of Dance, Music, and Theater at Cal Poly Humboldt. On April 25, the faculty at Humboldt overwhelmingly voted no confidence in President Tom Jackson. The immediate cause was the university leadership's decision to respond to student demonstrators with police in full riot gear. This choice to escalate rather than negotiate set in motion all the other harmful choices that were made over the next weeks. Communication problems have not been unique to this situation. President Jackson is almost never seen on campus. Students, faculty, and community members are often unable to make appointments to speak with the president. Campus leadership often makes decisions without consulting stakeholders who know about the topic. This results in flawed decisions that harm students and our relationships with the community and university donors. The relationship between Tom Jackson and the university community is so damaged that I believe no amount of counseling could repair it. It's time for a divorce. You have the power to grant us that divorce. Please do so now.
Thank you. Jillian, please accept the unmute request and begin your comments.
Hello, I'm Gillian Black, a staff member at Cal Poly Humboldt. We are calling on the CSU Board of Trustees to initiate an immediate independent investigation into the events and related decisions that followed the April 22nd student protest actions. As other speakers today will have noted, the decision-making process by university leadership was excessive, violent, and misaligned with historic and current campus community values around civil disobedience. We demand an independent investigative team that represents diverse experiences in higher education, that's free from conflicts of interest that may arise from employment relationships within the CSU. And we demand that investigators be mutually agreed upon by the Cal Poly Humboldt University Senate Executive Committee, which includes elected faculty and staff representatives. Investigators must have the authority to interview all relevant parties, evaluate all documents and communications, and conduct an evaluation of the decision-making communication strategies immediately before, during, and after occupation of Siemens Hall at Cal Poly Humboldt. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Kelly Fortner and Jeff Newcomb.
My name is Kelly Fortner, and I am a staff member at Cal Poly Humboldt. We demand that all criminal charges and campus sanctions issued to students at Cal Poly Humboldt are immediately dropped. Pursuing sanctions against student protesters does not align with previous administrative engagement and responses to student protests as recent as 2018 and 2015 and as far back as 1970. Students given interim suspension letters on April 26th and subsequent campus suspension letters were provided no evidence to justify their receipt of these letters. All charges in both letters include blanket charges without any evidence of specific violations. This severely restricts students' rights to due process. True accountability flows both ways, and campus leadership's harmful and disproportionate response to the planned sit-in on Monday, April 22nd, and the subsequent questionable leadership decisions that followed need to be independently investigated and addressed before we can understand what accountability should look like for our students. Thank you.
Jeff, please accept the unmute request and begin your comments.
Thank you. I'm Jeff Newcomb, lecturer faculty for 22 years at Cal State East Bay College of Business and Economics and president of our local chapter of the California Faculty Association. At East Bay this spring, we faced cuts of over 300 courses together with cuts in programs and services intended to strengthen student learning. Cuts of similar magnitude are expected to continue, frustrating students in getting the courses they want and need for timely graduation. These cuts seem excessive, disruptive, and unevenly applied, slicing into the muscle of East Bay's mission. I've engaged in countless discussions among deserving undergraduates, all with a familiar message. They raise tuition by 6% each year, but cut back on the courses we need and the teachers we want. We are told that the cutbacks are due in part to dramatically declining enrollments and are necessary for right-sizing. But enrollments fluctuate. Our data analysis shows that for the years 22, 23, 24, enrollments of new students in our campus have increased by 11%. Enrollments in my department are, for example, holding steady and growing with popular subjects like marketing analytics. How will new initiatives recruiting students bear fruit if simultaneously instructional and program cuts continue? We urge the Board of Trustees to sign and stop East Bay's wrong sizing. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Lisa Tremaine, Dan Phillips, and Zachary Zenko. Lisa, please accept the unmute request and begin your comments.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Tremaine, and I am a faculty member at Cal Poly Humboldt. As demonstrated recently by President J. Luke Wood's peaceful engagement with student protesters at Sacramento State over a period of weeks, freedom of expression is fundamental to higher education. This means that on all CSU campuses, leaders must respond to the discomfort and disruption of student activism in ways that educate and engage, not discipline or silence. At Cal Poly Humboldt, Tom Jackson and Chief of Staff Mark Johnson made choices to bring police in riot gear within hours of the initial protest action, followed by a hard closure of campus where community members were at risk of arrest for stepping foot on our campus. This served to discipline and silence. Chancellor Garcia and the CSU Board of Trustees must do better to foster leadership across the system in support of compassionate and engaged leadership from its presidents. In Tom Jackson's case and in Chief of Staff Mark Johnson's case, choices wounded our community, and we have lost all trust in their ability to lead at Cal Poly Humboldt. They need to go. Thank you.
Dan, please accept the unmute request and begin your comments.
Good morning. My name is Dan Phillips. I'm former CTO of Hulu and current CTO of Chamberlain. I'm an alumni donor, and I grew up in Humboldt County, and much of my family still lives there. I'm speaking in support of the university and of President Jackson's leadership. It is his leadership that has taken us through this historic transformation of the university to a polytech, and a transformation that extends beyond the campus to the local area and the region, elevating and diversifying our local economies with many new initiatives, including offshore wind terminals, aquaculture, trans-data line, and many more. The recent protests and actions on campus were disturbing, and while we all support the right to protest and free speech, these rights do not extend to disrupting others' access to public resources, to their education, or to the destruction of property. President Jackson and the university's response was appropriate and measured. And I have many of the donors and community members and alumni reaching out to me with similar sentiments. Thank you.
Thank you. Zachary, please accept the unmute request and begin your comments.
Good morning. My name is Zachary Zenko, and I'm an associate professor of kinesiology at CSU Bakersfield. I would like to emphasize the importance of academic freedom, which often feels threatened in our modern climate. Academic freedom is essential for student growth, intellectual stimulation, and preparation for real-world challenges. The CSU needs to maintain an environment where students and faculty can explore, debate, and challenge ideas without fear of censorship. The CSU, its faculty and students, should embrace critical thinking and innovation. Academic freedom nurtures a culture of inquiry and intellectual diversity, allowing students to develop a deeper understanding of complex issues and diverse perspectives. In California, a state known for its innovation and diversity, academic freedom ensures that students are not only well-informed, but also capable of contributing meaningfully to the social, economic, and cultural fabric of our state. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Lisa LaSalle and Lev Levetches.
Thank you. I've had a 30-year career teaching and researching in the field of speech-language pathology, SLP, and I'm hoping for another 10 years at it. I'm in the master's degree graduate SLP program at CSU Monterey Bay. Tuition increasing 34% in the next 5 years at our CSU campuses is wrong. When the cost is the only decision most of our students have to make about attending here or attending at all, we blocked their opportunity to enter a profession that needs them. We blocked a good return on investment for them, and we blocked any possibility for them to replace us when we retire. This tuition hike is the worst for our hardworking, racially marginalized students with bachelor's and maybe post-bac degrees in hand. Consider their student loan, debt ratios, their commutes, etc. We need these students who can't afford our tuition, and they need us. Let's discount their tuition or get to a place where we can freeze tuition, reverse this tuition hike at CSU. Thank you.
Thank you. Lev, please accept the unmute request and begin your comments.
As a member of the Sonoma County diverse community and a father of 3 girls, I want to thank Chancellor Garcia for your swift and appropriate response to former Sonoma State University President Lee's letter on May 14th. In this letter, Lee unilaterally agreed to impose an academic boycott on Israel and adopted key demands of the anti-Semitic boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement, whose goal is the elimination of the Jewish state. This happened coincidentally on Israel's Independence Day. I personally was at Sonoma State on the day the tent encampment was created. I was standing there with the pictures of American hostages still held in Gaza and experienced harassment and hatred from the crowd of protesters that called me ironically anti-Semite and colonizer. Former President Lee made the wrong decision in rewarding those who deployed such tactics. Your very clear response sent a strong message to the leadership of the other CSU campuses. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Janice Cater-Thompson and Dr. Kuala Ketchum. Janice, please accept the unmute request and begin your comments.
Thank you very much. I just want to talk about hate, and that hate is rising, and it's starting not just at the USC campuses, but in all campuses, but also at local government. And the division is disturbing. I am a council member, and I have had protesters come scream at us, demand a ceasefire resolution. And to me, a ceasefire resolution means the demise of the only democracy, good or bad, in the Middle East. And I don't feel as though the CSUs are educating students on international issues. And I'd like to know if anybody even can find some of these countries on a map. I think of Sudan. I think of 300 young women that have been taken away, and nobody's speaking about that. If Jews weren't involved, nobody would care. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Ketchum, please accept the unmute request and begin your comments.
Hello, my name is Kuala Ketchum. I am an engineering faculty member at Cal Poly Humboldt. The faculty and staff at Cal Poly Humboldt demand the immediate removal and termination of President Tom Jackson and his Chief of Staff, Mark Johnson, from their positions at our institution. Their extreme and reckless actions in response to the April 2024 campus protests systematically endangered students, staff, and faculty, and shattered any remaining trust we have in their leadership. The decision to deploy law enforcement on the first day of the protest resulted in direct physical harm to our students. It was followed by another unilateral and disproportionate decision to enact a hard campus closure. These decisions intensified rather than de-escalated the situation, threatening the safety of all of our campus community. Jackson and Johnson have continually demonstrated their leadership, or with their leadership and communication, their disinterest in the lives and safety of our students, disrespect for faculty and staff, and an alarming lack of understanding of our campus culture. Healing cannot occur without trust. Jackson and Johnson need to go now. Wado.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Dr. Bonnie Ludka, Kevin Pena, and Lisa Kawamara. Bonnie, please accept the unmute request and begin your comments.
Hello, my name is Bonnie Ludka, and I'm an assistant professor of engineering at Cal Poly Humboldt. On April 22nd, 2024, the first day of student protests at Cal Poly Humboldt, some administrators, faculty, and staff were on the ground working with student protesters through de-escalation, productive dialogue, and nonviolent resolution. On this same day, university leadership authorized law enforcement in riot gear to arrest student protesters. The difference in approaches has caused deep divides, as evidenced by no confidence votes in university leadership by both associated students and the general faculty. There is now urgency for our community to learn through accountability and reflection, but university leadership is not trusted to lead this process. Therefore, we are calling on you, the Board of Trustees, to initiate an immediate, independent investigation into the events and decision-making processes that followed the April 22nd, 2024 student protest actions. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin, please accept the unmute request and begin your comments.
I'm Kevin Pina, a lecturer at East Bay, where we're losing valuable lecturer faculty who are well respected by their tenure track faculty colleagues and are valuable to their department's curriculum and institutional memory. This loss is largely due to a failure in our administration's approach to meeting our enrollment gap. Rather than being inclusive, our president organized an administration-only Tiger team that appeared to rely on bullet points on a web page and a social media campaign featuring the president. The failure to see this as an all-hands-on-deck moment meant we didn't meet our enrollment goal. As lecturer faculty, I've personally volunteered and reached out to local school districts we serve to bring high school seniors to meet our faculty and hear about the wonderful curriculum we offer. It has made a difference, and had our administration included faculty like myself, I truly believe we'd have had a different outcome. I'm asking you today that rather than cut our courses, see us as part of the solution instead of as an expendable budget item to resolve a problem we didn't create. Let's work together to find innovative approaches that utilize the talents of lecturer faculty to address our enrollment gap for the sake of the integrity of our university curriculum and our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa, please accept the unmute request and begin your comments.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for this opportunity to speak to you. My name is Lisa Kawamura, and I am a 26-year temporary employee, a full-time employee, lecturer at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. I also serve as chapter president for CSA SLO, and I'm honored to be here this morning. I think it's important for us to think about as the final budgeting is going through how it is that we're using our money in the CSU. So many of our students are having to pay higher fees. In fact, a 5% increase for the next 5 years, which will make for many of our students, unable to attend the CSU. We also know that after the study by Howard Bunces came out, that the CSU Board of Trustees has access to $8 billion, perhaps not right now, but I think that those are things that we need to think about how we fund our money, but definitely more money for students in the CSU and think about our administrative load. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Rachel Hill, Rebecca Franco, and Stephanie Seitz. Rachel, please accept the unmute request and begin your comments.
Thank you. I'm an assistant professor at Cal Poly Pomona, and I'd like to speak to the fact that the percentage of students experiencing mental health problems has increased nearly 50% in the last decade. Rates of anxiety, depression, suicidal ideation on our campuses have never been higher than they are today. The majority of our students meet the criteria for at least one mental health issue, and those most at risk, undocumented students, veteran students, LGBTQ students, low-income first-gen students. In other words, our students, the ones our institutions serve. But this is still not reflected in our budgetary priorities. Faculty who are not trained mental health counselors are on the front lines of this, and I can tell you stories about students who attempted suicide over spring break, students whose parents were deported who are now also homeless. The problem for us is we see how students are hurting and how indifferent administrators appear to the pain that we see every day. So expanding access to mental health support needs to be treated like the urgent public health crisis that it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca, please accept the unmute request and begin your comments.
Thank you. Yes, I'm a lecturer at Cal Poly Pomona. I've been teaching for almost 34 years, and I want to say everything that Rachel said is true, and I'm so glad she said it because that's what I want to talk about as well. I've never seen students with so many mental health issues and not being able to get help. So I have students who are clearly struggling, not attending classes, late in turning in assignments, they're suffering, they don't always come in and talk to us or explain. They fail classes, have to repeat, delay graduation, and sometimes they just drop out. How does this affect our classes? It hurts the whole learning environment in the class, puts us behind, and puts stress on everyone. We can't even refer them to counselors because it usually takes about 6 weeks for them to get in. So and they can't always afford outside, therapeutic help for mental health issues. So there's a lot of follow-up and burden, as Rachel mentioned, put on us, and we're not trained to do that. So we want them to succeed, but we aren't providing tools for them to do that. And I would like to envision classes where students' academic, intellectual, and emotional needs are met, and right now they're not. We need more counselors, and having more would help us do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers, Amy Parker, Neil Gonzalez, and Joaquin Beltran. Our next speaker, Stephanie Seitz. Stephanie, please accept the unmute request and begin your comments.
Good morning. I'm an associate professor of management at Cal State East Bay. Our university president, Kathy Sandine, tells our campus community that we're in a budget crisis due to low enrollment and a structural deficit that she claims to have inherited from her predecessor, Leroy Morishita. But she's not doing a great job at managing the campus finances during this crisis. President Sandine recently gave East Bay administrators an across-the-board raise totaling about $1.3 million, having also indiscriminately cut course offerings over the past couple semesters. So now, students are registering elsewhere because they can't get the classes they want, and we have these overpaid administrators wondering why our retention rates aren't improving. Most recently, Sandine announced to our women's water polo team that they were being cut, in the middle of finals week, by the way, a sport that costs something like $60K per year. Again, administrators got an across-the-board raise, but Sandine is nickel and diming our athletics department. I think I can speak for a lot of the East Bay community when I say we are at our wits' end. I love my job and I love East Bay, where I've been for 10 years. I have a deep commitment to my students who I believe deserve better. We need oversight. We need investment in students.
Well, thank you so much to all of our speakers who provided comment in person today and virtually. We will now take a break and return at 10 a.m. to resume our meeting. Thank you so much.
Live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students.
Presents 35,000 career staff and students workers system-wide. The CSU promise to people of California is to help citizens lift themselves up through education. Governor Newsom's May revised budget shows declining state revenues, but doesn't change funding for the CSU from the January proposal. This is important because it represents the commitment on the part of the state and CSU leadership to support students and employees who are here to learn and earn a living. As legislators work to resolve the budget's shortfall, our union will continue working with all stakeholders who recognize that a thriving CSU is a powerful engine for California's economy. We call on the governor, legislature, and you, the Board of Trustees, to keep campuses operating at the highest possible level. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jacob Lott. I'm a student assistant at CSU Fullerton. I'm also on the Hello? Okay. Sorry. Hi, my name is Jacob Lott. I'm a student assistant at CSU Fullerton. I'm also on the bargaining team that represents over 20,000 student assistants. We are starting the process of negotiating with CSU management for our first ever contract. We have shared our opening proposal known as the Sunshine Proposal. Here are the highlights. Student workers demand higher wages that reflect the value of our work, the cost of living. We demand an end to unpaid labor that we be paid for every hour worked. We demand sick pay and holiday pay per state law. And please, we need affordable parking that does not eat so much into our paychecks. We look forward to securing a good first contract, and we want to be able to want to brag that the CSU is a leader in both higher ed and employment. Go CSU.
Hello. Ahlam Muhtaseb from San Bernardino, co-chair of the PAM Caucus, Palestine, Arab and Muslim Caucus of CFA. I find that Chancellor Garcia's statement refusing to divest from a nation whose Prime Minister and Minister of Defense have been charged with crimes against humanity on May 20th, 2024 by the ICC, the International Criminal Court, shows a direct disregard for and disrespect to Palestinian students, faculty, and staff across the CSU system who have witnessed since last October their families being subjected to torture, dehumanization, humiliation, starvation, death, as well as being cut off of water and basic necessities during the routine ethnic cleansing and genocide by Israel in Gaza, and especially as the ground invasion, referred to as the final stage of genocide, is actively underway in Rafah. Over 1.77 million Palestinians have been ethnically cleansed and forcibly moved to Rafah, to only have Israel demand their move again to be massacred by U.S.-made and funded weapons and bombs. I call on you to be on the right side of history in this South Africa moment. Free Palestine.
Well, thank you for the additional speakers. We appreciate your comments. We will now take a break, and we will return at 10 a.m. Thank you so much.
As doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust.
Good morning. Before I begin my report, I would like to thank our facilities team for working around the clock so that we could have our meeting. For those of you who are watching virtually or via live stream, you may not be aware, but the Chancellor's office here in Long Beach, we lost our air conditioning on Saturday. So our remarkable facilities team were able to make it happen so that we could be here today. So please join me in thanking them. As one of my fellow trustees said, this is a perfect example of deferred maintenance at the CSU. Also, I would like to take a moment to quickly address the protests that have recently taken place at several of our universities, along with those across the nation. It cannot be overstated that the CSU, we not only respect our students' rights to exercise free speech, we encourage it. An essential tenet of our mission is to support our students as they establish their own unique voices, develop strong, independent opinions, and stand up for what they believe is right. And to do so in a non-violent manner with respect for all individuals, spaces, and communities. I will keep my remarks brief on this topic to defer to the Chancellor, who will be addressing it in greater detail during her upcoming report. I'd like to begin by offering my deepest gratitude to a few individuals who are attending their last board meeting in their current roles. President Borrego, Academic Senate Chair Steffel, and Cal State Student Association Representative President Kwan Tressler. So thank you all so much. Thank you. Thank you all for your dedicated service, your willingness to collaborate, and your expert leadership. I know I speak for the entire board when I say we are grateful for your ardent commitment to student success, which will positively impact the CSU for many years to come. And we wish you all the best in your future endeavors. In addition to thanking President Kwan Tressler, I would also like to congratulate him on his upcoming graduation from San Jose State this week with a bachelor's degree in political science and government. Dominic, we can't wait to see what the future holds for you, but we know it will be incredibly bright. And Dominic is one of 127,000 CSU students who are crossing the commencement stage this month and will become the future leaders of this state, nation, and beyond. This extraordinary milestone, the pinnacle of the CSU's mission, is always cause for celebration. But this year, the occasion will be extra special for the class of 2024, many of whom did not have the opportunity to fully celebrate their high school graduations as a result of the pandemic. Your grit and determination know no bounds, and we know that you will take it to great heights. I hope you are all able to gather with your loved ones and honor this truly significant accomplishment. Congratulations to all our diligent, resilient, and talented graduates across the CSU. As I noted, and as everyone in this auditorium knows, the CSU's mission is focused on helping students from all backgrounds attain a life-changing college degree. One of the ways we carry out that mission is through the annual CSU Trustees Award for Outstanding Achievement, presented to students in recognition of their academic accomplishments, leadership, and community service. Many of our honorees are the first in their family to attend college and have overcome daunting obstacles in pursuit of their dreams. Regardless of the amount that you donate, I would like to encourage all trustees to contribute to the CSU Trustees Award so that we can have 100% representation for this vital program and be unified in the support of those remarkable students. With your support, Trustees scholars are empowered to continue reaching their dreams and beyond. I'm happy to report that congratulations are once again in order for our remarkable Chancellor. Chancellor Garcia was recently elected to the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, joining an elite group of luminaries from across the country, including actor, producer, and director George Clooney, Apple's Chief Executive Officer, Tim Cook, and Pulitzer Prize-winning author, Jhumpa Lahiri. Our Chancellor was included in the Leadership Policy and Communications category for her extraordinary educational and academic leadership. And just this past Friday evening, Chancellor Garcia was named recipient of the 2024 CREO Award, which is Telecu's most prestigious honor, recognizing individuals who exemplify the highest ideals and commitment to improving our community through leadership and personal and public service. Chancellor Garcia, congratulations on these well-earned honors. And I was fortunate to experience Chancellor Garcia's exemplary leadership style firsthand during a fireside chat that took place last month at CSU Channel Islands titled Journeys to Leadership, a conversation with Chancellor Garcia and Chair Fong. As she spoke candidly about her childhood, the challenges that she faced along the way, her guiding philosophy, Chancellor Garcia underscored what we already knew to be true, that everything she's encountered to this point, the triumphs and tribulations, has perfectly prepared her for her current role as Chancellor of the California State University, a role, as I see it, for which she was made. I'd like to thank all of the students across the CSU who took the time to submit thought-provoking questions for us to reflect upon and discuss. A huge thank you also goes out to CSU Channel Islands Student Government President Daisy Navarrete, who did a superb job as our moderator. And to President Yao and his team, thank you so much for hosting us. For those who missed it, you can view a recording of the fireside chat on calstate.edu. At the top of my report, I thanked a few members of the Cal State community who are attending their last board meeting. Well, today is also a turning point for me, as this will serve as my final meeting as chair. When I say that serving as chair has been one of the greatest honors and privileges of my life, I truly mean it. And being the first Asian American chair in the history of the CSU Board of Trustees makes this opportunity even more meaningful. It is fitting that my final meeting as chair is taking place as we close out Asian Pacific American Pacific Islander Desi American Heritage Month. Diversity is at the heart of everything we strive to accomplish. As the CSU educates the most ethnically and economically diverse student body in the nation, and I will be forever grateful to leave and to have been I am forever grateful to have been afforded this historic seat at this dais. When I started my tenure, the CSU was experiencing perhaps the most challenging period in its 63-year history. It's not an overstatement to say we were in a time of crisis, one that required immediate action and reform to restore trust and confidence in the CSU leadership internally and externally. But as I look back on the last 2 years, I am struck by the deep sense of pride at how together we face the issues at hand and put in the hard work with urgency, candor, transparency, authenticity, and self-reflection, turning what at times may have seemed like an insurmountable amount of obstacles into opportunities for growth. I'd like to revisit some of the goals we set and accomplish to illustrate just how far we've come in a short amount of time, to collaboratively evaluate and assess, to take action and transform our governance, organizational structures, processes, and policies within the Board of Trustees and Chancellor's Office in order to positively impact the CSU and our 23 universities, to expand our advocacy role, to advocate for resources, target operational strategies, and assess our financial sustainability, to strengthen our systems of care and compliance. We commissioned the law firm Cozen O'Connor to conduct a comprehensive system-wide assessment of Title IX and discrimination, harassment, and retaliation practices. The report identified core observations and recommendations for improvements at both the system and university levels, across our universities and at the Chancellor's office, to advance Title IX training, awareness, prevention, intervention, compliance, and support systems. Each CSU president has formed an implementation team to enact these recommendations. We created the Title IX Civil Rights Oversight Committee. In addition, a comprehensive communication strategy is being developed for our civil rights initiatives. And system-wide standards are being established to bring clarity and consistency to the campus responses to discrimination and harassment complaints. Work on this critical effort continues to progress. The board also commissioned an external review by consultants Roberta Achtenberg and Jane Wellman to assess, enhance, and strengthen our board's operations and practices. We have moved with urgency to act on the recommendations by implementing several changes, and they include clarifying protocols for the authorization of executive transition programs, enhancing, expanding, and improving procedures for presidential searches, creating the most comprehensive national search for the Chancellor, enhancing professional support for the board via a redesigned Office of the Board of Trustees, clarifying board communication protocols, establishing board criteria for board and committee leadership, establishing the Student Trustee Scholarship, establishing board retreats, revamping the trustee orientation program, and creating a new program for regularly reviewed board performance. As part of our ongoing efforts to strengthen institutional culture at the CSU, we also restructured how we communicate and engage with one another. For example, for the past 2 years, there has been board representation at every academic senate plenary meeting by me and other trustees. And now every trustee has attended an academic senate plenary. And we've made it a point to encourage increased participation of constituents at our board meetings, including, notably, our presidents. We also ushered in a new era of executive leadership with the appointment of Chancellor Garcia, university presidents at Cal State Monterey Bay, San Jose State, Sonoma State, Chico State, Sacramento State, Cal State LA, and Stanislaus State, and interim presidents at Cal State Fullerton, Stanislaus State, Cal Maritime, and CSU Bakersfield. And tomorrow, we expect and are excited to add to this list the next president of CSU Fullerton. It was not easy, but in the face of adversity, we collectively pressed on, and we will continue to do so. I want to thank everyone who so bravely and boldly leaned in during this arduous time, with a willingness to look forward and to adopt a renewed and more data-informed approach. Undoubtedly, there is still much work to be done, but we have righted the ship and now stand more resilient and better prepared to handle new issues that arise as we continued in our shared commitment to build an even stronger, more effective, more proactive, and more strategic Board of Trustees. To this end, I'd like to provide a quick update on the board's Springs Retreat, which brought together the board Chancellor Garcia and her senior leadership, and our university presidents. The convening included longer-term strategic planning and breaking down existing silos so that we can use our collective strengths and remain unified in our shared vision for this university system. We also broke into groups to brainstorm ideas on topics that include strengthening system-wide advocacy, elevating the CSU's reputation, and communicating the true value of a college degree. It was exciting, productive work, and I look forward to the presentation of the action plan at our July board meeting. Before I close, I'd like to extend my heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to Vice Chair Clark for his excellent work and support during my tenure as chair. Jack, you so often emerge as the voice of reason, bringing a sense of calm with wisdom and strength. Thank you for all that you have done and will continue to do for the CSU. Finally, during my tenure as chair, I set a goal to shine a spotlight on our universities with launching a series of 23 university videos showcasing their distinction and uniqueness, united in our CSU values of inclusive excellence, access, equity, and social mobility. And now I would like to introduce the latest video in our ongoing series. This time we will be learning how the transformative power of higher education is changing the lives of students at CSU Channel Islands. Please roll the video.
When I think about our future as an institution of higher education, the first thing that comes to mind is the students we're here to serve. We take a lot of pride in being a Hispanic-serving institution and twice earning the Seal of Excellencia, certifying that we not only enroll Latino students, but intentionally serve all of our students in a challenging and supportive learning environment. Most of the students you'll find here are first generation. They're from our region. Every one of them has a unique spirit, a unique inner drive, a unique set of goals. And they're ready to work, to grow, to bring positive change for their families and communities, for the Central Coast and beyond. And it's on us to honor them with a college experience as special as they are. The vision of Channel Islands' future is one of resilience, of opportunity, of impact and wellness, because equally important to who we serve is what we deliver. The education we offer has been elevated over time by remarkable faculty whose scholarship, creativity, teaching, and mentorship change lives every day. And classroom connections are strengthened by meaningful internships, undergraduate research, and hands-on learning experiences. We foster social mobility by preparing our students to do great things in their professions and in their lives. But as powerful as these things are, they don't set us apart from other universities. So what is it that truly makes what Channel Islands does so special? It's the way we do it. It begins with a sense of place unlike any other in Ventura County on California's vibrant Central Coast. It's here that our students find interdisciplinary engagement in coastal health and ocean affairs, actively engaging in research that directly impacts our region, where students from every major can connect within and across their disciplines at our Santa Rosa Island Research Station, one of only 11 research stations in the nation on National Park Service land, and where the Channel Islands National Marine Sanctuary is in our backyard. It's here in Ventura County that our students find connections with leading industries and organizations through our proximity to agriculture, biotechnology, local military bases, and for-profit and nonprofit organizations. It's here where students find other distinctive place-based learning experiences at our Channel Islands Boating Center, at local beaches, or the Santa Monica Mountains located at the edge of our campus. Channel Islands is about education in action, whether through student research or by working with local organizations through CI Solutions, our student-run consulting firm, or through any number of other hands-on learning opportunities.
As an undergrad student at CSU CI, I was able to utilize the unique resources that CI has. We were lucky enough to go out to Santa Rosa Island and practice using field tools like GPS units and hiking around all day to collect GPS points and take historical photos on the island. And so it kind of gave me an opportunity to know what a potential career could look like in the future.
Our unique location is matched by an equally transformative culture of belonging, innovation, engagement, and community service. We understand the importance of giving back, and here it isn't simply what we do, it's who we are. And at the heart of our mission, and as we move into our third decade, we are bringing to life a commitment to a One Health worldview. And with One Health, we are redefining our role in service to regional health and wellness, helping to create an uncommon fullness in personal health, in our family relationships, and in relationship with our communities, industries, and environments. It's about fullness in every aspect of life, and it's what amplifies and builds on our unique approach to preparing students to bring positive change to the world that we all share.
So my group's research mainly focuses on corrosion degradation damage and modeling, which is looking at rust and how it affects the stability of surfaces. The main idea behind it was inspired by the Port Hueneme Naval Base, where some of their ships and their ports were undergoing corrosion, which was taking a lot of money to repair. So we wanted to look into ways of figuring out new methods and being able to test new methods.
This is our story, and it's constantly evolving. This university was born from a regional need for a 4-year public university in Ventura County. Today and into the future, we honor that mission with an education and experience built in and for 21st century issues and learners. It's a story we couldn't be prouder to share, and we invite you to be a part of the special place we call CSU Channel Islands.
Thank you so much, CSU Channel Islands. Thank you so much, President Yao, for that fantastic, inspirational presentation. As we screen our final video in this series tomorrow with an offering from Sonoma State, as well as a special compilation video, I'd like to remind everyone that videos from all 23 of our universities can be found on the Board of Trustees page at calstate.edu. And that concludes my final chair's report. I will now turn it over to the chair of the Academic Senate, Chair Steffel.
For the first time ever, I'm thrilled to follow one of those sizzle videos because CSU Channel Islands was actually the 23rd out of the 23 CSUs I was able to visit. I think it was just last month, although it honestly feels like 100 years ago. And President Yao was kind enough to host me, and I actually was able to go to Santa Rosa Island to visit the research station. And if anyone has that opportunity, it's absolutely one of the highlights in the system. And thank you for hosting me at Channel Islands. Good morning. As I begin my final report to you as ASCSU Chair today, I want to reflect back on some of the changes and accomplishments of the past 2 years. Over the last 2 years, the Academic Senate has dramatically scaled up our state and federal advocacy efforts, including tripling our legislative specialists and expanding into federal advocacy. There were 2 pieces of state legislation, AB 928, the Student Transfer Achievement Reform Act of 2021, and AB 927, the Community College Baccalaureates bill, that have shaped my whole time as ASCSU Chair. This legislation was approved and waiting for implementation before I took office. To avoid this in the future and to share the important work of the CSU, over the past 2 years, we've dramatically increased our relationships and presence in Sacramento. I'm happy to say that I'm not leaving any legislation to implement to my successor. I can't take credit solely for that, but we definitely were partners in that. The Academic Senate also expanded into federal advocacy this year, and I completed 5 advocacy visits to Washington, D.C. on behalf of the Academic Senate. The CSU faculty are working and leading on many topics. Here's a selection from just our most recent plenary: artificial intelligence, review of standardized test use, building racial equity in CSU international program participation, equity data regarding student enrollment, cost of instruction in CSU equity and budget allocation and reallocation plans, accessibility in all course and instruction-related software, support for a survey of GE exemptions and transfer admission waivers and campus catalogs, fortifying and supporting CSU deferred action for childhood arrivals through employment by advancing their inclusion and equity in the CSU, strengthening California's inclusive multicultural democracy by eliminating legislation and policies that ban books and block citizens' rights and engagement, support for the Reparations Task Force report and plan for African Americans, loss of confidence in the California State University Board of Trustees, Chancellor, and Administration's commitment to consultation on internal CSU general education modification, student intellectual property and determination as to the possible use of generative artificial intelligence detection tools in student course assignment submissions, call for CSU administration to engage in shared governance in response to student-led protests on CSU campuses, and socially responsible investment strategies. And I just read you the headlines, the titles of the things the faculty are working on. The faculty are engaged and leading on these issues, and we welcome your partnership. We're also at a transformative time, an inflection point in higher education and in our country. As I end my time as ASCSU chair, I've had an opportunity to reflect on where we are as a system and as a country. I recently spent 8 days in the rural part of Ohio where I grew up. It's a very different place than California. And it was a visceral reminder of how my life could have been. I rarely talk about my background, but I'm a first-generation college student from a rural part of Ohio outside a declining factory town in the Rust Belt, who grew up queer and closeted in an extremely conservative and religious community that values, and that's present, you'll note the verb is values, not valued, an extremely conservative and religious community that values neither queer people nor women. The reason I am here today is because of the transformative power of higher education. I'm grateful I was able to flee to California and contribute to helping others transform their lives for the better. While reflecting on where we are as a country, I've been looking nationally at the conversation and the questioning of the cost and value of higher education, as well as how the presidential and other elections in the fall will shape our future as a country. We have an opportunity to shape that conversation and our future. The CSU meets people where they are and promises to help them have a better life at the end of that time, and we have the social mobility data to back up that claim. There is no one else in that space. There is no one else in the country doing this work at the scale that we do. We also have an opportunity to shape shared governance both in the CSU and nationally. Only in working together can we shape that conversation and move forward. In moving forward on that, I want to introduce the incoming leadership team for the ASCSU who will take office on June 1. I'm happy to say that many of them will be familiar faces and familiar names. Our chair-elect is Dr. Elizabeth Boyd in Agriculture, Plant, and Social Sciences from CSU Chico, who joins me here. Our vice chair-elect is Dr. Adam Swenson in Philosophy from CSU Northridge, who also joins us. Our secretary-elect is Dr. Tracy Dawn Hamilton in Mathematics and Statistics from CSU Sacramento. Member-at-large-elect Dr. Julia Curry-Rodriguez from Chicana and Chicano Studies at San Jose State University. Member-at-large-elect Dr. Nola Butler-Bird, Counseling and School Psychology from San Diego State University, and I'll continue as immediate past chair to help transition in the leadership team and provide, hopefully, the wise counsel, which is literally what our bylaws say that the immediate past chair should help with. My congratulations to the new officers, and I look forward to continuing this work together. This concludes my last report to the CSU Board of Trustees as chair of the Academic Senate of the California State University. It has been the hardest and most rewarding job I have ever had, and I am thankful for your partnership and confidence in my leadership. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair Steffel, for your service and your partnership. And and we wish you well as you transition, and also welcome to the new Academic Senate leadership team. We look forward to partnering with you as well. Next, we are going to be moving on to the report from the CSSA, President Dominic Quan Tressler, to provide his final report. President Quan Tressler.
Thank you, Chair Fong. And good afternoon, trustees, university presidents, or good morning, I suppose, Chancellor Garcia and guests. As a representative body of nearly 500,000 students in the CSU, CSSA provides or serves as the official voice of CSU students to the California State Legislature and CSU Board of Trustees. It is an honor to provide this report on their behalf. Thank you, Chancellor Garcia. Although our time together has been brief, I'm grateful to have gotten to know you, and I hope the relationship between CSSA and the Chancellor's office will continue to grow. We must collaborate and deepen our relationship for the well-being and academic success of our students. Since my last report, CSSA has convened 2 plenaries, one virtually and one at San Diego State. During our April plenary, our board engaged in meaningful discussions and made critical decisions impacting our student body. We also elected the 2024-2025 executive leadership team, 2 of which join me today. These leaders will be instrumental in driving the agenda and addressing the needs of CSU students, ensuring that our students' voices continue to be heard. Sitting to my left, I would like to introduce CSSA's President-elect, Yese Isera. Yese is a dedicated and passionate advocate for our students, with a background in arts and music, emphasizing in vocal performance, and a minor in political science. Throughout his 2 years as a CSSA governing member and serving as SF State's AS Chief of Staff, Yese has built a reputation as an honest, empathetic, bold, and strategic leader amongst our students. As he begins his presidency, Yese also begins his 2nd year in his Master's of Public Administration program at the same institution that he received his bachelor's, San Francisco State. In May, we held our plenary at San Diego State. I would like to offer my sincerest thanks to President De La Torre and ASI President Tarek Morsley and the staff who took tremendous care of us during our stay. Special thank you to DVC Perez, who attended both of our last plenaries to present on several Chancellor's Office initiatives that were of interest to our students. These items included the Second Start and Finish Strong programs, updates on the Graduation Initiative 2025, and highlights from the Black Student Success Initiative. All of these programs are very exciting to our students, and we look forward to continued engagement regarding their progress and rollout. We also had a robust discussion regarding how enrollment dollars are allocated amongst our under-enrolled institutions. I'm happy that President-elect Isera plans to continue this conversation in our conference to explore how our university can best equip all of our students, regardless of the enrollment level of their institution. We also held our annual Celebration of Excellence banquet, where we honored 5 remarkable individuals for their dedication to CSU students. Dr. Kathleen Wong Lau from CSU East Bay as Administrator of the Year, Dr. Elizabeth Betsy Boyd from Chico State with the Faculty Excellence Award, Trustee Diana Aguilar Cruz as Trustee of the Year, Dr. Luke Wood from Sacramento State as President of the Year, and Chico State ASI President Autumn Alanese Wiggins as Student Advocate of the Year. These awardees have demonstrated exceptional commitment to the values and mission of our organization and the CSU system, from championing the needs of our students to creating inclusive spaces on campus. We are deeply grateful for their contributions. This year has been particularly challenging with issues such as tuition increases, general education reform, budget constraints, and the broader societal impacts of global conflicts. Despite these challenges, we have upheld our responsibility to advocate for students and ensure their concerns are heard and addressed. Dr. Wood, I would like to thank you so much for leading the way in supporting our students in their concerns and promoting their voices, including your efforts at Sacramento State to allow student encampments and your divestment statements. Your leadership has been amazing. Thank you. On April 6th, 2024, the CSSA Board of Directors unanimously passed a resolution demanding an immediate ceasefire in the Gaza Strip and in the West Bank. Our resolution unequivocally condemns the tragic loss of life due to the ongoing conflict, calls on the United Nations to uphold human rights, and urges the international community to provide humanitarian aid to mitigate the suffering and to prevent further casualties. Furthermore, it loudly asserts our firm stance against the suppression of free speech in this time of crisis. As student solidarity encampments began to pop up across the country and within our system, we released a statement asking our university leadership to support their students' rights to freedom of speech and for free expression, as long as they remained peaceful. We are happy that the vast majority of situations are demonstrating students remain safe to express their views, and we applaud the university leadership who actively engage in dialogue with their students to come to a resolution. Throughout campus protests, there have been cases, like in Humboldt, where serious injury has come to peacefully protesting demonstrators. We demand accountability from our university where this has occurred, and we will continue to do so. We are happy to hear that our universities will be reviewing their time, place, and manner policies to ensure that our students can express themselves while avoiding clashes with their university. Throughout this year, CSSA has also continued to advocate for Cal Grant reform as a member of the Cal Grant Reform Coalition, a diverse coalition of higher education advocacy, civil rights, and social justice business and workforce student leadership organizations, working to ensure that the nation's largest state-based financial aid systems continue to be a pathway for affordability for future generations of students and their families. While we were hoping to see Cal Grant reform included in the governor's May revision based on the trigger set in the 2022 budget agreement, we understand that the current budget circumstances before us and acknowledge that the ongoing cost pressures are not viable to this year's budget. However, our low-income students cannot afford to wait for financial support to address the ever-growing costs of higher education. Our coalition has come together to urge the legislature and governor to phase in Cal Grant reform through a one-time investment by implementing key structural and eligibility changes to the Cal Grant program this year. This phased-in approach allows a pathway for the state to meet its budget goals while maintaining its two-year promise to our students, especially during a time when we should invest in building up our economy and workforce for the future. We also remain dedicated to working with all CSU stakeholders over the coming weeks to ensure that the governor's multi-year compact is maintained and funding is not cut to the CSU. Both funding to the CSU and Cal Grant reform are imperative to ensure student success and affordability. To close out my presidency, I want to acknowledge something that is obvious to us all. This has not been an easy year. Whether you are faculty or staff or a student or a trustee, we've all faced battles that have left us with doubts about the future. And to state the obvious again, it's not going to get any easier as we see clouds on the horizon. However, I'm heartened by the fact that while I'm stepping down, there's no shortage of students like incoming President Sarah who are ready and willing to fight for a brighter tomorrow because they have no choice. Even though it may not be part of our curriculum, we are all lifelong learners. If we are to brave this storm and emerge as a better system, we must learn from our students. Only by understanding them and their needs can we fulfill our mission, admitting them, providing a world-class education, and getting them to the finish line with as little debt as possible. This requires us to talk to them and engage with them, even when it's hard and when we fear they might criticize us. We have to do this because without the student voice, this system does not exist. We are both your best allies and your duty. I know it can feel lonely in this building, and as if the whole world is against you at times. I've spent the last 12 months working alongside many of you here to ensure the success of our students. Please know that although it might not seem like it, countless people are rooting and counting on you. I'm about to join the biggest group of them, over 4 million alumni in just a couple days here. Even if it doesn't always feel like it, the alumni of this system are constantly praying for your success. The current students of the system are also rooting for you, even if it really doesn't feel like that at times. And all the students who have yet to be admitted to the system are rooting for you as well. even if they don't know it yet. We are all behind you. I want to echo the sentiments of Chair Steffel in saying that this has been the hardest and most rewarding experience of my life. And I want to thank all of you so much for creating the opportunity for me to learn in the CSU. And I hope that we can all continue to do that. And thank you so much. This concludes my final report.
Thank you so much, President Chancellor. And again, we thank you for your powerful voice and your leadership on behalf of the CSU student body. And we wish you every success in the future. We also welcome the new CSSA leadership, and we look forward to working with you as well. We will now hear from our president of the CSU Alumni Council, President Poley.
Thank you, Chair Fong. And I want to begin by congratulating you and Beth and Dominic on your successful tenures in your roles. Very meaningful. I've always appreciated the support. Dominic, welcome to the Alumni. I'll begin today with a reminder about the work of the Special Committee and the Alumni Council's priority to enhance alumni-student connections across the CSU. The report published by the Special Committee highlighted the student life cycle, which was developed as a common language and framework to identify opportunities for alumni-student connections. The student success funds were dedicated to support innovative and actionable projects to improve student success. A snapshot of the completed milestones is on the screen, and as was announced in my last report last time, each of our 23 universities had at least one project awarded funding. Every proposal was connected to an element of the student life cycle. The 3 student life cycle elements that rose to the top as key priorities for campuses were enrollment, retention, and career exploration and readiness. The remainder of the projects focused on other important areas such as recruitment, academic notice, and major selection. 16 of the projects were aimed at all students, with other projects specifically focused on first-generation Black and Latinx students. Looking ahead to future milestones, staff will have anecdotal discussions with campuses as they implement their projects, and we look forward to receiving progress reports from campuses at the end of the calendar year. And we'll release a report in 2025 that identifies those elements that worked well, were not as effective, or could be replicated across a larger scale. We are excited for the opportunity to have these funds and offer students and alumni an opportunity to look forward. We look forward to reporting back as well at the end of the year. In other alumni news, we continue to partner and advocate on behalf of the CSU. As part of our Hill Day advocacy events in DC, we welcomed almost 300 attendees during the Alumni and Capital Community Reception for a productive evening of networking. This was the largest system-wide alumni event in DC to date. In partnership with Advocacy and State Relations, we are co-hosting an alumni appreciation event for legislative staff in Sacramento next month, and we'll have Alumni Council representatives participating in person at the Juneteenth Symposium. We also look forward to meeting with the Academic and Student Affairs team next month to discuss the next phase of the graduation initiative as they continue with their year of engagement. Chair Fong, this concludes my report.
Thank you so much, President Poley, and thank you so much for your kind words. I appreciate that very much. I now am going to turn it over to our Chancellor for her Chancellor's report.
Thank you, Chair Fong. It is an extraordinarily challenging, fraught, and emotionally charged time across the CSU and on college and university campuses from coast to coast. The voices we heard today are further evidence of this undeniable fact. In fact, I've been listening to the voices of CSU stakeholders and constituents on this topic for months, but those voices have been markedly amplified over the past several weeks. In my decades as an educational leader, I have never received as many calls, letters, and emails on a single topic, many thousands, in the past 3 weeks. But while the voices have reached a crescendo, they are far from harmonious. In fact, they are deeply polarized, illustrating the current tension between two sets of CSU core values and commitments. Let me illustrate and let me be clear. The CSU stands unequivocally against acts of hatred, violence, injustice, discrimination, and more specifically, anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. They are antithetical to the core values of the CSU, which we hold dear through its 63-year history. These core values also include diversity of thought and freedom of expression. These principles are not only fundamental to the CSU and higher education more broadly, but they also serve as cornerstones to a strong and vibrant democratic society. So please be assured that I remain committed to protecting CSU students' right to peacefully protest. Not only is it their right, it is critically important to be the living laboratory that our universities represent, and it is vital and essential to the journey of learning, growth, and discovery that enriches the lives of not only the CSU students, but those of our entire community. But just as important, the constituencies of our dynamically diverse community must be able to coexist, and our fundamental educational mission must never be compromised. So I must be, we all will be equally committed to ensuring that peaceful protests and our students' right to freedom of expression do not exceed their legal and moral bounds. Of course, those bounds provide great latitude, allowing individuals to express opinions, use speech, or engage in activities that others might vehemently disagree with or even find abhorrent. But they do not allow for discrimination or harassment, unlawful acts such as violence or vandalism, or those that compromise the safety of members of our community or that prevent us from carrying out our important educational mission. I assure you that the CSU will continue to balance with increased transparency and clear and consistent communication these dual commitments, which have sadly come into great conflict on so many college and university campuses across our state and nation. I continue my report by joining the chair in recognizing several valued leaders who are attending their last board meeting in their current role. First, I offer my deep appreciation and gratitude to Stanislaus State Interim President, Dr. Susan Borrego. President Borrego, your wise, experienced, and student-focused leadership has proven invaluable to Stan State and to CSU writ large, which has also benefited from your thoughtful and enthusiastic contributions on system-wide issues. On behalf of the entire CSU family, we say thank you. System-wide Academic Senate Chair Beth Steffel, through challenging circumstances and challenges, you have skillfully led one of CSU's most critically important constituencies, representing the system-wide Academic Senate boldly and with steadfast commitment to the interests of those you represent. We appreciate your passion and your dedication, and thanks to you and your fellow officers, on behalf of the CSU family, we also congratulate you. And President Dominic Chancellor, you have proven yourself an exceptional leader under the most challenging circumstances, as well as a powerful and persuasive advocate at both the state and federal levels, something I have witnessed firsthand. You have an extraordinary ability to be collaborative while remaining strong in your positions, to be calm and reasoned, yet passionate in communicating your viewpoints. These qualities and your San Jose State degree in political science and government will take you to very great heights. Thank you and congratulations on your graduation, and I hope to see you at the Capitol advocating for all of us in your new position. Of course, President Chancellor represents a CSU student body of nearly 500,000 students. Of these, approximately 127,000 California future leaders will be joining him in walking across commencement stages across our state. I am in awe of what their collective impact on our state, our cities, on the world will be. I congratulate the CSU's class of 2024 on their extraordinary achievements, and I wish them all the best in their lives' next chapters, whether they are pursuing graduate school or infusing new talent, innovation, and diversity into California's educated workforce. And I also want to thank all of them. This year more than ever, and especially right now, in the midst of all that we are going through on our campuses, I think it is important to remember that our students leave our universities and local communities stronger when they arrived just a few years ago. It can be in small ways through student employment, service lending, mentoring other students, or by challenging their peers or even their instructors to classroom debate. Or it can be on a larger scale, like at Cal State East Bay, where Carrington Hendricks is spending her last semester running Stigma-Free, the club she founded on campus to destigmatize mental health issues. The club has provided a safe space for students to explore self-care activities and listen to guest speakers discuss available resources and normalize conversations around the crisis of mental health. Or consider the Student Forum Afrofuturism Initiative at Cal Poly Pomona. Its recent projects include developing Black History Month programs for neighboring communities, creating a system to prevent food waste and provide meals for Pomona's unhoused, and promoting resources and opportunities for neurodivergent learners on campus. Let us never forget that as our graduates leave our universities with a life-changing CSU degree, they also leave our universities as more vital, impactful, and compassionate because they served at our institutions. Again, I congratulate the class of 2024. As many of you know, on May 10th, Governor Newsom announced the May revision to his January budget proposal. As always, as you've gotten to know me, I speak plainly and candidly. The news is not positive. Executive Vice Chancellor Steve Relier and Assistant Vice Chancellor Ryan Storm will review the details, context, and implications of the revision during this afternoon's convening of the Committee on Finance. So for now, let me provide you with the bottom line. The net result of a rather complicated proposal that encompasses both fiscal year 24-25 and 25-26. Pursuant to the terms to the proposal as revised, the CSU will receive no new ongoing funding for 24-25 and a net 2% increase in 25-26. And the reality of its implications is even more grim when you consider the rising costs of our essential operations and mission-critical priorities, including increased compensation costs. This is, in essence, a cut to our ongoing state budget of more than $500 million. Let me underscore that, $500 million. This is roughly the equivalent to the annual operating budget of San Diego State. Needless to say, navigating a fiscal challenge of this magnitude will require extraordinarily difficult decisions and cost reduction measures at both the system and university levels. Let me be clear. It will also require all of us, you, me, all of us. Consider this a call to action. Students, faculty, staff, leadership, alumni, all CSU constituents must join in the solution with all our collective brainpower, creativity, resolve, and commitment to our mission. Above all, we must become bold advocates with many voices and one unified and powerful voice. Our elected officials must continuously be reminded of our story, the story of the nation's largest, most diverse, and preeminent university system in the country. It's the model for educating the new majority of America, the first generation, the low income, the students of color, and the adults. No American institution transforms lives, elevates communities, drives social and economic prosperity, and strengthens our democracy at the scale that the CSU does. That is our story. That is our impact. And it is worthy of it demands the support to sustain that impact. We've been given a call to action. I ask each of you to join me in answering that call. Let me continue with an update from the federal front. The week of March 25th marks the CSU annual week of advocacy in our nation's capital. Our system-wide delegation was more than 120 strong, comprised of our university presidents and system leaders, including Chair Fong, as well as faculty, staff, alumni, and more importantly, students. In approximately 75 meetings with federal legislators and staff, these advocates powerfully communicated our federal priorities, which includes doubling the Pell Grant to $13,000. More than 220,000 CSU students rely on that Pell Grant, and it's important to remember that for the vast majority of these students, this is not for tuition. Most of these students already have the cost of tuition covered through waivers or grants. The Pell Grant helps to cover the total cost of attendance, including housing, transportation, books, and supplies. Second, and as the nation's most diverse four-year university system, we ask for additional HSI and a PZ trio Gear Up funding. Importantly, these funds don't just serve Latinx and AAPI students, they strengthen our universities and all our students holistically. And finally, we ask for legislative action to protect and support Dreamers and DACA recipients, including the provision of a clear pathway to citizenship and access for Dreamers to Title IV federal state aid. At the CSU, we have about 10,000 Dreamer students and approximately 500 employees who rely on DACA. Each and every one of them is a vital and valued part of the CSU family. I, together with my delegation, met with a cabinet-level secretary, both of California senators, and multiple congressional representatives, including the California Democratic delegation. And I assure you, our story was heard and our story resonated. Before I close my remarks, I must address a quick administrative matter. Each May, it is Chancellor's duty under the Education Code to report to this board approved changes in admissions policy before those changes can be enacted. All 23 universities have complied with the provisions of the Education Code that requires a series of public hearings and public disclosures in advance of submitting their final program impaction request and any changes in admission practices for the 25-26 academic year. All of the actions this year expand student access to undergraduate programs. A complete listing of these updates to academic programs and levels has been appropriately posted to the Board of Trustees section of the California State University website, and it is now available for public viewing. Earlier in my remarks, I expressed my appreciation for a number of outstanding leaders who are serving the CSU at the last board meeting. Of course, there is another. Well, I am thrilled that Chair Wenda Fang has been reappointed and will continue to serve on this board for another term. Our May meeting marks her last as chair. Chair Fang's positive impact on the California State University cannot be overstated. Indeed, her bold, elegant, and principled leadership has been recognized with multiple awards during her term, including just last month when she was honored with the Pacesetter Award by Asian Pacific Americans in higher education. The theme for this convening at which she was presented the awards seems fitting to mention, and it is titled Radical Hope, Leading with Love, Courage, and Action. Chair Fang, this is already a 4-day meeting, so I won't run the risk of extending it to 5 by attempting to list all you have done as chair for the CSU. So I will simply say that you began your tenure at a challenging time. As I watched from Washington, D.C., perhaps it was the most momentous time in the CSU's history. 2 years later, while many challenges remain, the CSU is on a steady, undeniable, upward trajectory leading to the future. And this much is also undeniable. This board is more vital and more strategic because of your chairpersonship. The CSU leadership at the board, university, and system levels is more aligned, collaborative, and forward-focused because of your service. Chair Fang, the CSU is stronger because of your service. Please accept my deepest appreciation and heartfelt gratitude. And I look forward to continuing our momentum in partnership with your successor, who will be officially confirmed by the board during tomorrow's plenary. We thank you, Chair Fang. And now I say to you, Chair Fang, for the final time, Madam Chair, that concludes my report.
my goodness. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. Just so grateful for the leadership in this room, the partnership, and especially the friendships. We are going to continue on with our agenda. Vice Chair Clark, will you please convene the Committee on Governmental Relations?
Thank you, Chair Fong. Will the Committee on Governmental Relationships please come to order? It is now time for the committee to consider today's consent agenda, which consists only of the minutes for the March 2024 meeting. Are there any objections to the approval of the minutes? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. We have 2 items for today's discussion agenda. Item 2 is an update on NAGPRA and Cal-NAGPRA compliance. This information item will be presented by Greg Sachs, Vice Chancellor, External Relations and Communications, Nathan Dietrich, Assistant Vice Chancellor, Advocacy and State Relations, and Tomas Morales, excuse me, Mr. President, President of Cal State San Bernardino. Please begin.
Good morning, and thank you, Trustee Clark. As the board has discussed before, it is imperative that we fulfill our moral and legal obligations to Native American tribes and descendants and repatriate all ancestors and cultural items that are in our university's collections. The board has requested regular updates on the work being done at the system-wide and university level to comply with NAGPRA, Cal-NAGPRA, and the implementation of AB 389. Assistant Vice Chancellor Nathan Dietrich will offer an update and take questions. Nathan?
Thank you, Greg, for that introduction. Since the March board meeting, we've been working on developing a system-wide NAGPRA policy, which is required by AB 389 and the state audit. The law requires that we submit the draft policy to the Native American Heritage Commission by July 1st. In preparing a draft of policy, we spoke to stakeholders and reviewed similar efforts by other institutions. And it became abundantly clear that the Chancellor's Office should not draft a policy in a vacuum, and that we must prioritize tribal consultation and tribal views as we start this effort. Therefore, before putting pen to paper, we've embarked on 10 listening sessions across our state. Chancellor Garcia attended the first listening session on April 3rd at Cal State Long Beach, and I or Vice Chancellor Sachs have attended the other ones, with the exception of this evening's listening session near Chico State, which President Perez and I will zoom in to later this afternoon. Here you can see a schedule that we have made and kept. I'd like to thank Adrian Tafoya and Michelle Hansen of the Chancellor's Office for organizing these sessions and ensuring that they go well, and also the working group for guiding much of the effort so far. I must also thank each campus president that has attended and the campus staff who encourage their local tribes to attend. To date, we've had more than 30 tribes represented at the listening sessions. We've heard a lot about the need to build trust, conduct routine inventory checks across each university, compensate tribes for their time, and simplify the process while also respecting tribal knowledge and desires when it comes to repatriation. Frankly, we've also heard a lot about past failures, concerns about the role of academia, prior research efforts that have utilized ancestors and cultural items without consent, and often the role of anthropology and archaeology departments. So in consultation with the Native American Heritage Commission, we have decided to go back to tribes for a formal consultation period this summer. A 60-day notice will be sent out on July 1st, with a 90-day consultation period running from September 1st to November 30th. This will allow tribes additional opportunities to have their voice heard in our policy development process. As required by AB 389, the working draft for consultation purposes will be shared with tribes and the Commission in July, and we will continue to draft that policy in December and then present a more formal draft to the Commission in early 2025. We aim to still meet the July 1st, 2025 deadline for system-wide adoption. I'd like to now update you on a variety of other items that are important to our overall compliance
and organizational commitment to do the work the right way. As discussed in March, hiring qualified coordinators must remain a top priority for each university. This is important because having a qualified and experienced coordinator will help ensure that the formal repatriation and consultation process is being followed appropriately with tribal consultation, but also to the letter of the law. Coordinators must be hired by July 1st of this year. So far, 16 of our 21 universities that must have a coordinator have either posted their position for hiring or have that coordinator on staff right now. We will continue to work with each university that must still post their position and ensure that it gets done, as the July 1st date is fast approaching and these positions are in high demand across universities and other institutions across the state. AB 389 also requires the creation of system-wide and campus-based NAGPRA committees. These committee members are to be nominated by the Commission and appointed by the Chancellor. At the May 2nd Commission meeting, about roughly a dozen committee members were appointed for 6 different universities. Committee members will continue to be nominated throughout the year. In total, more than 150 individuals are needed, and committee roles will be outlined in the future system-wide policy. So there's still a lot of work to be done with our partners across the state on getting committees up and running. I am pleased to share with you that we had a successful and well-attended 2-day training session at Cal State San Bernardino in April. About 100 individuals attended in person and another 100 online. Attendees included CSU staff and faculty, as well as tribal members, UC staff, and government agency representatives. Allowing tribal members and non-CSU attendees to take part in a CSU-sponsored training shows that we intend to do this work in partnership and with others, and also to remove some of the silos that have delayed past repatriation efforts. Speaking at the training was the federal government's National NAGPRA Program Manager, Commission lawyers, and experts in the repatriation field. A picture of the training is on the screen, and these trainings will help the recently hired and future to be hired repatriation coordinators gain the skills and knowledge needed to succeed. I'd like to emphasize the Chancellor's Office investment organizational support continues. Adrian Tafoya and I have spent the last 2 months meeting with each university's NAGPRA coordinator and presidential designee to review their implementation plans and review questions and concerns that they and we have. We have hired outside legal support and are close to standing up the system's Tribal Relations Office. As we do this, we are working with Audit and Advisory Services to submit the 1-year report to the state auditor and 2 legislatively mandated reports, one due in December and one in January, on our inventory status of our inventories and our budget needs. Finally, I'd like the board to know that Chancellor Garcia met with Assemblymember James Ramos in April to share much of the progress that has been made, lay out our timeline for moving forward, but also to listen to his concerns and those of others in the legislature. I'd like to now ask President Morales to share with you some of the progress made at our universities since we last met in March.
Thank you, Nathan. Before we end, I would like to share with you recent examples of the progress being made by our universities. Last month, we spoke about successful repatriations at Sonoma State, Cal State LA, Chico State continues to do stellar work as they repatriated 13 ancestors to the United Auburn Indian community. Campuses have also hosted dozens of consultation meetings with tribes over time. These consultation meetings will lead to repatriations. Since our last meeting, NAGPRA coordinators have been officially hired at Fresno and Sonoma, while Pomona and Stanislaus have posted their NAGPRA coordinator positions for hiring. I'm pleased to share that at Cal State San Bernardino, we just finished signing the contract for our new NAGPRA coordinator. While not explicitly related to NAGPRA or Cal NAGPRA, but because they are related to our commitment and efforts to improve tribal relations, you should be aware that Sonoma State, Fresno State, Cal State San Bernardino have posted the Director of Tribal Relations positions for hiring. These positions will help deepen the government-to-government relationship between tribes and our universities, while also leading to greater student and tribal opportunities. At Cal State San Bernardino, we're also proud to host the Native American Indigenous Education Summit in late March. 300 people attended. The goal of the summit was to have purposeful conversations with state, federal, and tribal governments in order to examine institutional operations, academic commitments, and cultural responsibility to Native American students in higher education, especially around the topics of access, inclusivity, and preparedness. I'd like to acknowledge and thank my fellow presidents, Chancellor Garcia, and my colleagues at the Chancellor's office for their continued commitment to this effort. I'd like to now have Nathan say a final word before we take questions.
Thank you, President Morales. I hope this update has shared with you more about the work being done to ensure tribal consultation and repatriation of ancestors and cultural items is occurring, and what needs to be done as we go forward. As I shared at our last meeting, for too long we've done this work without true tribal engagement. Therefore, and this has also been done in silos away from university leadership and often in academic departments. Therefore, we have, as we develop our efforts and do the system-wide development process, we have prioritized consulting meaningfully with tribes and including their input in this process. I remain optimistic that we're on a path to success, but it will take continued dedication of time and resources and a commitment from all of us as we go forward. This is, especially on the coordinator hiring, to the policy, to the committees, we have a good progress, but work does remain. So I'm now happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions? Trustee.
Thank you, Vice Chair Clark, and thanks to Vice Chancellor Sachs, AVC Dietrich, and President Morales for the proactive scheduling of the 9 listening sessions with tribal leaders, which demonstrate a strong commitment to inclusive and collaborative policy development. I think it's commendable that the CSU is taking steps to ensure that the ancestral remains and cultural items are treated with the utmost respect and that legal and ethical obligations are being prioritized. But I do have a question, I have a concern. What specific challenges have been encountered in the hiring of full-time experienced repatriation coordinators, and how are these challenges being addressed in order to meet our deadline?
Yeah, so some challenges we've had is having to move or deciding to move positions away from an academic department into the office of the president. That requires position description changing, other hiring decisions to be made. We've had challenges with the pay and benefits allocated or assigned to this position that doesn't meet other industry standards, so they've had to be reposted sometimes after failed searches. We've had challenges of competing for qualified folks too. These are people whose skills are in demand. We've shared a lot of these challenges with presidential designees, with university leaders to overcome them. And each challenge we've had has a different kind of solution. But those challenges will remain until all 21 are hired, and frankly, they'll remain to keep them in those positions as we go forward.
I will say that I'm incredibly proud of my presidential colleagues. I'm convinced that we will have 23 NACPRA coordinators on July 1. We're active, the hiring process is bureaucratic. As Nathan stated, many searches have had to be reopened. We want to get the right people in place. I'm also very proud, as I mentioned in my remarks, of the number of directors of tribal relations positions. And this will allow us to really strengthen our relationship and to create authentic relationships with each tribal community in the state of California.
Thank you so much. Please keep up the great work. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Trustee Rodriguez.
Thank you so much for the presentation and the update. I want to add to my gratitude on leading the charge and making sure that we are doing the course correcting that needs to be done and that we're committed to it. So just a lot of thanks and appreciation that we are making sure that this happens. My question is in regards to the consistent notification and of our electeds, of our legislature. I know that our Chancellor met with Assemblymember Ramos, which I think is fantastic because we're keeping them updated. We're letting them know where we are in our process and the movement that we're making. What about the other members that were a part of that hearing, and how are we keeping them informed?
Yeah, so we've started doing every 2 months a update to all stakeholders, including the governor's office, assembly member, the commission. This is a report in writing similar to what's in your board agenda item. We aim to have it this month's one done in May, done by the end of the month, which is next week, but it'll be done by then. And then we email that, and then I've done side conversations to a lot of stakeholders. And we shared it with tribal partners too, and tribal members and tribal leaders. So it's not just talking to the legislature. We need a whole host of people to know what we're doing.
I think the more that we inform, the better. And they're going to see that we are truly committed to this. So I appreciate it.
Thank you for that question. We have a question from Trustee Lopez.
Thank you, and great progress. Thank you for that report. At the same time, I'm wondering, in addition to the hiring challenges.
For a lot, and I outlined some of them from tribes, and they've been very frank, very honest. I think there's been such a lack of trust based on inaction in the past that it's a big foundation to rebuild. And as we do it, we also have to recognize that many tribal members and tribes have felt left out of this process for years, and their knowledge and their cultural expertise has not always been valued by museums, by universities, by academics, and how we kind of reframe that, and how we really truly value tribal heritage and tribal knowledge, but also sustaining that commitment. We often have tribal members come to our universities, drive hours to come for a meeting. They're not compensated for that. They have to put themselves out there to get their ancestors back, and how can we help support them is something that I think will go a long way to build that trust and build that long-term way to do true repatriation and consultation the way they want it done and should be done, frankly.
Thank you for that response. Any other? I have one request. I thought the materials that you prepared today were very informative, and you've used a term here in this session repeatedly, and that's qualified coordinators. Mm-hmm. Not today, but in the future materials, could you include what an example of those qualifications are? I see these sessions as an opportunity to talk to our statewide communities. Mm-hmm. And I think it would be useful if in the materials that you present to this board, you include some of that so the statewide community also and the board has a sense of what that looks like. That would be my request.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry. Absolutely. We'll do exactly that. Among the things that we're doing to help with the keep up at night thing is the coordinators, and making sure that because of the competitiveness of these positions, making sure that as folks leave, they're replaced quickly, but then also making sure that we're offering a series of training opportunities for these coordinators so they're able to stay up to date. That's one of the priorities that we'll be having as well.
Thank you very much. If there are no other questions, we're just checking. We'll go on to item 3. It's a state legislative update. This information item is presented by Vice Chancellor Greg Sachs and Assistant Vice Chancellor Nathan Dietrich. Gentlemen, please begin.
Thank you so much. And I do want to again thank President Tomas Morales, who's just been a fantastic advocate and partner with his presidential colleagues with this process on the NAGPRA front, as well as Nathan, who has been leading this from the beginning, and I really appreciate all his work. And thank you again for the introduction to this item. Since our last board meeting, the Advocacy and State Relations team has been very busy. As you can see from the agenda, they continue to engage with legislative offices, seeking amendments to important bills, supporting measures that benefit our students, and preparing for policy and fiscal committee hearings. They have also continued to execute various advocacy strategies. In addition to CSU Advocacy Day and the Board of Trustees Advocacy Day, highlighted in our last report to the board, additional trips to Sacramento have been arranged for the Chancellor, as well as focused advocacy events that Assistant Vice Chancellor Nathan Dietrich will discuss shortly. He will also highlight key bills the team has been engaged with this legislative session and provide a look ahead to what we can expect over these last critical weeks and months of the session. Nathan?
Well, thank you, Vice Chancellor Sachs. And thank you, Board, for this opportunity to update you on our legislative issues happening in Sacramento. In your board packet, you will find a 17-page report that includes an update on the board's sponsored legislation, followed by a numeric listing of the bills that are still active. I will note the report is 5 pages longer than the March report, as a number of bills were significantly amended following the March board meeting, which requires greater attention by us in Sacramento and others. Those bills that still indicate a pending status indicate the team is working on with either the author or another stakeholder to secure important amendments that will address our concerns. As the session moves along, we expect to see many of these bills move to a formal position. I'd also like to note that some of you have asked that we provide an estimated fiscal cost for each bill, and we'll be doing that as part of our mid-year report and get that to you in mid-June, which we'll be doing that following the Senate and Assembly Appropriations Committee hearings where those fiscal numbers are sunlighted and discussed openly. I'd like to start my presentation with an update on the 3 bills that we're sponsoring this year. First, Assemblymember Chris Ward, who represents San Diego State, has introduced AB 2005, which would authorize universities to utilize low-income housing tax credits for the purpose of developing affordable housing for CSU faculty, staff, and students on CSU-owned land. I am pleased to report this bill passed the Assembly Housing and Assembly Higher Education Committees and also passed out of the Assembly Appropriations Committee last week. Second, Assemblywoman Crick Silvas, who represents Cal State Fullerton, has introduced AB 2395, which would provide the CSU universities flexibility in the use of professional and continuing education funds, so they can be used to develop and expand innovative academic programs to improve student access and workforce preparation. This bill, too, also passed the Assembly Higher Education Committee and has passed the Assembly Appropriations Committee late last week. Finally, a proposal which would provide an exemption from out-of-state tuition and fees for members of the armed services for the purpose who are stationed in California for the purpose of pursuing their educational goals was contained in this year's Higher Education Omnibus Bill, and that bill has also passed out of committee. I'd like to now move on to an update of some other bills and issues that we're actively working on. As I noted at last month's meeting, there were a few legislative themes that we have seen across both the Senate and Assembly this session. This includes the facilities bond, nursing programs, and Title IX. I'd like to highlight a handful of bills that you should be aware of based on what we talked about at our March board meeting and what we're hearing from our universities. Two bond measures are still active and being discussed regarding education facilities. The first, as you know, is Senator Glazer's SB 28, which includes $2 billion for the CSU and UC each for our facilities, and AB 247, Assemblymember Mirastucci's alternative academic facilities bond, which does not include higher education. Both measures are currently awaiting direction from their respective leadership in the hopes of moving prior to the June 27th deadline to place a legislative measure on the November ballot. We've been working with our partners at the UC and other stakeholders and trustees to make sure our voice is heard very well at the Capitol and ensure that whatever proposal comes to voters in 2024 includes funding to address the CSU's capital needs. It's important to note that there is skepticism within the Capitol about the prospect of any bond measure passing in November. This is due to Proposition 1 slim passage in March. And as you remember, Proposition 1 was a $6 billion bond to build mental health treatment facilities and provide housing for the homeless. Early polling for Proposition 1 suggested voter approval was going to be overwhelmingly. However, it only passed with 50.2% of the vote and by only 26,000 votes out of 7 million cast. There's also concern that there may be 3 competing bonds also competing for the November ballot. This is, in addition to the education bond, 2 items, one on climate change and the other on housing. The governor and legislature have indicated the state can only afford to authorize no more than $15 to $16 billion of bonds, and the sum total of all 3 is $40 billion. Our students, university presidents, trustees, and chancellors all continue to raise this issue as a priority for the CSU and each university, and will continue to do so in the coming weeks. I can tell you that we have done another round of polling, and which continues to show that higher education does not lower voter support for an education bond. Shifting gears to our nursing programs, the CSU continues to see a strong push by community college districts to duplicate our nursing programs, which is contrary to state law. Senate Bill 895 by Senator Roth and Assembly Bill 2104 by Assemblywoman Soria would establish pilot programs that would authorize community colleges to offer BSN degrees that would duplicate 20 nursing programs that the CSU currently offers. The limited number of clinical placements available and the limited number of faculty to teach these programs continue to be the largest challenges the CSU and our state has in growing the number of nurses in our state. I must emphasize that these bills will not increase the number of nurses. They simply change the nurse's final degree from an ADN to a BSN, thus leaving the number of nurses in our state the same. The CSU graduates more than 3,200 nurses each year, and we want to do more. Our nursing program's graduates pass rates on the licensure exam often exceeds 80% and often hits 100% depending on which program and at which campus. To increase the number of nurses in our state, we have developed partnership programs with over 30 community colleges. These programs allow for concurrent enrollment and online courses, which expedite the time of degree and provides access to our nursing programs regardless of the region one lives in. We continue to advocate on these bills and are thankful for the efforts of our nursing directors who have participated in numerous meetings in Sacramento, and the advocacy of our universities who have been talking with their legislative delegations consistently, as well as our labor partners who recognize the impact these bills will have on their membership. The Chancellor's Office hosted a recent workforce summit on how to grow the nursing pipeline that was attended by more than 150 stakeholders online and in person. I want to thank President Beck and CSUN for hosting it, and Academic and Student Affairs for organizing it. Title IX has seen additional legislative activity this year following the State Auditor's report and the Cozen O'Connor's recommendations. In all, the legislature has introduced 13 bills this session on the topic, and many of these bills align with most of the recommendations provided by the State Auditor. ASR continues to work closely with legislators and committee staff to ensure their proposals can be properly implemented, and it's our goal to move from a pending position to support or tracking on most of the bills in the package when final amendments are completed. I can tell you a number of amendments were made last week on these bills, and we're moving in a very positive direction. There are also a number of bills related to campus climate, undocumented student workers, and labor issues that we're actively engaging on. Over the last 2 months, we have encouraged each university to continue to invite their legislators to campus to show how the state's investment in the CSU is supporting students, and a number of system and campus leaders have formally testified in front of budget and policy committees to advance the CSU's agenda. As an example, I want to thank President Connolly. She came to Sacramento to testify in support of the PACE legislation, and thank President Parham for hosting Assemblymember Maristucci, author of one of the bond bills at Dominguez Hills. He highlighted the significant needs facing his university, but also all of our universities for the Assemblymember. Universities hosted a number of impact days this spring with elected officials and staff. These days focused strategically on partnerships with community colleges, our focus on nursing and teacher preparation program. A picture of San Marcos's event is on the screen in front of you. I can just want to give you a couple quick examples off script of what campuses have done. And Chico State, for example, signed a MOU with Butte College and had 6 other community college leaders on hand who have similar agreements. They also took elected officials to their nursing simulation center to show them exactly how the university is working on nursing degrees. San Diego State had a lunch and learn focused on nursing, was attended by 6 legislative offices. And San Jose State had a dozen legislative offices from the state, federal, and local level attending a nursing lab and teacher preparation discussion. So thank you to all of our campuses for leaning in and engaging with our elected officials. Chancellor Garcia spent another day in Sacramento in late April, and her time included a meet and greet with the Latino caucus and a meeting with Assemblymember Ramos and meetings with other legislators. There are several more examples of this type of engagement currently being undertaken by our students, faculty, and leadership, and they show the CSU remains engaged in providing ample opportunities to share our story and advance our advocacy strategy. I also want to thank trustees who have called with and met with legislators in support of the bond and other items. We greatly appreciate your willingness to assist and will continue to ensure that you are proactively engaged and part of our advocacy efforts. And finally, I'd like to acknowledge the board and our presidents, to the board, that our presidents know this has been a very challenging few weeks at our campuses. The Chancellor, Chancellor's office officials, and presidents have been proactive in communication with the governor's office and legislators, ensuring they know what each campus is experiencing when it comes to protesters and other activities on our campuses. Thank you for making that level of communication a priority. It absolutely matters. And finally, just so you're aware of the upcoming legislative calendar. On the budget side, as you know, last week Governor Newsom released his revisions to the state budget, and the proposed cuts will be discussed later today. These cuts will absolutely impact our campuses and our students, and we, along with students, presidents, alumni, and trustees, will remain active at the Capitol advocating for our budget needs. Legislatively, later this week, all bills must pass out of either the Senate or Assembly to remain alive this session. And following that, there are a number of committee deadlines in June, and the deadline for all bills to be passed by the legislature in order to be sent to the governor's desk is August 31st. He then has a month to sign or veto each bill. Before I end, I want to thank Chair Steffel, President Quan Tressler, and Chair Fong for your support, engagement, and direction over the last few months. Your partnership has been tremendous and has absolutely helped us advance our efforts. Trustee Clark, this concludes my presentation. I am now happy to take questions.
Thank you for that presentation. Are there any questions or comments? Yes, Trustee Lopez, and then Trustee Melgar.
Thank you for that report, Nathan. Very, very informative. I would be remiss if I didn't take Trustee McGrory's banner on the bond issue and how important it is for the CSU. I have a couple of questions about that. You mentioned that there's polling that shows that we don't bring down support for the bond for the K through 12 or 14 communities. I would like to ask the flip side of the question. What do we know about the support that we have for our bond? What do we know about outside support? Not just all of us who advocate very strongly for this, but certainly the K through 14 have very strong outside supporters and advocates with some muscle and some money, actually, that will help them mobilize voters. What do we know about that, and what do we need to do around that? What would you suggest? And the second question is, what's the conversation about the risks right now? I think the bonding issue for the voters is iffy, as March proved. And what's the risk if it goes on the ballot and we lose, if the entire thing goes down? Could you talk about those risks as well, so we have a sense of the entire conversation around these issues?
Yeah. So your first question about what do we know about supporters of the bond? You know, the larger supporters for the education bond are often in the construction and school facility side. You know, our K-12 districts and community college districts, just like us, have a variety of academic facility needs, and there are a lot of supporters inside that industry and group of stakeholders that have mobilized to support a education bond, and they've been driving a lot of the discussion with members of the legislature on this topic. You ask about the risk. You know, there's risk to all bonds that go on the ballot, and if it fails, the question that's always being asked is, why did it fail? What was wrong with it? What does it tell us about voters? What does it tell us about the bond? The specifics of it. So there is risk with anything in front of the voters because it could lose momentum for future opportunities. And there's risk of then questioning of, was it the right mix of projects? Was it the right time? And those risks are real, and we are well aware of them. And I know our legislative leaders and the governor's office is well aware of them too, because whether it's education or climate change or housing, no group of stakeholders wants to put on a bond that doesn't pass. And put the effort in and want to keep us moving in the right direction.
The other piece to your question about advocates is that as each of our campuses have been doing their advocacy, having elected members on their campus, the presentations that have been given are wide-ranging. They include faculty and students and other campus stakeholders. And so there's been a strong effort to rally all the different people who care so deeply about the CSU to help make sure that they're communicating to their legislators about the importance of this bond that includes higher ed.
We have several questions from trustees. We'll go in order. Trustee E. Melikar, Trustee Gilbert Lori, Trustee Arambula, and then Trustee Adamson, and then Trustee Arambula.
Thank you, Vice Chair Clark, and thanks. I echo Trustee Lopez's appreciation for the comprehensive review and analysis of, I think, over 2,200 bills, which demonstrates a very thorough approach to legislative monitoring and advocacy for our system. So thank you so much. So moving forward, what are the key strategies being used to advocate for the passage of the CSU-sponsored bills, AB 2005, the CSU Faculty and Employee Housing, and AB 2395, the CSU Extension Programs, which are currently, I believe, in the Assembly Appropriation Suspense file?
Yes. In the legislative process, showing a large variety of stakeholders being supportive is very helpful. So for both bills, we've had each university submit a letter of support explaining how the bills will impact their campus, the local impact of having the housing authority, and a local impact of allowing flexibility with PACE funding. That's been very helpful to demystify some complicated issues. We've also worked with stakeholders and others who volunteered their support for the bill, for this legislation that shows folks outside of the CSU, whether it's a third party or a business association. We've encouraged and asked and worked with them for support that shows a broader base of these bills than just the CSU. And those have so far paid dividends, and we've worked with those with concerns too, and the authors of the bills know we are working in partnership the best we can on those who may have concerns about the bills, and are open to thinking about ways that any policy can be modified to show the right support.
Trustee Gilbert Lori.
Thank you. I first wanted to also add my thank you and really appreciate the invigoration of advocacy, and I feel that we've all been mobilized to be advocates for the CSU, and really look forward to continuing strategy that helps all of us on this board and in this room unleash our latent advocacy powers. And I wanted to just respond to Trustee Lopez and say that I found it really interesting in my calls to legislators and my time in Sacramento that the key question did seem to be, can this pass, and are we going to drag it down? And so it does seem that the more we can make that case, that no drag on it at all, and bless you, try to find the ways that we can enhance the prospects. It seemed that that's what they were all looking for, even on the assembly side, that if we could show that at the higher ed we're a plus, at the CSU we're a plus on this, then that would be helpful. And I thought that the key risk that they talked about was if this fails, that higher education bonds in general would be at risk in the next few years. So I think that beside not wanting to fail, not wanting to pick the wrong horse, if climate has a better chance, but really that it would put an end for a while to higher education bonds is what I've been hearing. And, finally, I think if we could make our case, if we could, in these final days, continue to make our case, because obviously climate's important, obviously housing bonds are important, but how, again, going to the comments that the Chancellor made, the CSU being this driving force that underpins all of those initiatives in this state. I mean, I think if we could really infuse what we know into their thinking of the legislature, that would be helpful.
Yes, and we've had active discussions, including this morning by our team with senior Capitol officials, so the work continues.
Yeah, I had the sense they were, wanted the words and the ammunition, so to speak.
Thank you for those comments, and I believe I messed up my own order. I believe it's actually Trustee Arambula and then Trustee Adams. Thank you.
That's right, Larry. Thank you so much, Greg. Thanks, Nathan. I want to spend 1 minute on the nursing question. When you said that the proposed bill wouldn't actually add a single new nurse, that felt really compelling and important. So I just wanted, I had two questions. The first is that statement correct? Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, that's something that we've really tried to break through. So what the bills in the pending legislature do is they allow existing community college nursing students who would graduate their current program with an ADN, Associate Degree for Nursing. It would allow them to continue studying at the community college and then graduate with a Bachelor's of Science in Nursing. So it's not a new nurse doesn't walk out that door. It just that when he or she does walk out that door, they have a Bachelor's of Science in Nursing, not an ADN in Nursing. So we're not moving the needle on total number of nurses in our state.
Okay, great. I mean, not great, because that's really the problem we need to solve. That gives me so much understanding the position we hold. And then I really appreciated hearing that across the CSU, I think I heard you mention we brought together 150 folks at CSUN, and we hosted a lunch and learn at San Diego State and San Jose State hosted. And so just deep appreciation for that. Is there a 30-second, if we want 3,200 to go to 6,200, what right now are the primary barriers that folks up in the...
Yeah, so the two things is we have to get a, and I can defer to academic student affairs if needed, but to get a licensed nurse, you have to have clinical hours. So you have to have more clinical spots throughout the state for students, whether at a community college or CSU or elsewhere, to get those hours in to graduate. That's number one. Number two, for accreditation purposes, as you grow programs, you also have to have qualified faculty teaching our nursing programs, and that requires an expansion of faculty spots too. So we feel like we have the facilities. What we don't have right now are the clinical spots, and we have to grow the faculty.
Thank you for that explanation. And Trustee Adamson, you get the back cleanup.
Well, thank you. And I actually don't have a question, but I have a couple comments. One, Nathan, thank you, not just for your report, which we tend to say thank you for your report, but thank you for all the work and the organizational work behind all of the efforts that are going forward right now. I do recognize that and appreciate it. And to you, Chair Clark, and your committee, thank you for listening about being more proactive early about our position on bills that we know either we absolutely can support or oppose, and I see that now reflected in the report that's before us. So I appreciate that. And my final comment is also thank you for listening, and I look forward to July when you talk about the unfunded mandates that these bills place on us, because I think that's important for us to understand around this table, as these bills move forward. We've already heard it's millions and millions of dollars that have been placed in our budget because of unfunded mandates coming out of the legislature, and we need to be more proactive in making sure they understand what the impact of this is on our system and the money it's taking away from our educational process. So that's my comments.
Thank you for those cogent comments. And Trustee Vargas.
Just a side note, there was a great West Wing episode all about unfunded mandates, in case you haven't seen it, Larry. I wanted to ask about AB 2586, which is undocumented student employment. I know that it's pending, and I was just checking actually with Trustee Rodriguez about exactly what that means, and that means, waiting to see if they can pass it, they'll pass committee. I think it will, just my own conversations with some leaders in Sacramento. And I'm just curious what conversations we're having or we want to have with the UC and the CCC. I'm curious where we are with that.
So we've talked to all the systems, and frankly, we had a meeting with the author's office last week too about the bill. So the systems all have concerns over a state law that would conflict with federal law and the consequences of that confliction, which could result in the loss of federal financial aid, federal grant programs, federal contracts. So that bill, we want to do what's best for our students, especially our undocumented students, but also be fully aware of the legal, the new kind of uncharted legal suggestion put out there by the bill. But I think all the systems are generally share the similar concerns.
And I suppose this is my way of giving a heads up that this is going to get really uncomfortable. Yes. And this is a whole legal gray area that we're going to engage in. And given what can happen this election season, I think it's even more incumbent upon the system that houses the most undocumented students in the country to really figure out what its position is and how to build coalition across the state about it. So I just wanted to state that. Thank you.
And Trustee Clark, I'm over here.
Yes.
If I can just say one last comment before you wrap up. I just wanted to, again, though, thank all the trustees that were part of the program that we had at the retreat earlier. The comments, the feedback, the engagement as it relates to advocacy was just fantastic. We're working with a group of trustees now to be able to put that in action, where there'll be an opportunity for others to provide feedback as we move forward. I just wanted to make sure to get that in. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor. And Trustee Vargas, thank you for those comments. Point well taken. Are there any other questions or comments? In closing, I'd just like to say to the Vice Chancellor, Assistant Vice Chancellors, thank you very much for the work you've done this year. You've kept the Vice Chair of this committee, Trustee Rodriguez, and myself, in sometimes in 2 and 3 hour blocks, up to date. And I agree with Trustee Adamson. We're seeing a great improvement, in my opinion, of the quality of the analysis in terms of letting us know early on what our positions are. So I really want to thank you for that. And if there are no other questions or comments by trustees, Chair Fong, this concludes the business of the Committee on Governmental Relations.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Clark. Trustee Steinhauser, would you please convene the Committee on Collective Bargaining?
Thank you, Chair Fong. Will the Committee on Collective Bargaining please come to order? It is now time for the committee to consider today's consent agenda. Does any committee member wish to remove any item for separate discussion? May I have a motion to approve the items on the consent agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The items listed on the consent agenda are approved. Chair Fong, that concludes the business of the Committee on Collective Bargaining.
Thank you very much, Trustee Steinhauser. The board will now break for lunch and return promptly at 1 p.m. to continue board business. Thank you.
Dear faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education.
Welcome back. We will now continue the business of our committees. Trustee Ortiz-Morfett, will you please convene the Committee on Institutional Advancement?
Thank you, Chair Fong. Will the Committee on Institutional Advancement please come to order? It is now time for the committee to consider today's consent agenda, which consists only of the minutes from the March 2024 meeting. Are there any objections to the approval of the minutes? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. The committee has 2 items today on today's discussion agenda. Item 2 is a facility naming request from Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, seeking committee approval for the naming of the John Madden Football Center. This action item will be presented by Greg Sachs, Vice Chancellor, External Relations and Communications, and Jeff Armstrong, President, Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. Please begin, Greg.
Thank you so much. The proposed naming recognizes the significant gift from the John and Virginia Madden and the Madden family to Cal Poly San Luis Obispo to support construction for the John Madden Football Center. This 33,000 square foot facility was planned together with the NFL Hall of Fame coach John Madden and the Madden family, and will serve the daily needs of the Cal Poly football program as well as a recruitment feature to bring top quality student athletes to the university. While not noted because of the modesty of the donors, the amount is well above the required threshold for this naming. As I turn the presentation over to President Armstrong to share more about the football center, the donors, and the impact of this incredible gift. So, President Armstrong.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor Sachs, and thank you to the Committee of Institutional Advancement for your consideration of our request for approval for the naming of the John Madden Football Center. John Madden played football and baseball at Cal Poly in the late 50s before embarking on a long Hall of Fame coaching and broadcasting career in the NFL. It was Coach Madden's vision that centered our plans for this facility on the health, well-being, and overall experience of our football players. The John Madden Football Center project is an important expansion of the Alex G. Spanos Stadium complex, an enhancement of Cal Poly's campus entrance at California Boulevard. Thanks to Coach Madden and his family's support and engagement, the John Madden Football Center will be a transformative facility that will elevate every aspect of Mustang football. The entrance to the John Madden Football Center will be adjacent to Mustang Memorial Plaza, a very important place to Coach Madden and Virginia Madden. The memorial honors the 16 football players and the team manager who lost their lives in a plane crash on October 29, 1960 in Toledo, Ohio. Many of Coach Madden's friends and teammates were on that flight, and it is fitting that the future John Madden Football Center will be built next to this memorial. The John Madden Football Center will be a centralized home for the entire Cal Poly football community, a state-of-the-art facility for current and future Mustangs designed to help their physical and mental skills and provide a place to gather with teammates to also study and relax. Further, it will afford coaches regular interaction with current Mustangs while also being an attraction to help recruit the best future players. Before he was a revered former professional football coach, NFL Hall of Fame member, animated and award-winning sports broadcaster and television personality, best-selling author and dedicated philanthropist, John Madden was a CSU student who earned his bachelor's degree in physical education in 1959 and his master's in education in 1961, both from Cal Poly. As a Mustang, Madden played both offense and defense on the football team and was a catcher for the baseball team. It was during his time at Cal Poly that he met his wife, Virginia, who earned a master's in education in 1961. Madden was selected as Cal Poly's honored alumnus in 1975 and inducted into Cal Poly's Athletics Hall of Fame in 1987. In the 80s, he was a major fundraiser for Cal Poly athletic programs as he lent his name to an annual golf tournament. He was also involved in Cal Poly's 1991 athletics referendum, which ultimately led the Mustangs' elevation to D1 status. In 2021, Madden was awarded the honorary degree of Doctor of Humane Letters from the CSU. Madden was committed to his alma mater and being a Mustang. The Madden family was unable to be here with us today, and I would like to share a video from Coach Madden's son, Mike Madden, at this time.
I'm Mike Madden, and on behalf of my mom and the rest of my family, I'd like to express how excited we are that the John Madden Football Center on the campus of Cal Poly in San Luis Obispo is taking yet another step closer to becoming a reality. Mom and Dad met while both were attending Cal Poly. He is an undergraduate and she doing a master's program. Though both, while in the same room, their stories and timelines never quite added up. We'll leave that for another day. Dad always wanted to do something for Cal Poly football. It was Cal Poly football that would provide him a springboard into the football world that would be so good to him and he to it. This was one of the final projects that he worked on while alive. He was instrumental in the early design meetings, and I don't think there's ever been anyone who knows better than Dad what it takes to be successful on a football field. This was something that he wanted badly for Cal Poly. He put his name on it, he put his money behind it, and now that he's gone, we want to do everything in our power to make sure it becomes one of the lasting reminders of everything that Dad meant to Cal Poly and the game of football. We'd like to thank President Armstrong, Don Oberhelm, Coach Wolf, and everyone else involved for their continued efforts in making one of Dad's last dreams come true. Thank you very much.
As you can tell, the Madden family is proud to see Coach Madden's legacy carried on at Cal Poly. We are so grateful for the significant contribution the Madden family has made to this facility to make it a reality, and we're honored to remember and celebrate Coach Madden through this project. Trustees, thank you for your consideration of naming of the John Madden Football Center at Cal Poly.
Thank you, President Armstrong. The naming of the John Madden Football Center at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo is an action item before the Committee on Institutional Advancement. May I have a motion from a committee member to approve the item?
So moved.
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? It appears there are no further questions or comments. There's been a motion and a second to approve the item. All those in favor?
Aye.
The item is approved. Item 3 is an academic naming request from Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, seeking committee approval for the naming of the Noyce School of Applied Computing. This action item will once again be presented by Vice Chancellor Greg Sachs and President Armstrong. Please begin, Greg.
And thank you for sitting next to me to help me with my microphone repeatedly. Thank you so much. The proposed naming recognized the $60 million gift from the Robert Noyce Trust to Cal Poly San Luis Obispo to create the Noyce School of Applied Computing within the College of Engineering. The first of its kind in the CSU and the UC, this school will merge 3 departments, electrical engineering, and computer science, and software engineering, together. This transformative gift will provide faculty with additional resources for teaching and applied research, as well as scholarship, research, mentoring, and paid internship opportunities for undergraduate students. I now turn the presentation over to President Armstrong to share more about this amazing gift and to honor the legacy of Robert Noyce.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor Sachs. And I thank you to the Committee of Institutional Advancement for your consideration of our request for approval for the naming of the Noyce School of Applied Computing. This new school is a new interdisciplinary school within Cal Poly's College of Engineering, and as you heard, it's made possible by a transformational $60 million gift from the Robert Noyce Trust. Robert Noyce was co-founder of Intel and inventor of the integrated circuit, which fueled the personal computer revolution and gave Silicon Valley its name. Nicknamed the Mayor of Silicon Valley, Noyce's impact on the field of computing and society at large cannot be overstated. The Noyce Foundation and subsequently the Robert Noyce Trust were founded by his family after his death in 1990. His wife, Ann Bowers, had an impressive career in the computing industry. She was the first director of personnel for Intel Corporation and the first vice president of human resources for Apple. She recently passed away on January 24th of 2024. Students at Cal Poly are benefiting from Noyce's professional and philanthropic legacy. The Noyce School of Applied Computing's impact on the university will be transformational, allowing for the establishment of an endowment that will fund the Noyce School operation in perpetuity, enable us to offer state-of-the-art facilities, access to new interdisciplinary research projects, and curricular and co-curricular opportunities for faculty and students. Students will benefit from more learn-by-doing opportunities to further their interest in teaching and learning, as well as industry opportunities for paid internships and opportunities for mentors to provide guidance and counseling along the way. The gift from the Noyce Trust is an incredible investment, and we're grateful to be able to honor Dr. Noyce's legacy at Cal Poly and inspire students and faculty to grow and be the next industry trailblazers. At this time, I would like to read a message from Michael Groom, a co-trustee of the Robert N. Noyce Trust. I wish to thank the CSU Board of Trustees for considering the naming of the Noyce School of Applied Computing at Cal Poly. We are proud that Dr. Noyce's legacy will be associated with and recognized by students and faculty at Cal Poly for generations to come. We also believe the establishment of the Noyce School of Applied Computing comes at a pivotal time when great opportunities exist for graduates with both an educational background and some practical experience in the fields of computing. Those of us who have worked closely with Cal Poly to realize this vision for a new school of applied computing believe it is a wonderful way to honor Dr. Noyce. We are also confident that the investment the Noyce Trust has made in the Noyce School of Applied Computing will pair well with Cal Poly's renowned Learn by Doing model of education and will generate a well-prepared pipeline of highly qualified students for employment opportunities in industry, government, or academia. Trustees, thank you for your consideration of the naming of the Noyce School of Applied Computing.
Thank you, President Armstrong. The naming of the Noyce School of Applied Computing at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo is an action item before the Committee on Institutional Advancement. May I have a motion from a committee member to approve the item?
So moved.
Is there a second? Any discussion? It appears there are no further questions or comment. There's been a motion and a second to approve the item. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The item is approved. Chair Fong, this concludes the business of the Committee on Institutional Advancement.
Thank you very much, Trustee Ortiz-Morfitt, and also thank you to the Madden family and to the Noyce Trust for your tremendous generosity. We are most grateful. Trustee Rodriguez, will you please convene the Committee on Audit?
Thank you, Chair Fong. Will the Committee on Audit please come to order? It is now time for the committee to consider today's consent agenda. Does any committee member wish to remove an item for separate discussion? Okay. Is there any objection to the approval of the consent agenda? Hearing none, the consent agenda is approved. There are only 2 items on today's discussion agenda. Item 3 of the discussion agenda is an action item regarding the fiscal year 24-25 audit plan. This will be presented by our Vice Chancellor and Chief Audit Officer, Vlad Mariniscu.
Thank you, Chair Rodriguez. In accordance with the Audit Committee Charter, each year Audit and Advisory Services presents its audit plan to the Board of Trustees Committee on Audit for review and approval. The 24-25 audit plan covers the period from July 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2025 and reflects internal audits for the CSU. During today's presentation, I will first provide a quick overview of the various audit activities we engage in and note which are driven by the risk assessment process as opposed to being more ad hoc in nature. We will also walk through the risk assessment and audit plan development process, highlight the assurance audit topics that will be reviewed throughout the system in 24-25, and discuss our high-level plans for data analytics and advisory services. Finally, I will conclude the presentation with a quick discussion of how we allocate our staff resources across the functional areas of our audit organization. The chart on this slide organizes key audit activities based on those that are driven by the risk assessment process, noted on the left side of the slide, and those that we see as value-driven activities, noted on the right side of the slide. As part of the 24-25 audit plan, we will perform a variety of both risk and value-based audit activities. Today's presentation will primarily focus on the first 3 risk-based activities listed on the left side of the chart: operational, financial, and compliance audits, information technology audits, and data analytics. These represent our planned activities resulting from the risk assessment and audit planning process. I will also touch on the first activity listed on the right side of the chart, advisory services. The Audit and Advisory Services leadership team engages in an annual audit planning process in order to provide for a comprehensive risk-based audit plan. The audit planning process starts with reviewing our system-wide audit universe to ensure inclusion of all relevant audit topics. Each of the approximately 120 identified topics is assessed based on both qualitative and quantitative factors, including input from meetings with system-wide management, CSU strategic initiatives, and current risks and trends in higher education. Based on this review, the top 20 topics are identified and incorporated with university-specific topics to create individualized university risk assessments. These topics are identified through discussions with university management throughout the year, input from university audit liaisons, and audit management's knowledge and experience. We share this information with management and request feedback and input in order to develop a customized audit plan for each university. An important component in the annual risk assessment process includes reviewing information from a variety of sources in order to better understand the challenges faced by higher education institutions nationwide, identify current and emerging risks, and to understand how other institutions may be addressing these issues. We review risk-related documentation ranging from Big Four accounting firms to higher education publications and peer institutions' audit plans to help us to validate that we are capturing relevant risks and to ensure that our assessment is comprehensive in scope. This slide shows the top 5 higher education business issues of 2023, as identified by the National Association of College and University Business Officers. And it is one example of an external source we referenced during our risk assessment process and found to be particularly relevant. Many of the issues identified on the slide are very similar to those shared last year, as these are current risks to educational institutions that are not likely to change drastically from year to year. The CSU is not alone in these challenges, and many of these topics have been previously discussed at board meetings and with system-wide management. We continue to perform audits and advisory reviews to support operational efficiency and validate controls in these areas, including reviews in the past year of financial aid, business continuity, and cybersecurity, just to name a few. The risk assessment process culminates with the formation of the Assurance Audit Plan. This comprehensive plan balances addressing system-wide and individual university priorities. The foundation of our plan is focused on the core support areas of administration and compliance, business and finance, and information technology. These are common areas you would typically find in an audit plan at any organization. Many of the audits in these areas support system-wide priorities. For example, one area that we plan to review at multiple universities this year is the budget process. We want to better understand how our universities are creating, managing, and tracking their budgets, and to identify any leading practices. Another example of an area we plan to review this year is Title IX. Although the Title IX recommendations made by the California State Auditor and Cozen O'Connor Review are still in the process of being implemented, we are working closely with system-wide management to determine the best approach to including Title IX in our audit plan this year. The scope of our Title IX review may include, but is not limited to, reviewing Chancellor's Office and University Title IX implementation plans, as well as the Chancellor's Office process to perform Title IX university compliance reviews. The second segment of our plan is focused on academic administration, student activities and services, and university advancement. These areas are unique to higher education and are routinely reviewed by college and university audit organizations. This year, an example of one topic we plan to review is admissions, as the admissions process is closely tied to enrollment, which, as you are aware, is an area that currently poses significant risk in higher education. We also plan to continue our reviews of counseling and psychological services to evaluate the provision of mental health services offered to students. The final segment of our plan focuses on auxiliary organizations. We dedicate approximately 15 to 20% of our assurance audit plan each year to reviewing these organizations, and I will discuss this area of the audit plan a bit further on the next slide. The description of each planned audit topic is included in Appendix A of the audit plan document. There are 89 auxiliaries within the CSU that are separate 501c3 nonprofit organizations. For the purposes of our audit plan, we generally group auxiliary organizations into one of the 4 types shown on this slide. Commercial services may include dining and vending services, bookstore operations, or catering and event management. Philanthropic foundations administer the receipt and disbursement of gifts and endowments. Research involves management of externally funded grants and contracts, and student-centered auxiliaries include ASI and student unions that are responsible for areas such as student government, student clubs and activities, student unions, and recreation centers. Given the importance of the services provided by these organizations and complexity of operations, such as these entities having separate boards and governance structures, often performing their own accounting and finance activities, and sometimes managing many diverse and unrelated revenue streams and activities, I want to go into a little more detail on how our audit plan addresses the risk associated with CSU auxiliary organizations. We perform a separate auxiliary risk assessment each year, reviewing factors such as the complexity and nature of operations, financial risk, key employee turnover, and prior internal and external audit results. We also recently enhanced our risk assessment process to include periodic surveys that obtain more detailed information on each organization from auxiliary management and we reviewed all auxiliary audit results over the past 5 years to determine whether there were any trends in the types of auxiliaries that had the most significant control deficiencies. Data analytics enables us to analyze vast volumes of data efficiently, allowing for more comprehensive audit coverage and a deeper understanding of underlying risks and controls. The two pillars of our data analytics program activities are the core areas of assurance audit support and continuous monitoring of analytics results. Data analytics has been integrated into the audit planning process to identify trends or anomalies, to select more relevant samples for review, and to provide an analysis on the entire population of data when applicable. In the coming year, we anticipate our data analytics team will support over 40 assurance audits and advisory reviews. The second pillar of our data analytics program is the continuous monitoring of analytics results. The ultimate goal for each of our data analytics projects is to enable ongoing continuous monitoring. We have achieved the continuous monitoring phase of the development cycle for 4 data analytics areas that are shown in blue on the chart. In the coming year, we plan to dig deeper into the anomalies we identify in these 4 areas and work to streamline our continuous monitoring processes. I want to briefly touch on some of the things we look at for 2 of our 4 continuous monitoring streams: concur travel and payroll. For concurred travel, we plan to conduct analytics on the Chancellor's Office and the 11 universities that are on the single instance of the concurred travel system. Key analytics areas that we will review include, but are not limited to, airline and hotel expenses over established thresholds, timely submission and approval of expense reports, and possible duplicate transactions. For payroll, we plan to conduct analytics on system-wide payroll data for the 23 universities and the Chancellor's Office. Key data analytics areas that we will review include, but are not limited to, duplicate payments, overtime hours, and employees paid after separation dates. A description of each of the 6 areas displayed on this slide is included in Appendix B of the audit plan document in your agenda packet. The risk assessment for the assurance audit plan is a methodical process that takes considerable time to develop each year, whereas advisory services reviews are more ad hoc in nature and allow for addressing risk and operational improvements in real time and in a more agile fashion. The advisory services function serves as a proactive, strategic approach to helping our universities identify, assess, and mitigate risk effectively. These reviews are requested by university management and are typically accommodated on a first-come, first-served basis. At a high level, the projects being requested by university management for advisory reviews align closely to the topics and areas we reviewed throughout the CSU via our assurance audit plan. And accordingly, the advisory function serves as a complement and value add to the assurance audit plan. The current slide shows examples of advisory services topics we have reviewed over the past several years. We place this sampling of advisory topics into the 3 areas that we organize our assurance audit topics into in order to illustrate how advisory reviews are closely aligned with the overall assurance audit plan. The advisory requests we receive from university management throughout the year tend to be more operational in nature, or may be driven by university-specific factors that don't end up taking precedence in the system-wide assurance audit risk assessment process. I want to close by sharing the staff resource allocation for the 24-25 audit plan, which is based on estimated available staff hours. My presentation today focused on the assurance audits, data analytics, and advisory services portions of the audit plan, as those are the areas we dedicate the vast majority of our resources to, and they form the core of our activities. Information on investigations and intergovernmental audits, outreach and engagement, and audit support can be found in the audit plan document included in your agenda packet. But before I hand it back to you, Chair Rodriguez, I would like to acknowledge the hard work of the entire Audit and Advisory Services Division staff. I would also like to thank our partners at the 23 universities and in the Chancellor's Office for their contributions and feedback throughout the risk assessment and audit planning process. And with that, Chair Rodriguez, I conclude my presentation. Happy to answer any questions from the board.
Thank you so much, Vlad. And thank you for such a clear and concise presentation that you give. I think that there's just it's so helpful to us the way that you explain how it is done. But I also want to thank your team and thank all of our institutions for providing this information. So before we proceed to any questions or discussion, I will first ask for a preliminary motion to approve this item. The fiscal year 24-25 audit plan is an action item before the Committee on Audit. Only committee members may vote.
So moved. Second.
Okay. So I have a motion and I have a second. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Yes, thank you, Leslie.
Thank you. Thanks for this presentation. I am curious as to whether there is a, where the current campus unrest and climate in the country fits into any thinking about risk in the coming year.
It's a great question, and we had campus safety is actually one of the audit topics that we had on the audit plan. When we engage in the risk assessment process, which roughly starts in January of this calendar year, we weren't quite in the, I would say, the climate that we're in currently. However, that will be addressed to our campus safety audits, and that's something that we plan to look into.
Thank you. Any other questions? I just have a comment on noticing on the data analytics topics. I'm glad to see that you'll be reviewing transactions processed from our institutions that are doing Concur to see how the efficiency and effectiveness of that tool. So I'm looking forward to seeing the results of that.
Will do.
Hearing no further comments or questions, we will now vote on the item. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The item is approved. Going on to our next item, number 4 of the discussion agenda is an information item regarding the audited financial statements and single audit report. The item will be presented by Steve Relier, Executive Vice Chancellor and Chief Financial Officer, Tracy Richardson, Assistant Vice Chancellor, Controller, Financial Services, and Chris Ray, Partner at KPMG. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. So each year, and welcome trustees, each year we present the CSU financial statements, the single audit report, and the results of our annual external audits that are performed by KPMG. The financial statements will be published on the CSU Financial Transparency Portal following this meeting and are included as part of your agenda packet. Tracy Richardson, Assistant Vice Chancellor and Controller, and our KPMG audit partner, Chris Ray, will present the information. So with that, I'm going to ask Tracy to begin.
Thank you, Executive Vice Chancellor Relier. The CSU consolidates financial information from all 23 universities, the Chancellor's Office, and 93 component units. These discretely presented component units are legally separate entities that provide services primarily to the university and its students and are mainly made up of recognized auxiliary organizations. From this point forward, I will use the term auxiliary organizations to refer to component units. We use the consolidated financial information to prepare the annual audited financial statements, which I will present on the following slides. This slide summarizes total revenues for fiscal year ended June 30th, 2023, compared to the prior year. It includes revenues from all sources, including operating revenues, non-operating, capital, and non-capital sources as well. In total, revenues of $15.1 billion for the fiscal year 22-23 were $1.1 billion higher than the previous year. As shown on the chart, the largest source was state appropriations, or 41% of total revenues, shown in blue. Grants, contracts, and gifts, shown in burgundy, were 25% of total revenues. The decrease was primarily due to the decrease in the higher education emergency relief funds activity during the last year of the grant period, which ended on June 30th, 2023. Student tuition and fees, net of scholarship allowance, shown in yellow, represent 15% of the total revenues. Other revenues shown in green include fees from self-support activities, including housing, parking, student activities, and professional and continuing education. Other revenues also include investments, which increased due to unrealized gains from investments that made up $1.2 billion, or 77% of the increase. Net tuition and fees represent 15% of the total revenues as shown on the previous slide. Gross tuition and fee revenues, the blue line on the chart, includes amounts paid by students and their families, as well as student financial aid received by the CSU, including federal, state, and institutional aid. Net tuition and fees, the red line on the chart, is the amount paid by students and their families. This slide summarizes expenditures for fiscal year 2022-23 compared to the prior year. As a reminder, we have included expenses for the 23 universities, the Chancellor's office, and the auxiliary organizations. Operating and non-operating expenses totaled $13 billion for 22-23. Expenses related to instructional activities, academic support, research, and student services, including student grants and scholarships shown in blue, were 63% of the total. Expenses for institutional support, shown in burgundy, represent 11% of total expenses. Auxiliary enterprise expenses, shown in green, include costs associated with housing, parking, student activities, and professional and continuing education, amongst others. The slide depicts the expenses based on the purpose. The nature of the largest component of expenses is salaries and benefits for faculty and staff. The audited financial statements also include information about the CSU's liabilities and assets, which are presented in the statement of net position. The overall net deficit of $7.6 billion improved by $2 billion over the prior year. This slide summarizes CSU's net position for the last 2 fiscal years and is reported in 4 categories. The first category, pension and other post-employment benefits, based on a long-term actuarial assessment of CSU's employee obligations. You may recall from prior presentations that government entities are required to report long-term post-employment and pension benefit obligations. Reporting of these long-term obligations began several years ago and are reflected as a negative $22.4 billion in 2023. The second category, unrestricted other, which includes net resources held for self-support activities, including housing, parking, student unions, and state support instruction activities in the operating fund. CSU's positive unrestricted other net position of $7.4 billion as of June 30th, 2023, increased by $1.2 billion over the prior year. The increases in state appropriations I described earlier contributed to the growth in net position, and we will provide additional information on the next slide regarding operating fund designated balances and reserves, which are also included in the unrestricted other category on this slide. The third category, net investment in capital assets, represents the value of capital assets less any outstanding debt associated with these assets. The fourth category, restricted, non-expendable, and expendable, is comprised of endowments and other resources with externally imposed restrictions. I'd like to take a moment to highlight just the operating fund balances and reserves, which are a component of the $7.4 billion of unrestricted net position discussed on the previous slide. The chart shows operating fund balances and reserves at the end of 22-23 fiscal year. Balances are shown in 3 designations: short-term obligations, capital needs, and catastrophic events. Short-term obligations include open commitments, encumbrances, near-term debt service payments, and financial aid obligations. These amounts vary year to year and are typically paid during the following fiscal year. Capital facilities and maintenance designated balances are accumulated over time to repair, replace, and construct academic buildings, student housing, parking, and student body centers, amongst others. Designated balances are also maintained to pay for costs associated with catastrophic events and natural disasters such as fires, floods, or earthquakes. Catastrophic event balances may also be used to pay for self-insured retention amounts associated with insurance coverage for such events. Reserves for economic uncertainty are separately identified in keeping with the CSU reserve policy. As of June 30th, 2023, the amount set aside for economic uncertainty by the 23 universities and the Chancellor's office was $766 million, or about 1 month of operating expenses. The CSU reserve policy suggests a guideline for reserves of between 3 and 6 months of operating costs. Let me restate. These reserves represent the amount set aside across all 23 universities and the Chancellor's office. Now to the results of the audited financial statements and the single audit of federal award expenditures. The single audit is primarily a compliance audit requirement for federal award expenditures. Federal expenditures for the 23 universities and the Chancellor's office amounted to $2.6 billion for fiscal year 22-23. Major programs are determined annually using a risk-based assessment. Based on the assessment, our external auditors focused the compliance audit on the following 5 grants: Student Financial Assistance Cluster Grant, the Higher Education Emergency Relief Fund Grant, the TRIO cluster grants, which are educational opportunity outreach programs designed to motivate and support students from disadvantaged backgrounds, the FEMA disaster grants, which are public assistance grants primarily related to COVID-19, and the Higher Education Institutional Aid, which helps eligible colleges and universities to strengthen their management and fiscal operations and to assist such institutions to plan, develop, or implement activities, including endowment building, to strengthen the academic quality of their institutions. There were 2 audit findings with the CSU single audit. One identified untimely and incomplete quarterly reporting requirements for HERF at one university. The reports were uploaded 1 to 2 days after the 10-day required period. Another found noncompliance with the federal requirement to complete timely and accurate enrollment reporting for federal student financial assistance at one university. Auxiliary organizations issue standalone single audit reports. One auxiliary organization had 1 audit finding regarding lack of internal control to ensure documentation compliance with the grant requirements. 1 single audit has not been completed as of this date. There were no questioned costs identified during the single audit. The audit findings are considered significant deficiencies and did not rise to a material weakness. An unmodified audit opinion was issued for the CSU and all auxiliaries. An unmodified audit opinion is known as a clean opinion and is the most favorable opinion an auditor can provide. The CSU prepares annual financial statements that consolidate financial information for all 23 universities, the Chancellor's office, and 93 auxiliary organizations. The universities and Chancellor's office have no financial statement audit findings, and KPMG issued an unmodified audit opinion. Each auxiliary organization also conducts its own financial statement audits. Of the 93 auxiliaries, 2 have not completed their audits or issued reports. Therefore, we cannot report on the results of those 2. Of the other 91 auxiliary organizations, 3 had audit findings. 2 were considered material weaknesses. An example of a material weakness could be a lack of controls to ensure reconciliation procedures were followed, resulting in errors in financial reporting. One of the audit findings was a significant deficiency. An example of a significant deficiency could be an observation that year-end journal entries were not reviewed by a second individual to ensure internal controls are followed. However, the deficiency did not result in any impact on the financial reporting. To restate, a material weakness is noted as a deficiency in internal control over financial reporting, and a significant deficiency indicates an issue that is less severe. The corrective actions are currently in progress as of today. 91 auxiliaries also received an unmodified audit opinion. The 3 reference findings represent fewer audit findings than last year. At this point, I would like to turn over this presentation to Chris Ray, our KPMG audit partner, for further comments.
Thank you, and hello, trustees. In an effort to not duplicate things Tracy just said, I will try to minimize my comments, but I do appreciate the opportunity to present to you today. As in the prior year, we issue a standalone letter that actually to the Committee on Audit, and we've already met with them as well, that talks about our required communication. So I'm going to highlight a few of the things for you today. With me today is also Spencer Endicott. He was the lead on the single audit, so just wanted to thank him for his efforts. So as it relates to the financial statement audit, as Tracy mentioned, there are lots of audits that go on, 93 audits, which includes 11 different audit firms plus KPMG. So it's a monumental consolidation that takes place for those financial statements. The culmination of all that work is the system-wide financial statements. I think one of the things that makes the team successful here is because they're organized. If you get things 23 ways the same way, that helps the process. So they've made a significant effort into doing that. And then the results of our audit were an unmodified opinion, as was mentioned before. We're also required to communicate our responsibilities under the professional standards. We actually put this in writing to the board back in August of last year. But just to highlight a couple of things, the responsibilities include performing an audit in accordance with auditing standards generally accepted in the United States of America, so that will put us in a position to be able to issue an opinion on your financial statements. And that was the focus of our audit this year. As it relates to accounting policies, those are actually highlighted in footnote 2 of the CSU's financial statements. A couple of changes this year. GASB 96 and GASB 94 were adopted. GASB 94 stands for Public-Private and Public-Public Partnerships and Availability Payment Arrangements. And GASB 96 is Subscription-Based Information Technology Arrangements. These came on the heels of GASB 87, which talks about leases and getting certain assets on your books that haven't historically been there. And so those standards were adopted by the CSU during 2023. The footnote 2 also talks about adjustments that were pushed down from the state related to the adoption of GASB 84 by the state related to fiduciary activities. Things they had previously reported as fiduciary activities are now reported on the CSU's financial statements, which increased both the assets and liabilities of the CSU by about $335 million related to the payroll revolving fund. So that was anybody that participated in that got their allocated share of those amounts. The financial statements also include certain estimates made by management as part of the audit. We look at those estimates. Some of the more significant estimates relate to the pension and OPEB actuarial liabilities that are determined, as well as the valuation of investments. We evaluated those investments as part of our audit. As it relates to uncorrected and corrected misstatements, we're required to communicate those to the committee just so that they stay in the loop on what we're seeing. The only uncorrected adjustments related to differences in census data that we tested versus what the state was using, and we project, a worst-case scenario on what that estimate might be. And so the past adjustment included one adjustment for OPEB for $150 million and for pension of $40 million, just our projected adjustments as part of that. The corrected adjustments, we had 2. One related to the state's push down of those entries related to the payroll revolving fund, and we had one adjustment related to the footnote disclosure on capital assets on when something was completed and moved from CWIP to depreciation, and that was approximately $137 million reclassification. Finally, as it relates to audits performed in accordance with government auditing standards, we also issue an internal control over financial reporting and compliance on other matters report. That did not have any findings included as part of that report. Last but not least, single audit. Tracy did mention the 5 programs that we audit. when you receive and expend more than $750,000, you have to have a single audit, so you get one every year. The largest program audited was the Student Financial Aid Program, which represents about 88% of your total expenditures, and so that was one that typically gets audited more frequently than others. Based on those, the test work we performed, we issued an unmodified opinion on each of the programs that we audit, so the opinion actually covers each different program. The two findings were mentioned before that did not rise to the level that would impact our opinion, but did relate to reporting. So with that, I'd be happy to open it up for any questions that you might have related to the results of the audit.
And we'll turn it back over to Steve for final comments.
All right. Well, thank you, Chris, and thank you, Tracy. So as you've heard, in this reporting year, the audit reports contain fewer and relatively minor findings compared to the previous year, as well as a clean audit opinion. When you consider the size and complexity of the CSU's operations, as well as the scope of the single audit report that Chris just described, that encompassed $2.5 billion in grants, this is really a remarkable example of good work and an excellent outcome. It's an outcome resulting from the skilled work and dedicated effort put forth by the accounting and financial reporting staff at our 23 universities, at our auxiliaries, and at the Chancellor's office. And I offer my thanks to our external auditor, KPMG, for their outstanding work on what is likely the largest and most complex university audit in the United States. And before we conclude the report, I would like to give a very, very special thank you to Tracy Richardson, our controller, who will be retiring at the end of this month, for her outstanding service to the California State University. With that, Trustee Rodriguez, we conclude our report.
Thank you so much, Steve, and thank you again, Tracy, and for all of your work. Just so much gratitude to all the meetings that we've had prior to this, and we really appreciate everything that you've done for the CSU. Chris, we can't thank you enough for this work. I think I was unbelievably pleased to see that we're still in such an incredible position to have a clean audit, and to know that even with the findings that we have, that we're already well on our way to remedy those. So thank you very much. Is there any questions or comments from the board? Yes. So we'll start with you, Trustee Millicar.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. And I don't have a question, but I just wish to echo and acknowledge the positive outcome of the financial audit. It reflects well on the CSU's financial management practices, and I think really receiving an unmodified opinion on the system-wide financial statements is a really significant achievement. It indicates strong financial reporting and compliance across the CSU system. So thank you so much to all of you for your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Milchar.
Thank you. Agreed. Trustee Steinhauser.
Yeah, just to build upon what Trustee Milchar said, this is huge because when you look at all the line items in the budget and to have, this outstanding report, to everybody, thank you, because this is a huge task. And Tracy, on a personal note, you'll enjoy retirement. You'll be busier than ever. But thank you for your service. And I just want to point out two things. One, this is important because of many things. Number one, doing the right thing. But secondly, when we get bond ratings and other things, they look at your record, they look at your financial status, and that helps because you want the highest rating, so you pay the lowest in interest. But when you look at our reserves, which are 1 month of reserves, that's not a lot of money. So, and we know what our future looks like. So I just want to point that out because a lot of times people will say $766 million is a lot of money. Yes, it is to the common individual. However, to an institution this size, it's 1 month of cost. So thank you, everybody.
Trustee Lopez.
Thank you, Will. Just underscore the appreciation and congratulations for a job really terrifically well done. Unmodified opinion is exactly what all of us want to see, and the fact that you did it with such a complex institution is just really remarkable. I did have a question about the financial statements of the auxiliary organizations, and I don't know who to direct this question, but I was wondering about the 2 that have not completed their audits. Is that unusual? What's the right reason? How do we follow up on that? I mean, look, you did 91, fabulous, but it takes just 1, as we know. And I'm just wondering what's going on with the 2 uncompleted audits, if you could just give us a little color on that.
Yes, it is unusual. This is the first time in recent years that we've had 2 auxiliaries who have not been able to meet the deadline for us to include them as part of the consolidated financial statements. We did include some of their numbers. It's just it wasn't their audited numbers. One of them is Capital Public Radio, and that is an ongoing investigation that's going on. So they have not issued because they have some things that are still being investigated. The other one is Dominguez Hills Auxiliary Toro Partners at Cal State Dominguez Hills. So that one is a lot of turnover at that particular institution. They changed auditors as well. And so they're working through making sure they do their due diligence in order to issue a audited opinion that is accurate. So they're basically having to redo some of the work the prior auditor did. And so they are still working through that. And we're hoping that both of those auxiliaries will issue within the next month. I mean, we're staying in close contact with both of those auxiliaries.
Trustee Clark?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to focus on the slide that contains designated balances and reserves. And I don't know that my question really should be part of this discussion, but I just want to put a asterisk on this. We have 2 balances, one for catastrophic, well, there are 4, but the third one is catastrophic events. And I wonder, what is a catastrophic event considered to be? And then the second one is, and Vice Chancellor Relier, we've talked about this a gazillion times, and I'm sorry, I'm going to ask for, not today, ask for clarification again. Our economic uncertainty reserves. In listening to members of the community who come and talk with us, there seems to be a continuing misunderstanding concerning the reserves. And so if at a future meeting, you could set aside some time to remind us all, even the statewide stakeholders who watch these meetings, what that really means. But today, if you could define what catastrophic events is considered.
Catastrophic events are fires, earthquakes, floods. Typically, it's some sort of disaster that is out of the ordinary. So that's how we classify catastrophic. So we encourage campuses to set aside because they're things that are unpredictable.
Thank you, and that tees up the issue in terms of what the reserves are. And I remember one community member coming in saying, we have a yearly ongoing reoccurring reserves, is I think what they called them. And I think that there's a misunderstanding there, and we don't need to do it today. I think we're about to head off to a meeting that might be shorter than we anticipated. I don't want to ruin that. So if you could put, a placeholder on that for later on.
We definitely will, and maybe I won't make this long. I'll make this just a very brief comment. But on that slide, you saw those bars that broke those things up. I mean, roughly, if you think about the total reserves, it's roughly in the neighborhood of about $2.5 billion. The 766 for economic uncertainty is really money that is there just as essentially a buffer when the unexpected happens, like what we're going to be talking about in a few minutes on the budget, right? When you look at the delta, the difference between that 2.5 I just said and the 766, the remainder of that, part of that, a small sliver of it, is for the catastrophic events that campuses, and we have had campuses that have been hit with wildfires, with a lot of other things where they will dip into those things. And as Tracy indicated, there's a big chunk of that is set aside for anticipated capital expenditures, like when San Diego State's about to do Mission Valley, right? They're going to withhold a certain amount of money in their reserve, but they're going to target it to that capital expenditure. And then the final category, which are these short-term obligations, are things like tied to financial aid and some other things. And some of those are absolute, you have to pay for it no matter what. Some of them are discretionary in that, if necessary, you could probably defer it a year, maybe 2 years. And we depend on our campuses to put their reserves in those 4 categories we just described. Did I promise 30 seconds or a minute? I forgot. I think I'm at the end of my time, but that's just an overall, and we can go into that, Trustee Clark, in more detail later.
Thank you. That addresses my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Clark. Any other comments or questions? Okay, hearing no further comments, Chair Fong, this concludes the business of the Committee on Audit.
Thank you so much, Trustee Rodriguez. And I would like to add my thanks to the whole team, and especially to Tracy. We wish you well, and we hope you enjoy your retirement. But thank you so much for your service. And Trustee Lopez, will you please convene the committee, the Joint Committee on Finance and Campus Planning, Buildings and Grounds?
Thank you, Chair Fong. Will the Joint Committee on Finance and Campus Planning, Buildings and Grounds please come to order? The only item on today's consent agenda is the approval of the minutes from the January 2024 meeting. Is there any objection to the approval of the minutes? Hearing none, the consent agenda is approved. Now we have one item. It's an action item. On the California State University Fullerton Student Housing Phase 5 Schematic Design and Debt Issuance Approval. This item will be presented by Steve Relier, Executive Vice Chancellor and Chief Financial Officer, Alex Porter, Vice President, Administration and Finance, CFO at Cal State Fullerton, Paul Gannot, Assistant Vice Chancellor for Capital Planning, Design and Construction, and Robert Eaton, Assistant Vice Chancellor for Financing, Treasury, and Risk Management. Okay. Steve?
It only took a few minutes to get through all those titles.
I know.
Huh?
I couldn't do it in 30 seconds.
Thank you, Chair Lopez. This is an exciting project. What we're doing is we're requesting that the board approve the schematic plans and the project financing for the Student Housing Phase 5 project at Cal State Fullerton. This project was approved for funding in the 22-23 year through the state's Higher Education Student Housing Grant Program. And in addition to the grant funding, the project will be partially funded through the system-wide revenue bond program supported by housing revenues. Our Fullerton Vice President for Administration and Finance and CFO, Alex Porter, is sitting in here for the President, who I believe is graduating some students today. So I'm going to ask Alex to talk about this great project, and he's right over there.
Good afternoon, trustees. On behalf of President Sylvia A. Alva and our current and future students, I am pleased to present today our Student Housing Phase 5 project. California State University Fullerton proposes to construct a new housing project for 510 students opening the fall of 2026. The target population will be senior and graduate students in apartment-style living accommodations. Thanks to the Affordable Housing Grant, this exciting project is becoming a reality for our students. The grant will enable the development of 390 affordable beds, which will be spread throughout our student housing inventory. The significant achievement will have a meaningful impact on our student community. Affordable housing is a critical need, and this project will help ensure that more students have access to high-quality, cost-effective living accommodations, allowing our students to focus on their academic pursuits. This investment in student well-being aligns with our institution's commitment to supporting the success and overall well-being of our student body. This project is designed to support student success, drive retention rates, contribute to graduation goals, and enhance community engagement, all of which are key strategic priorities for the university. I will now turn it over to Assistant Vice Chancellor Paul Gannot to provide additional details on the site, design, and facility features. Paul?
Thank you, Vice President Porter. On the screen now is the campus map for the California State University Fullerton, And on the screen, north is oriented toward the bottom right of the screen. The student housing building is outlined in red. There's sort of the center bottom of the screen. And the project site is located at the northeast corner of the campus, just south of the Arboretum and north of the existing residence halls. And to the east of the site is the 57 freeway. On this screen is a rendered view of the proposed student housing Phase 5 building looking north. And the new student housing building is a 6-story cast-in-place concrete structure. It will provide 510 new apartment-style beds, including the 390 affordable that Vice President Porter referred to, and 120 standard-rate beds. The first floor includes study spaces, staff offices, a staff apartment, a grab-and-go marketplace, a mailroom, and laundry facilities. The 5 upper residence floors are identical and include student housing units, shared study areas, a space for a resident advisor. The shared common spaces on each floor will foster student engagement and a sense of community. Outdoor hardscape and landscape areas will provide additional space for studying, outdoor student life programs, and recreation. The proposed project is currently designed to meet CSU's sustainability policy requirements, and some of the sustainability features include low-flow plumbing fixtures, high-quality air filtration, maximum insulation values for walls and roofs, double-glazed windows, sun shading fins, drought-tolerant landscaping, efficient irrigation system, and groundwater retention and infiltration elements. These sustainability measures not only support the climate and sustainability goals of the CSU, but also provide a lower cost of operation, which will pay for themselves over the life of the financing term. During the value engineering process, Cal State Fullerton saved approximately $5 million in direct construction costs through several revisions, including an efficient stacked design with the same size and type of apartments throughout the entire building, and utilizing the campus central chilled and heating hot water systems for the building HVAC needs in lieu of installing standalone equipment. An additional effort they made to save costs, which you saw in the previous slide, is sort of focusing some of the making a focal point that's a little more expensive materials, the glass that you see, and making the rest of the facade somewhat generic, but still a really good-looking building. And I'll now turn the presentation over to Robert Eaton to provide additional financing details. Robert.
Thank you, Paul. So funding for this project will come from 3 sources. First, there's the $88.9 million that will come from system-wide revenue bond debt under the state's higher education student housing grant program. So funding from this program was initially expected to be in the form of one-time cash grants. However, you may recall that the fiscal year 23-24 state budget clawed back those one-time grants for all previously awarded CSU projects in the program and replaced them with an increase in the ongoing annual appropriation for the CSU in an amount sufficient to support the issuance of system-wide revenue bonds and replace the cash grant amounts. This SRB funding, this component, was approved by the Board of Trustees for all projects during its July 2023 meeting. The second component will be about $12.5 million of funding that will be provided by campus housing program reserves. And then finally, funding will also come from system-wide revenue bond debt supported by campus housing revenues. And this third component of funding, in an amount not to exceed $63,705,000, is one of the actions being presented for your approval in this agenda item. Together, these 3 funding components will cover the $157.9 million project cost, plus cost of issuance on the debt, estimated about $7 million. With respect to the debt service coverage ratios on the system-wide revenue bond financing requested in this agenda item, the financial plan projects a housing program debt service coverage of 1.22 in fiscal year 2027-28. That's the first full year of operations of the project, which is better than the CSU benchmark of 1.10 for a program. When combining the project financial forecast with information for all campus pledged revenue programs, the campus's overall debt service coverage for the first full year of operations is projected at 1.2 times, which is below the CSU benchmark of 1.35 for a campus. However, the campus financial plan does project that the campus debt service coverage will improve and exceed the benchmark within 5 years. And given the importance of affordable housing for the campus and the availability of funding from the state's higher education student housing grant program. Staff recommends approval of the financing as presented. With that, I'll turn the presentation back over to Executive Vice Chancellor Relier. Steve?
Okay, thanks, Robert, and thank you, Alex and Paul, for your description of the project. This project will serve the students of Cal State Fullerton by increasing the availability of affordable student housing and will support those students who have the greatest need. We appreciate the support of the governor's administration on this project and the legislature who have helped us achieve a shared goal of reducing the cost of student housing. We recommend approval of this project. And Chair Lopez, that concludes our presentation. We're happy to address any questions.
Thank you all for your presentation. This is an action item, so before proceeding to any questions, I'm going to ask for a motion to approve the item, which is the California State University Fullerton Student Housing Phase 5 Schematic Design and Debt Issuance proposal. So only committee voters may vote when we hear the motion. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay. Are there any other questions, discussion? Trustee Kimbell.
Steve, I was wondering if you could tell me if that the $88.9 million SRB supported by ongoing state appropriation is going to be affected by the cuts by the governor that we just spoke about.
Thank you, Trustee Kimbell. That will not be affected by the cut we just talked about. So this was really, I would consider this really kind of a win-win situation we had with the state when they needed cash from us and basically took back a very large amount of cash that they had given us for capital projects. And we made a deal essentially to replace that, what they took back, with a ongoing line item commitment that's not part of what we're going to be talking about later in terms of the overall budget cut. So this is a separate item dedicated to these projects. And actually it serves us better the way it's been structured than having that one-time money prior to this time.
Great to have a win. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Trustee Fagan?
So a little in the line with what Lily's asking, just to be clear, we're not adding debt service that we have to cover forever by doing this, right?
Well, it's a mixture of sources, and there is a slice of this that is debt service, and Robert had it on his slide there. I can't remember the exact amount. But there's a slice that is going to be supported by the revenues from that housing project. And typically that's what you do for 100% of these projects. I mean, most of the times when we bring a housing project to the board, it's virtually almost always 100% supported by the rents that are paid, right? This is a bit different in that it's a smaller amount coming from revenues and a big chunk of it coming from this housing grant, this affordable housing grant program, which is one of the reasons we are able to make this less costly to the students, is that it is not being 100% funded by future housing revenues. It's a component of a mixture of funding.
So I don't mean to sound negative. I'm not negative on this. It's a great project. It's going to be terrific. The campus needs it. But what impact each year is that little slice going to have on our budget?
Virtually none, because that slice that's the debt service is serviced by the revenue from the housing project. So, what we're essentially doing is taking grant money, and we're taking housing revenue money. The grant money is essentially subsidizing the project. And this was the intent of the legislators and the governor who were behind this, was that they were looking at what was the stock of affordable housing at UC, CSU, community colleges, and this program was targeted for those three segments of higher education, so not just CSU, but UC and community colleges, and they said, look, if we were able to give you some grant money, could you buy down that debt so it's not 100% on the backs of the renters in those housing units, but if you could buy it down a bit, can you also bring the rents down so that the cost to the students are down? Of course, the answer is yes. So that's what we're doing. So it is, to me, this is a great project to increase housing capacity. Otherwise, there are some projects that are kind of on the line where, you're looking at a lot of factors in terms of the cost of the project. You're looking at the competition in the area surrounding the campus. What are they offering in terms of rents? Is this going to be competitive? And in some cases, a project may not quite make it. We may look at it and say, it's too risky. We're not going to do that. In this case, the state jumps in with this grant program and says, wait a minute, now what if we gave you a big chunk of money? What if we were subsidizing, say, 30, 40% of that revenue with a grant? Could you do the project then? The answer is yes.
Thank you. Trustee Campbell?
So something you said just led me to wonder, you're talking in this building, will the rents be lower than in the rest of the campus and many of our other campuses? They will. So is there going to be some sort of lottery, or will this be available to lower income students? How will we, portion out those lower rent units?
Yeah, I'm going to ask Vice President Porter to comment on that, on how the selection process might work.
Our housing group will receive applications for housing with the campus, and students can apply for the lower cost housing. The housing rates in this project are, with the funding that we got from the state, allow us to offer affordable units at 20% below what we'd be offering the rest of the campus community, so they'll be paying less for those that do apply. So we base it on financial aid eligibility, and it's competitive in that regard. But with the 390 beds that we were able to add and spread throughout it, so we're able to offer those additional beds.
That's great.
I don't see any other comments or questions. I think it's a great project and very needed. But I do think, and Trustee Fagan's comments really highlights this, I think we need to have, at some point, a joint committee presentation on this bonding issue. It's not quite as clear to me, anyway, that this is really a win-win, even though the governor says they'll pay the debt service, when, in fact, our entire operations budget, as we're going to talk about in a few minutes, is actually being cut. And as the Chancellor said, we see a big reduction, what amounts to a cut over the next couple of years. So I think we need to understand better the relationship of our debt service money to our operations cost, and what happens in the event that other revenues don't cover that debt service. Then who pays that? So not for now to be answered, but I would like to ask that we put that as an agenda item for the board's information at a future meeting.
Happy to do that, and I'm sure Robert would love to provide kind of just an overview of how debt service works. And Robert spends a lot of his time with rating agencies like Standard & Poor's and Moody's, kind of working through all these numbers. And in our mind, debt service is kind of the first call on dollars, because that is absolutely what, it's one of those. In that chart that showed the required mandatory costs, that's one of those costs that you absolutely just have to pay.
Chair Fong, that concludes the joint committee.
Thank you, Trustee Lopez. And Trustee Lopez, will you please convene the Committee on Finance?
Now we're going to have fun. Thank you, Chair.
I'm sorry. I think we need a vote.
Oh,
we didn't vote on it.
I'm sorry.
That's right.
May I have? I guess we don't need a roll call, right, on this? No. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries. Thank you. Then that concludes the meeting of the Joint Committee.
Thank you so much. And Trustee Lopez, will you please convene the Committee on Finance?
Thank you, Chair Fong. Will the Committee on Finance please come to order? We now have a consent agenda with 2 items. Does any committee member wish to remove any item for separate discussion? Seeing none, the consent agenda is approved. We now have 2 items for discussions. Item 3 is an information item on the California State University Quarterly Investment Report. This item is going to be presented by Steve Relier and by Robert Eaton again. Thank you both. Steve, please introduce the item.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Lopez. This item presents the investment report for the quarter ending December 31st, 2023. And in addition, in light of the recent interest in CSU investments, particularly related to Israel and defense, we want to provide the board with some background on the oversight of CSU investments and a summary of the investments that CSU has in these areas. So with that, I'm going to turn the presentation back over to Robert Eaton, Assistant Vice Chancellor for Financing, Treasury, and Risk Management. Robert.
Thank you, Steve, and once again, good afternoon, trustees. So I will start with a brief overview of our investment performance as of December 31st, 2023. And let me begin with a reminder that CSU investments are comprised of the cash associated with various operating activities of the CSU, including education and enterprise activities such as student housing, parking, or continuing education. This is cash of the CSU only and does not include cash held by our auxiliaries. As of December 31st, 2023, approximately $7.8 billion of cash was invested by the CSU in our investment portfolios, comprised of $3.9 billion in the liquidity portfolio, $1.3 billion in the intermediate duration portfolio, and $2.6 billion in our total return portfolio. In addition, but not listed in the table, we had about $292 million in the State of California Surplus Money Investment Fund, and that brings the total to $8.1 billion under investment. The table also shows the investment performance and benchmark returns for our 3 main portfolios for the 12 months ended December 31st, 2023. And just a quick note, the return for the Surplus Money Investment Fund, which is managed by the California State Treasurer's Office, had a return of 3.12% for the 12 months ended December 31st, 2023. So as you see presented here, our portfolios performed well for the 12 months ended December 31st, 2023. But as I've shared with you in previous meetings and investment reports, our portfolios are designed to provide value over the long term. And from that perspective, our portfolios have also performed well over longer term periods. That performance data is in the written agenda item, and our portfolios are well positioned to continue providing value into the future. So as Steve noted, given the recent attention to certain university investments across the country, we want to provide you with a summary of our investments in Israeli companies and companies in the aerospace and defense industries. But before doing so, I want to provide the board with background on the relationship between CSU investments and auxiliary investments. As I mentioned a moment ago, the quarterly performance information presented in this report is for the investments of the CSU only. It does not include the investments of the auxiliaries. And that is because, consistent with their legal structure, CSU investments and auxiliary investments are distinct from one another. While each university president certainly has considerable responsibility for, engagement with, and oversight of their auxiliaries, each auxiliary has its own governance structure and board, its own investment policies, and its own fiduciary responsibility for the management of auxiliary investment assets. This means that the CSU investment policy is not binding on auxiliaries, and obviously the investment policy of one auxiliary is not binding upon any other auxiliary within the CSU system. Nevertheless, auxiliaries must remain mindful of CSU investment policy and the impact that their investment policy decisions may have on the CSU or other auxiliaries at other universities. University decisions about its investments are also influenced by the environmental, social, and governance, or ESG, policies of the CSU and the auxiliary. So I want to provide you with a closer look at ESG policy. With respect to ESG policy governing CSU investments, Section 6 of the board's Master Investment Policy contains the board's ESG policy. The full text of the language is presented here, and I will read it for you. Quote, "The board acknowledges the importance of understanding the potential risks and value that environmental, social, and governance, ESG, factors may have on CSU investments. Therefore, the board expects that the consideration of ESG factors shall be integrated into the investment decision processes of the CSU. And in fact, ESG factors are considered as part of the evaluation processes of the CSU Investment Advisory Committee, staff, and our investment advisor when selecting investment managers. Again, this policy is not binding upon auxiliaries. They set their own ESG policy based on their unique circumstances. But it should be noted that in 1978, the board approved a resolution that urged auxiliary organization boards to issue statements of social responsibility and to follow those precepts when examining past and considering future investment policies. And auxiliaries have incorporated ESG language into their policies, ranging from broad, flexible statements to those that are more specific as to the kinds of investments they shall or shall not make. So with that background, I want to provide you with a summary of CSU investments in Israeli companies and companies in the aerospace and defense industries. Now, while the quarterly investment report is for the period ended December 31st, 2023, the figures for our investments in Israeli companies and companies in the aerospace and defense industries presented here are as of March 31st, 2024, since we do have that portfolio information available. And for context, the CSU investment portfolios for March 31st, 2024 totaled $8.3 billion, about $4.3 billion in the liquidity portfolio, about $1.3 billion in the intermediate duration portfolio, and about $2.7 billion in the total return portfolio. With respect to investment in companies domiciled in Israel, the CSU has no direct ownership of stocks or bonds. All of our investments are through mutual funds in the total return portfolio, where the CSU does not control individual security selection. $3.2 million, or 0.04% of total CSU investments, were invested by these mutual funds in Israel, either via sovereign debt, sovereign equity, or corporate bonds from companies domiciled in Israel. With respect to aerospace and defense companies, the CSU has direct ownership of approximately $20.8 million of corporate bonds through our liquidity and intermediate duration portfolios. We also have about $30.6 million of investments through mutual funds in the total return portfolio. Altogether, these positions total $51.4 million, or 0.62% of total CSU investments. With that, I'll now turn the presentation back to Executive Vice Chancellor Relier for closing comments. Steve?
Thank you, Robert. So as you can see, the California State University does not materially invest in Israel-related companies or companies in the aerospace and defense industries. In conjunction with our fiduciary responsibilities in managing CSU funds, the CSU will continue to manage its portfolio in a responsible manner that supports our students and the university's critical needs while adhering to the board's policies and the state's regulations. Trustee Lopez, that concludes our presentation, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Steve and Robert. I think it's important, this is an example of transparency. We get a report quarterly and certainly an annual report. We don't always discuss it, but we took the opportunity of this quarterly report to have a broader discussion of what we invest in and where our monies are given the current public conversation. So we wanted to make it very public, that it's very transparent, and it's there for public consumption and public review. Let me ask, are there any questions, comments from, all right, let me start. Trustee Vargas?
It's more of a comment and really a request. Totally value the transparency and the clarity of this. And, I don't know about you, how many of you have seen these board meetings on YouTube? I've tried to because I missed one and I was trying to figure out what happened. Not a lot of people do. So how do we actually put our information out there? How do we, in an era when so much of this conversation is happening in social media, what is the bite-sized 2-minute explainer video that could be on our channels so that when people who are protesting us, because this issue is only going to get even more pronounced this fall, right? It's really important that controlling our narrative and telling our story and being transparent in a way in the same medium of communication that this is being, that people are organizing, our students are organizing around, it's important that we do that as well. So it's really a request to figure out how to get more creative with this, and that's going to require some resources. I don't know where we can get that, but I think it's of utmost importance.
Could I make just a comment? Trustee Vargas, thank you very much for that comment. This is actually a nice layup because I'm going to turn to my colleague, Vice Chancellor Sachs. He just showed me less than 24 hours ago a brand new portal that his folks have constructed with the help of Robert Eaton, which is focused just on these issues of our investments, where our investments are, and I'll have to say it is beautiful. It not only does this kind of detail, but in a very clear way, and then has push buttons where you can look at every single campus in the CSU and get that detail. So you can stay at a high level, you can drill down. Greg, did you want to say anything about this new portal that you created?
No, just simply that it can be found on this calstate.edu website. It's right there. There's a link to it. We have not developed a TikTok or anything else on it, though, Trustee Vargas, but you bring up a good point about making sure we meet our students, or frankly, our publics where they are. And so I think that'll be the next step on this. But thank you.
Thank you for that suggestion.
Thank you. Trustee Adamson?
Thank you, Steve. We group a definition here of defense and aerospace. That's an incredibly broad definition. Cessna is an aerospace company. There's a ton of them that we may have investments in, but have nothing to do with defense. And so are we overstating this position to the public when we talk about this? Because they're visioning this category as being those aerospace companies that only support, or that are supporting defense issues specifically. So I always am bothered right now in this discussion about how broad that definition is, and is it really reflective of what the current issue is that people are raising?
Trustee Amundson, it's a really good point, and it's one that your colleague, Trustee McGrory, has talked to me about a couple times as well. He's essentially said the same thing that you have said. If you notice from Robert's slides, we don't have any stocks or direct investments in any aerospace or defense, and we do combine those because they typically are combined. We do have indirectly through these mutual funds that we don't control, 0.6% of that, in that broad category. Now, the tricky part, like you said, is how much of that is, one of those companies is Boeing, or is Lockheed Martin, or is, a lot of companies that might have the lion's share of what they do might be commercial airlines or whatever. And then there's a components that we have no way of drilling down to how much of that. And on the defense side, and this is a point that Trustee McGrory has made a couple times, on the defense side, the vast majority of that money is used to defend the United States. Oh, yeah. And so how much of that component, what fraction of a percent ends up going to a certain country is another thing that we can't get down. But you've highlighted something that's really important, which is the way we kind of keep it at that high level is a little misleading because it's so broad and incorporates a lot of stuff. And maybe we just need to figure out a better way of phrasing it so it's clearer. Mm-hmm. Yes, go ahead, Robert.
Yeah, and as Steve noted, it is broad, but it's also, we were trying to meet a lot of the queries we received about what do you hold in your portfolios were framed in that context, defense and aerospace. So we were trying to meet those kind of inquiries at their level. So it does overstate for all the reasons that Steve noted, but again, we were trying to meet some of the constituencies at their level.
Well, I just think it's important that we all understand that. So.
If I could just follow up, given what you just said, Greg, when you say you can drill, or you said, Steve, you can drill down in the new website, Can you see, for example, what our direct bond investments would be and what companies?
On the website, no. So we don't have like a whole listing of everything that we own, bonds or that kind of stuff. That's not on our website per se. So.
But it will have, for example, a listing of the mutual funds like you report to us?
It has, yeah. In fact, that's in the report. The mutual fund is actually in the report to the trustees. Those listings are all there. And then we also have by broad categories. For example, in our liquidity portfolio, how much are U.S. Treasuries, how much are corporate bonds, and those kinds of stuff. So.
And there's a drop-down menu that you can look at every single campus as well. So not just the system, but also campus auxiliaries.
Trustee Campbell?
Thank you for this. I have a question and a comment. So the question is, while the CSU investment policy isn't binding on the auxiliaries, I'm wondering, is there ever an audit, or do they report to us what their investments are, or do we not know at all?
Robert?
Yeah, those boards and their investments and their investment policies are all subject to audit. That also falls under the auspices of what Vlad's area is. They have financial audits as well. You just sort of report on every auxiliary.
Right.
It needs to complete that as well. So we receive summary information. The board receives summary information on foundation endowments. You get that in the annual advancement, the donor report that was received in January. And that reported on the fiscal year ended 2023. So, but in terms of granularity, detailed lists of every auxiliary and what their holdings are, no, that's not something that's compiled and presented to the board.
So that information, the foundation's investments, that information isn't available to us, or it's collected but never put in a place where it's visible or transparent?
It's summarized in the reports for your in presentations to you. It's summarized, but it's not collected. For example, I'm not aware of any site that we have or access that I have that has all the investments of every auxiliary and foundation listed out. So if we were to do that, we would need to go to each of those individual entities and request the information on an ad hoc basis. So.
But it could be something where there could be a requirement that they publish or they provide what their investments are?
That would be up to this board, and again, they have separate boards, so there's also the governance question and the autonomy that they have with respect to those types of reporting.
Okay, and then the comment I had was the issue of the defense and aerospace investments, which are small, but it just occurs to me, I think somebody raised the issue of defense of the U.S., as well as defense of our, depending on how you feel about the Israeli-Gaza situation, there's also Ukraine, and if Taiwan were to be attacked by China, there are so many other allies and friends we have, as well as our own security, that these companies provide, a service for. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I have Trustee Fagan, and then after Trustee Gilbert-Lurie.
I've been impressed by the Chancellor's statement regarding what our position is that you've just detailed, and the position that that's what we're sticking to. And she's also made some very good, tough decisions in other circumstances regarding the controversies and protesters and the things around. So would it be appropriate or requested for this board to officially say we support her in what she's been doing, what she said, and think she's doing a great job? Could we do that?
I think that would be an excellent idea.
So shall I move to?
Please.
So I actually have to write something?
Yeah. Well, at that, why don't you? And then if you want to.
This is just the committee.
There's actually not an action item, point of order. There's not an action item on the agenda.
We could take it to tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
So you will have time to write something. Thank you, Trustee Fagan.
Thank you.
Trustee Gilbert-Lurie?
First, I really appreciate having this information. It's surprising that we don't just have it at our fingertips and that every campus president doesn't have it on their fingertips. My question though is per Trustee Vargas's comment and, somewhat to what we're all saying. I'm not yet clear when we put this on a website what exactly our policy is and what we want to say. For example, I'm comfortable meeting students where they're at, or meeting some students where some students are at and other students where other students are at, and being able to answer questions. But to be able to, I'm not comfortable singling out Israel on a website without singling out Sudan and Russia. And, for me, in other words, personally, just to show my cards, I'm on the side of human rights and following countries that follow international human rights law. And so, I wonder how we're phrasing this, what our policy is, and in terms of defense and aerospace, the other thing that occurs to me is we have programs on a lot of our campuses where we provide, school to career internships and jobs with aerospace industry. So how do we, on the one hand, forge those relationships, and on the other hand, so I wonder, in other words, I think we have to think through what our policies are, have clear values, and follow those values with respect to our investing. 100% supportive of that, but not just taking, so I don't know what that website looks like and how clear it is, but I would welcome more conversation about how we are shaping that policy and how we move forward.
Well, our policy at this point is very broad. It's an ESG policy.
That's correct.
It's basically, we will do our investments according to environment, social, and governance. Is that ESG?
Yeah, that's it.
And that's what we're saying. That is our policy right now. I think the issue is that the comments have been addressing the specific situation we're living through and responding to that, and also informing the board exactly what our investments are in. So I think we'll get a chance to look at the website at some point. It'd be great if you could send us a link when it's up and live for all of us to take a look at.
It's up there now.
It's up there now?
Yeah,
oh,
I just
found
it on my phone.
Terrific.
It's really easy to get to. It's like the third thing on our website.
Terrific. Trustee Clark?
Just a comment in terms of some of the potential issues this conversation is creating. I agree with Trustee Fagan that our Chancellor made a clear, appropriate, powerful statement. And it's my hope that the board will simply get behind her. Indeed, there may be a change in leadership on this board in the near future. And I just wanted to posit that in this area, I really do believe that one of the best functions for the board is to allow our Chancellor to be the point of contact and to be the leader of this institution on these kinds of issues. One of the strengths of this board is it extremely diverse. We're from all over California. We're from all kinds of backgrounds. And so I don't ever want to stifle productive discussion, and I won't ever try to stifle productive discussion on this board. This is just one of those issues, though, that I could see perhaps because we're so diverse, a plurality of opinions. And then our Chancellor is left with trying to guess at what various elements of us are trying to do. So I really agree with Trustee Fagan. I think we should get behind our Chancellor on this and back her all the way.
Thank you, Trustee Clark. I see no other comments or question on this item. So we'll move to item number 4, which is also an information item on the 24-25 operating budget. And Steve and Ryan Storm, Assistant Vice Chancellor for Budget, are going to present. So Steve, please begin.
Okay, here we go again. Thank you, Trustee Lopez. Thank you, Robert. And welcome, Ryan. So we're now in the final days of the budget cycle, and in approximately a month, we'll know how much funding the state will provide to the California State University in this upcoming fiscal year, 24-25. On May 10th of this month, the Governor's administration announced the revised proposals included in the May budget revision. And as the Chancellor indicated in her report this morning, the news was very disappointing. Due to the state's continued fiscal challenges, the Governor's administration did not improve its January proposal to defer the compact funding for the upcoming fiscal year. Instead, the deferral continues in a new one-time reduction proposed the deferral continues with a new one-time reduction proposed for this coming year and a new ongoing reduction proposed in the following year. Certainly, the university's ability to provide an excellent educational experience for our students is dependent on the compact being prospectively funded, as it has been in each of the past few years. A prospectively funded compact would help mitigate uncertainty and provide essential resources to support our students and their education. But due to the fiscally challenged times, the university is planning and implementing several strategies to align its anticipated revenues with its costs. So on this slide, we see an outline for today on 4 topics that we're going to touch on. To begin, we're going to review the budget timeline and where we are in that process. Then after that, we'll cover recent state budget developments that impact the university. The third item is the Governor's May revision proposal, which would directly affect our students and university operations. And then we'll spend our remaining time describing the fiscal challenges we face and our progress in addressing those challenges. So with that, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Assistant Vice Chancellor for Budget, Ryan Storm.
Thank you, Steve. Here is a glance at the annual budget timeline, moving chronologically from left to right. This past summer and in fall and in purple, we developed and finalized the CSU operating budget plan for 24-25. The state's part of this timeline is in green and begins with the Governor's budget proposal in January of each year. Budget hearings in the legislature began in February and continue through next week, with the Assembly and Senate adopting their respective budget actions. And about a week ago, the Governor revealed his revised budget plan for the upcoming fiscal year. I'll share those details in a moment. To finish up the timeline, the state will work to finalize the state spending plan over the next several weeks. And the state's 24-25 fiscal year will begin on July 1st. Next, we will look at the recent state budget developments. This slide provides a high-level view of the state's budget developments. To date, the state has been focused on the 24-25 budget cycle. Our regular updates and your personal news sources focus on the 24-25 budget cycle, which includes the past, current, and budget years. Here are the high-level updates. You'll recall from January, the Governor's administration estimates a $38 billion multi-year deficit for the 24-25 budget cycle. In April, the Governor, Senate, and Assembly adopted an early action plan on the budget. It cut the estimated January deficit in half by $17.3 billion, with various reductions, borrowing, delays, fund shifts, and deferrals. Unfortunately, the state's difficult budget circumstances persist. Consequently, the May revision estimates a $27.6 billion multi-year remaining deficit for the 24-25 budget cycle. Now, it is atypical for the state to discuss budget year +1, which is the 25-26 fiscal year. Between January and today, there has been a growing discussion in the state capitol about what to do about an anticipated significant budget deficit in 25-26 as well.
The administration heard those concerns and did the atypical. They proposed many budget solutions to address the estimated $28.4 billion deficit for 25-26. I raise this latter issue because the administration's proposal to defer CSU's compact funding is dependent on there being sufficient funding in 25-26 to fully reimburse the deferral and resume regular compact funding. So that serves as a segue to our next topic, which is the governor's May revision proposals for the CSU and its students. Let's start with the impact of the May revision proposals on students. The May revision proposed several notable changes that would directly affect students from the 3 public higher education segments. The administration proposes reducing middle-class scholarship funding by $533 million ongoing. The program provides undergraduate students, including students pursuing a teaching credential, with a scholarship to help cover the cost of attendance. If adopted, the proposal could affect approximately 200,000 CSU students. Also, the May revision proposes reducing the Golden State Teacher Grant Program by $60 million one time. This program awards up to $20,000 to students working toward a teaching credential. Approximately 2,200 CSU students receive this grant. The administration would sweep all available balances of the Learning Aligned Employment Program. The program offers students the opportunity to earn money to help defray their educational costs while gaining education-aligned, career-related employment. Also, the Cal Grant Reform Act of 2022 made significant changes to the state's Cal Grant program. The law stipulated that the State Department of Finance had to determine if there was sufficient state revenue at this May revision before the new Cal Grant 2 and Cal Grant 4 programs could be implemented. Due to the lack of state funding, the Department of Finance has determined that there is insufficient state revenue to implement the changes, and it is not yet known when or if the new program will begin. Let's now turn to the gubernatorial proposals for the CSU operating budget. This proposal is somewhat complex, and it is easy to get lost in the details. I will first start with the proposal for ongoing state funding. This slide starts with the current year, 23-24. The CSU received the second year of compact funding, and it was a $227 million ongoing increase to our base. It represents a 5% state funding increase. Now you can see the ongoing proposals for the budget year, 24-25, and the following year, 25-26. Like in January, the governor's administration continues to propose no new ongoing funding for the CSU in 24-25. However, new at the May revision is a proposal for 25-26 for approximately $97 million of net new ongoing funding. It represents only a 2% state funding increase. I would like to briefly note the details of the compact and the relation to the May revision. So the governor continues to propose a deferral of the year 3 compact to 25-26, and that's why you see zeros for 24-25. For 25-26, though, there are 3 key adjustments that net to the 2% increase I just described. There is a $240 million 5% increase for the deferred year 3 compact. There is also a $254 million 5% increase for year 4, which is supposed to get the compact funding back on track. But there is a new $397 million 8% unallocated reduction that is somewhat consistent with a statewide proposal of 8% reductions to many other state departments and offices. Now we are on to the proposal for one-time state funding. This proposal, too, is somewhat convoluted, and I'll attempt to simplify it. Again, this slide starts with the 23-24 year, our current year. The CSU did not receive one-time funding for its general operations. Now you can see the one-time proposals for 24-25 here, as well as the 25-26 year. New at the May revision is a proposal to reduce the CSU's operating budget on a one-time basis by $75 million in 24-25. Then there is a $75 million one-time funding restoration the next year. So those are the high-level takeaways for one-time funding at the May revision. And I would like to briefly note the details of the compact and also the relation to the May revision here. So for 24-25, there are three key adjustments that net to the $75 million decrease. As outlined in the January proposal and continued in the May revision, the CSU is expected to advance compact-related goals in 24-25 using $240 million of one-time CSU funds. The state would reimburse the CSU for the $240 million in one-time funds, and at the May revision, the governor's administration proposes a $75 million unallocated reduction to help with the state's budget deficit. If the May revision proposal is adopted in the final state budget, because it is just a proposal, these next three slides show the negative impact it would have on the CSU. Let's go back to September 2023, when this board was contemplating compensation increases for all employees, a tuition increase proposal, and a much more optimistic state budget picture. At the time, we anticipated a budget gap in 3 fiscal years based on these assumptions. Starting in row 1, all CSU employees would receive a 5% increase per year from 23-24 through 25-26. Also, the universities would have unavoidable required operating cost increases, such as health and property insurance on that next line. For planning purposes, we presume the compact would be fully funded in September. And new tuition revenue due to the proposed tuition rate increase in green would generate new revenue. The conclusion then in September of 2023 were budget gaps of $138 million in 23-24, $110 million in 24-25, and $78 million in 25-26, totaling $326 million. Now, between September 2023 and May 2024, there were some key developments. You can see that the final collective bargaining agreements would add about $33 million more, bringing the total to $310 million for 24-25. The revenue situation changed significantly. As I just reported, compact assumptions change in 24-25 from an increase of $240 million to a proposed decrease of $75 million in the May revision. In 25-26, there was a change from $254 million down to $97. So the compensation increase, coupled with the May revision proposal, would create a significant budget gap. Specifically, the gap between the operating budget revenues and expenditures would be $458 million in 24-25. The gap in 25-26 would be about $235 million, but there are some things that are still at play, including refining our required operating costs and also additional collective bargaining decisions that would have to be made for that year. The conclusion now, if you based on these assumptions, is that a 3-year budget gap would total $831 million if these budget assumptions were to hold. As the Chancellor mentioned in her report earlier today, when you consider the rising costs of our essential operations and mission-critical priorities, including increased compensation costs, this is a cut to our ongoing state budget of more than $500 million when compared to our assumptions just last September. $500 million is similar to the entire operating budget of San Diego State University. This situation requires challenging trade-offs and decisions by each university, and we will talk more about that a little later. So one final point before we move on. The governor proposed in January and sustained in May his proposal to provide the CSU $240 million of one-time dollars. We expect this proposal to be adopted this July. This would provide important one-time funds to allow time for many permanent funding cuts to take place over 2 years rather than 1. And this slide takes the information from the previous slides and summarizes the impact of the May revision on the CSU. In particular, as we enter 24-25 in July, the gap is significantly greater under the May revision compared to our September assumptions of a fully funded compact. Now, we will discuss some budgetary approaches and actions we are taking to address our financial challenges. As an example of our financial challenges, the CSU 24-25 budget plan included several mandatory costs or required operating costs. Without additional ongoing state support, these would be unfunded, resulting in the universities once again having to face difficult trade-offs to meet those obligations. Briefly, these new or increasing costs are in healthcare, enrollment growth, inflation, liability and property insurance, Title IX and anti-discrimination programs, maintenance and new facilities, and NAGPRA. This list is just the tip of the iceberg. The CSU has accumulated many other unfunded state and federal mandates over the decades. So in order to gain a better understanding of the budget implications I just described, the Chancellor's Office sought the assistance of the 23 universities last month in preparing a system-wide financial forecast for the CSU. One of the purposes of the forecast is to quantify for the trustees the scale of potential budget actions and their possible effects if the state budget picture does not improve. So the assumptions for this exercise were as follows. It was limited to the operating fund. It assumed no state appropriation increases in 24-25 or in 25-26, and it assumed agreed upon employee compensation increases in the current year and budget year only. The exercise then demonstrated the potential effect on the universities. We looked at revenues and expenditures, how much one-time designated balances and reserves the universities would rely upon until permanent solutions could go into effect, and the effect on student enrollment and staffing levels. The next slide shows the preliminary results. I have 3 cautions to note before we move on. First, this is a point-in-time planning exercise. It is not an implementation plan. Second, the 23 universities are at various stages of actual stakeholder consultation and development of their implementation plans. What they reported to the Chancellor's Office in April may or may not reflect the implementation plans the universities adopt and implement for themselves. Third, and for the reasons just mentioned, the Chancellor's Office is sharing today aggregated system-wide information tied to this exercise. So this slide begins the results of that system-wide financial forecast. The universities identified a revenue opportunity. In particular, the forecast identified about $99 million of ongoing tuition revenue due to a rebound in enrollment or planned enrollment growth. Universities are focused on increasing enrollment, and this focus aligns with the goals of the CSU's enrollment target and budget reallocation plan implemented in January 2023. The forecast is about 13,800 more resident students by 2025-26. In January and March, we shared with you the types of cost reduction strategies that are being implemented or under consideration at the 23 universities. You can see those strategies in the table and in black. The campuses confirmed their use of these strategies in the April financial forecast. Some examples are program consolidation, course and class size changes, curtailing hiring, and eliminating positions. Several campuses identified 2 additional strategies in the financial forecast, and they are in blue. They are a reduction in faculty release time from committee work and sabbaticals. Also, campuses are implementing voluntary separation and early retirement programs. This slide has additional results of the financial forecast. The universities report a use of approximately $545 million of one-time designated balances and reserves from the current year through 25-26. This would be approximately 22% of the balances and reserves reported last June. Use of these one-time balances and reserves would help phase in base budget reductions. Also, the results of the forecast indicate the start of ongoing budget reductions. The universities report a reduction of about 450 faculty and staff positions through 25-26. However, information from the university shows that more reductions are to come. The universities report hiring freezes and voluntary separation programs are and will soon be underway. The universities also report that their efforts to create additional operating expense savings will most likely only partially offset the rise in required operating cost increases like energy and inflation. And this slide on the financial forecast indicates that a structural deficit of $221 million would remain for the start of the 26-27 fiscal year. This is equivalent to about 2,000 staff employee positions, or 11% of, 2,000 faculty employee positions, or 11%, or 25% of managers, or 12,500 course sections, or the entire operating budget of CSU East Bay or Dominguez Hills. So the parameters of the financial forecast did not extend into the 26-27 year, but a structural gap of that size would require additional budget reductions across the system. And Steve has some concluding remarks.
Thank you, Ryan. So let me start with the obvious, and that is that the multi-year budget compact is very important to the university, specifically for financial sustainability and predictability. It is because of the state's fiscal challenges that the governor's administration proposed the deferral of the compact funding for the upcoming fiscal year, as well as the one-time and ongoing unallocated reductions. The governor's administration has supported and continues to signal future support for the university and its compact. However, the proposed budget deferral and reductions raise significant concerns, and we must proceed with fiscal prudence and caution. Substantial reductions to CSU's budget have been introduced in the May revision, and you have just heard several of the potential negative effects that will occur if factors such as timing, the economy, and potential state-level decisions further deteriorate. So consequently, we will continue to seek additional assurances from the state going forward. In the coming weeks, we must strongly advocate to restore university funding in order to protect our students from the impact of these reductions. And that advocacy is not just our team in Sacramento, but it's all of us. In the meantime, we will evaluate less utilized programs and degrees for potential consolidation. Across the system, we are and will employ cost reduction strategies and enrollment balancing. An example is the enrollment target and budget reallocation plan that shifts funding among universities to increase access where there is the greatest demand and capacity at that university. Another example mentioned in previous board meetings is our initiative with Deloitte Consulting that identifies longer-term restructuring opportunities among our universities that will further reduce costs in key support areas. As California's fiscal outlook continues to develop, we will proceed with the strategies outlined in this presentation, as well as other strategies that we've discussed to adapt to the state's evolving financial conditions. We will protect our students' education and support those areas of highest priority, including compensation for our faculty and staff, maintaining progress in critical areas such as Title IX, NAGPRA, and other high priorities of the university. Over the next few weeks, we must work together, all of us, to make the strongest case that the state's investment in the California State University, even in a time of financial challenge, is critical in California's recovery and in California's economic future. Chair Lopez, that concludes our presentation. Happy to address questions.
Thank you, Steve, Ryan. Sobering report for sure. As the Chancellor said earlier this morning, the news is not good. I just want to make a couple of comments before I open it up to trustees, just to put it into context and underscore some of the things that have been said. First, this is still in flux. It's being discussed. This is the proposal being discussed in Sacramento. And Sacramento is facing a very tough situation in general. So just about every agency that receives general fund is getting a cut. And they're up there making a strong pitch for why they shouldn't get that cut. So between now and the time that these conversations are going on, the time that you get to final decisions, is an important time, as the Chancellor said, for us to be strong and put forth a strong position in terms of CSU's need for the general fund support. You know, everybody's out there pitching. We have to pitch as strong or stronger right now. Now, it's going to be at some point the reality will hit. And the reality will be somewhere, it could be a little bit north of here or it could be south of here. This is the problem. We don't know. This is a conversation of where we are. But the contours of this really show what the problem is that we're facing. This is the beginning of a conversation, and when I say that, I mean that we won't really know what the final budget is until June, then the governor signs it. But in the meantime, we know what the contours are and what the size of the problem is, if not in specifics, just in general terms of what we're facing. What I had hoped with this presentation is that the board and anybody who's listening, understands, and we understand what the problem is. I would hope that we have a shared understanding of the problem that we're facing, first of all. So I want to make sure that there's clarity on that as we have this conversation. The second thing I just want to say is it is unusual, and I thank the governor and the legislature for thinking of this in a 2-year tranche. Because if we were only talking about 1 year, we would really be facing some really, really drastic, big reductions here. At least as proposed, and there are some actions we can take. The ball's in our court, in other words. Whatever we do, it's in our court right now for us to think and then eventually act about how we get through next year, which starts in 4 or 5 weeks, July 1. That's upon us. And then how we get from now through next year to July 2025 in a way that positions us to avoid another huge problem as we go forward. We have no idea what the budget will be in 2025. We know that they're projecting already some deficits. They may vanish or they may grow. The point is, we have to plan for any eventuality coming. So I would hope that as we begin this conversation, we get clarity about what the problem is, and we will be coming back to this in July and again in September to talk about what options there are for us to address these very issues. I think the main thing is that whatever actions we take are conscious of positioning us to reduce the adverse consequences on our operating budget. And I want to add one other thing. We're focused on our operating budget, but it would be remiss on my part if I didn't talk about the hit on financial aid with a cut in the financial aid and the middle class scholarship. We still are trying in our financial aid programs to reduce the total cost of attendance for our students. This has been an unusual year where our staff have done an incredible job in the midst of all the FAFSA craziness. But we know that however it goes forward, given reduction of that middle class scholarship, which affects, I forgot what the number was, the number of students that we get middle class scholarship, we also have to think about how we also address that. So we have a big task in front of us. So I just wanted to underscore that and put it into that context. Now, let me open up the floor for comments and questions. Let's see. I see, are there two back? I'm sorry, two? Yes. Trustee Gilbert Lurie.
Would you please come back to me at the end of this conversation, because mine links into our prior conversation.
Okay. Trustee Aguilar Cruz? Is that, I'm sorry, I'm just okay. Oh, Anna, I'm sorry. I can't see.
Steve, thank you for the presentation. I'm just wondering if that Deloitte consulting report would be available for us to see?
Yes, at the, I think it was the last meeting, we did the presentation with Deloitte here that outlined that, but we can send you that report. Okay. Yeah, and you know, essentially what it does, they worked with our presidents, with our chief financial officers, with our provosts, with student affairs professionals, with a lot of stakeholders to identify where are the opportunities where we can find ways of restructuring things among the 23 universities, so that rather than every single university having an operation like a benefits department, a payroll operation, an accounting office, cybersecurity, you know, all these functions, where can we combine, consolidate, redesign these things so that it's a lot less costly, more efficient. And they boiled, you know, the ocean of 100 ideas down to really about 3 that we're going to attack first. And we're launching that now to do that. Now, is that going to save money for this year or next year? Probably not. These are things that are going to take some time to restructure it, but it will set the stage for medium to long-term savings, I think. And I think there's a lot of opportunity there.
Great.
So we'll get that to you.
Trustee Arambula? Oh, I'm sorry. I can't really tell what the... Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Lopez, and thank you for your comments, because they're spot on. And out of all problems, there are some silver linings. And looking at this multi-year is really important, and we need to thank the governor for that. And Steve and Ryan, thank you for your presentation. I just have a couple questions. You may or may not be able to answer them. Our target this year was $138 million reduction. So, and we know that anything we don't hit becomes a bigger problem the following year. So not by campus by any means, but do we, first question is, do we have any idea how close we got to the 138? Is it 90%, 80%? And then the second one is that we know we want to grow our enrollment, and that's part of our compact charge. But we also know nationally that college enrollment is being reported at universities and colleges across the nation as going down. So again, where do we think we'll hit that 90%, 80%, or that type of thing?
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Steinhauser, and I'll ask Ryan to fill in. But just overall, first of all, we'll close our books. In the summer, so we won't know right now, where we are. But by definition, we will make the 138. I mean, we essentially have to. And depending on the campus, it will either be because of cost reductions, because the campuses have already started doing this, reducing workforce, reducing programs, doing all these things. So it'll be a combination of reductions, and in some cases, campuses will dip into their reserves as a bridging strategy, not as a long-term strategy, but as a bridging strategy. Ryan, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, that's what our financial forecast report suggested, was that campuses are looking pretty strongly at bridging that year with one-time designated balances and reserves.
The enrollment projection, where do we think? We may not, the data may not be there yet.
I'm sorry. I think Dilsey wanted to say something.
No, I was just going to answer the enrollment question. Enrollment increased by 7,500 FTES this college year.
That's excellent. And to our presidents, as a former K-12 superintendent, I had to cut $330 million, 20% of my budget in a 2-year period. So I know how painful this is, but I think, Trustee Lopez, your comments are spot on. We heard at a previous meeting, we have to do less with less. We are going to have fewer programs, fewer positions, and anyone listening to this to this meeting, if they think that we can do this without doing that, they're really kidding themselves. So thank you.
Right.
I just wanted to, I just wanted to add on the question of whether we hit that target or not. Campuses will definitely hit the $138 million target, but every time we do that, they're doing it, yes, with some cuts, with some change, with some consolidations, et cetera, but they're also hitting their reserves. And those reserves that we were talking about before, we continue to eat into them out of the economic uncertainty. So, you know, going forward, we need to be mindful of that, you know, as well. Trustee Arambula?
I think I've got the slide numbers right. So if whoever's controlling the slides could take us back to slide 8. Yep, that's the one. And then if you just click through, I think, and then a couple, yeah, that's the one. Okay, so I have a few comments. The first one's on this. As you noted, here we sit in May. This is what we currently know. This isn't yet final. And what's up here is a projection in May of what could be true a year from now. And so I'm saying that because this is I just want to honor what everyone else has said. The governor and folks at the state are fighting for us. We need to continue to advocate strongly, but they are in a really tough spot too. It's not as if they are doing this with ample great choices and they just decided to go cut. There are, I mean, we have a huge deficit up there, and they are making some really tough choices, which is going to mean we're making some really tough choices. This is, in some ways, the best case scenario in which we have to find 680 some odd million in savings over the next 2 years. And so I just want to say for this, and I think, Julia, maybe this is what you were saying earlier, I raised this to name, we may find ourselves a year from now in which they are not able to go and refill, and they're not able to meet the obligations of that next year, and yet we still need to find an 8% reduction. And so that 689, which right now seems like the worst case scenario, might actually be one of the best case scenarios. And so I name that to say, as we are doing this, in some ways this comes back to the less with less. We have to find ways to do this, as hard as this is going to be. And I think, Chancellor, this is why during your remarks you spoke to, we need everyone at the table with the best ideas about how to get there, because there will be pain in this. And yet every single one of us, everyone around this table, our faculty, our staff, and our students desperately want to do right by students, desperately want to do right by our people, and we're going to have to make some tough choices in ways that set us up to be sustainable 3 years from now. Because if we make short-term fixes and we continue to try and paper over, we may find ourselves less suited and then in more problems down the road. Okay, that was point one. If you, whoever's controlling the slides, thank you for this. If you could now take us to slide 18. I think that's the right one. Hold on. I'm looking for the one that starts with potential budget actions per April. Okay, so we're on the wrong one. Go 2 more. Oh, there we go. Great. Okay. I'm on the reserve question. So we heard in the previous, and we've talked about reserves a number of times, and we have seen that we have $766 million of an economic uncertainty reserve, give or take. I think I've got that number right. And this is saying a significant use of one-time designated balances and reserves up to $545 million, and that would be a 22% reduction. I was struggling to figure out, because roughly that puts us at about $2 billion. Nope, $2.5 billion. Thank you. Great. I can do my basic math. I'm not sure how that, against what number we're getting that 22%. So could you help us understand, again, with the question of when we hear from faculty and students sometimes who say, we've got $8 billion in reserve, why aren't we just using that? And we've said these are designated monies. I'm wondering, where is this money coming from? Okay, I think that's my question.
And thank you, Trustee Arambula. It's a very good question, and it kind of reminds me I wish in that slide that we had done before, rather than using the bars, remember it had 4 bars on it. What we didn't do in that slide is actually add up those bars or show it maybe as a pie or something else, because if we had done that, you would have seen that $2.5 billion. That's what we call, and you notice the title here says use of designated balances and reserves. So it's that combination. It's that $2.5 billion of what we call designated balances and reserves. That the 4 bars all together get you to that number. So this is 22% of that number. Now, why do we pick that number? The total designated balances and reserves. That's because a lot of those items in that thing, in those other bars that were not in the economic uncertainty, can be deferred or not done. So campuses aren't looking at just the 766. They're also looking at portions of those other bars. Remember there was a bar that says capital projects? Well, maybe a capital project gets put off for a year. Maybe in another bar where there's going to be a major equipment purchase that's being planned, they don't do that. So all of that 2.5 is being looked at by the campuses. Now, there are also portions of those bars that they can't mess with, that are just built in, they just have to do. So that's why we're using, that's where your math is right on target. It is about $2.5 billion when you add those 4 bars together.
Okay, and then I promise I'm done, Julian. You can move to the next. So those 4 bars that we saw in the previous section add up to roughly $2.5 billion. 22% of that is $545 million. One way we might begin to get towards meeting the financial demands is to pull from there. But that's not to pull entirely from the economic uncertainty. In fact, some would come from others, but those would come in ways of almost our own deferrals of saying, the thing I had planned to use this expense on, I'll just wait on for a year, which might mean if the budget picture gets worse, we're just deferring again and again.
That's right, and I think from the perspective of the presidents and their chief financial officers and the president's cabinets, who are all working very hard on this issue, and they all have budget committees that they're consulting with to look at their priorities. When they look at that $2.5 billion of reserves, they're not looking at that as a solution. They're basically saying that, okay, we can do these things, but it might take us, to get the savings, might take us 3 months, 6 months, 12 months. So let's use those reserves as a bridging strategy. I mean, they can't really look at those reserves as the answer. It is a tool to allow them to enact longer-term actions. And your comments earlier, Trustee, were very on target, because you're right. We do have this advantage of having kind of a 2-year window to look at this. This is unusual. The governor has not done this in the past. And if you look at what is happening to the other state agencies, most of them are getting that 8% right now. They're not waiting 2 years. And so, fortunately, I think the governor's proposal is basically saying he wants to treat public higher education, UC and CSU, differently, and give us that ramp to do this kind of planning.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing those up. I just want to add a couple of things on this issue. I think you brought out exactly right. There are cash reserves that can be used, things that we won't do but we can pay for right now, bridge the holes. There's also the $240 million that the governor is saying, somebody put it up front. And we have to look at where that comes from as well. But here's the bigger point. If you look at the way CSU has been funded over the years, we have consistently had higher cost, higher expenditures than what we were funded from in terms of general fund and tuition revenues combined. We basically have always operated with these budget gaps, and that's really what the Financial Sustainability Report captured. That every year we do that, we keep growing the gap between the revenues that we have and what it costs to operate the institution. And that's why those costs are deferred. They're opportunity. We won't do this, we won't do that, but we're still at some point going to have to pay for them. That's why they're cash reserves. At some point, we have this deferred maintenance. At some point, we may have to do investments in additional whatever. So that's the problem. I think the key thing is we're at a point here to basically say whatever we do in these next 2 years, we should do it thinking about how we set the CSU on a financial sustainability path going forward, which was the point of the sustainability report, which was the point of us having, we have a perfect opportunity because we're talking about doing a strategic plan to really think, where do we want to be? What will it cost? How do we raise the revenues to do that over time? We're facing a crisis. But whatever we do right now, if we just do what we always do, this institution is amazing of how it continues to perform and do what it does year in and year out, given its budget situation and the volatility of it. And I take my hats off to you. The problem is that is not a sustainable, financially sustainable institution in the long run. And that's what I was trying to get at. We really have to think about it in those terms. I have Trustee Fagan.
Along those lines, the section on that slide that says reported cost reduction strategies are all things we don't want to do, but obviously could be doable. The thing that concerns me is this is not a complete list, that there are certainly other things that could be added. And I think Steve mentioned a couple just now, but in addition to those, there are things, and I think we know what they could be, or maybe there are additional things. But certainly not only cost reductions, but looking at planned expenditures that should be looked at very carefully. And, Julia's description of where we are, where we've been, and where we're going, there are things that we always want to do, and we go ahead and do them. And then say, okay, now how, we'll pay for them somehow. And before we do that, we should add all those things to this list and be very careful. I don't think there should be any sacred cows other than excellence in education for the students that we have. But it concerns me that this is not a complete list, and that I think there have been things left off of it that we really have to examine and not assume we have to do.
Thanks, Doug. I would say, in fairness, this was an exercise. This is what bubbled up. It doesn't mean it's a plan or that this is exhaustive. And that's what I meant when I said at the beginning of the comment. This is the beginning of a conversation. I think over the next 2 months, between now, we'll know what the budget really is, and when we come back to think about what do we do? What about that 240? That's going to drain some of our reserves. What are the options before us? We really will be able to think about what are some of the real alternatives in the fiscal year that's beginning, and then over the long run that will really, really begin to, I say, bend the cost curve, that will really, really begin to lower our expenditures to a point where they really are more in line with the revenues we can raise. And that's not to say that we can't increase our revenues. That's always been an issue here. Of course we are. Of course we're talking about that. It's both and. It's not just cuts. Already I've identified $99 million just in our enrollment growth. So we are always looking for both of those things. But we have to be mindful of not to let our costs get out of hand when we really don't have the potential revenues that are likely to come in.
I think everything you've said is, as I say, spot on. Some of these issues are coming up sooner than some others. And I don't want to have the feeling that we can, go easily into the, that's good night.
No. We will. I think there's a very honest and serious effort by all 23 presidents to really look at. They know the reality now and going forward. Every conversation I've had with presidents or otherwise. So those are all being looked at. Let me assure you, Trustee Fagan, and everybody on the board.
May I? I just want to underscore what Trustee Lopez said. This is not starting now. Our presidents have begun to look at their budgets immediately this year. As I came in, they were already working on their budgets, looking at the opportunities, looking at the expenses, making sure that they understood where they could cut and where they can get more revenues, and how they even partner with other institutions to try to consolidate so that they can make some efficiencies. So I just want to underscore that this is not starting today or with the governor's budget, that they've been working on this since I've arrived here and before me.
So seeing no other comments or oh, Leslie, I'm sorry, Leslie.
Thank you. And I'll just add, I really am very interested in continuing the talk as sort of an internal optimist on the revenue enhancing side of this also. But even if we find all the money in the world, we need to be as efficient as possible. So all of this work is critical moving forward in any event. But, I appreciated the conversation, and it's obviously an ongoing conversation, but I do look forward to the revenue enhancing part also. I just wanted to go back to our investment conversation, because I do feel like we moved very quickly past my comment on how important it is that we word things correctly and that we're thoughtful in what our investment policy really is. And I did a quick look. Some of you sent me wording on our website, and as far as I could tell, Israel's the only country mentioned on our website when we talk about investment. And that says something about or that implies something that we might not feel about our investment policy or about our university policy or our values. And so I think it's really important that we be thoughtful as we name countries that we are declaring we're not invested in, that we that it be in line with specific values stated in our policy. And I feel uncomfortable with just one country sitting out there in our investment policy when there are a lot of bad actors in the world right now, and there's a lot of moral ambivalence in the world.
Thank you, and I'm sure Greg will take that into account. Thank you. With that concludes the business of the Committee on Finance.
Thank you very much, Trustee Lopez. The board will now take a brief break, and we will return at 3:55 to continue board business. Thank you.
Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie Classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine, and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine, and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus consortiums provide participants with opportunities to address California's vital needs, including water. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. One agricultural consortium, for example, supports students and faculty adapting cropping systems to climate change. Other research consortiums include those focused on STEMnet, palliative care, biotechnology, marine and desert studies. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. 7 CSU campuses are recognized as doctoral high research institutions by the Carnegie Classification of Institutions of Higher Education. Students benefit from high-level research, and the Carnegie classification helps the university attract and retain top-tier faculty. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Hands-on coursework and faculty mentorship are especially important in the field of research. They promote scholarship and creativity among faculty and students. The CSU's 10 multi-campus...
We are back. Trustee Aguilar-Cruz, would you please convene the Committee on Campus Planning, Buildings and Grounds?
Yes. Thank you, Chair Fong. Will the meeting of the Committee on Campus Planning, Buildings and Grounds please come to order? It is now time for the committee to consider today's consent agenda. Does any committee member wish to remove an item for a separate discussion? Okay. Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve all the items listed on the consent agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Hearing no further comments or questions, we will now vote on the consent agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay. The items listed on the consent agenda are approved. Thank you. This concludes our business.
Thank you so much, Trustee Aguilar-Cruz. Trustee Arambula, will you please convene the Committee on Educational Policy?
Thank you, Chair Fong. Today, the Committee on Educational Policy will present 3 items that highlight the many ways in which the CSU is helping to meet California's workforce needs and create tomorrow's leaders in such vital areas as education and healthcare. We'll begin with an overview of the work led by our educator and leadership programs to address the critical shortage of educators in our state, as well as that of other practitioners and leaders, including school counselors, special education specialists, and administrators. That presentation will be followed by an information item regarding proposed amendments to Title V as a result of Assembly Bill 656, authored by Assemblymember Kevin McCarty, sponsored by the CSU Board of Trustees, and signed into law in October of 2023. This law grants the CSU the authority to provide independent professional and applied doctoral degree programs that do not duplicate existing programs provided by the University of California system. These changes to Title V will greater efficiencies in developing doctoral degree programs in order to support the state's workforce preparedness. And we will conclude today with an update on the ongoing process made by the Chancellor's Office and our universities in implementing the recommendations outlined in last June's Black Student Success Action Plan. And now, will the Committee on Educational Policy please come to order? It is now time for the committee to consider today's consent agenda, approval of the minutes from the March 2024 meeting. Is there any objection to the approval of the minutes? Seeing none, the minutes are approved. There are 3 items on today's discussion agenda. Item number 2 is an information item on the educator and leadership programs. This item will be presented by Dr. Dilcy Perez, Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs and Chief Students Affairs Officer, and Dr. Shireen Pavri, Assistant Vice Chancellor for Educator and Leadership Programs. Joining us for this presentation via Zoom will be Miss Alyssa Reamer, a student in our College of Education at Cal State Long Beach. Take it away, Dr. Perez.
Thank you, Chair Rumbala. Picture the year 1857, and allow me to paint the picture for those of you who were not alive. The gold rush had propelled California to become the nation's 31st state. In a few short years, as the Transcontinental Railroad connected east with west, the population in our golden state was booming. Teachers were needed and vital to advancing our growing state. As you will soon hear, the precursors to the California universities stepped up to meet the challenge. Over more than a century and a half, as the needs of our students, our state, and our workforce continue to evolve, the CSU has proudly taken a leadership role in preparing the educators who equip and inspire future generations. I am pleased to introduce Assistant Vice Chancellor Shireen Pavri to present an update on the CSU's educator and leadership programs, including their successes, challenges, and plans for the next century and beyond. Dr. Pavri.
Thank you, Dr. Perez. The CSU has a rich history in educator preparation, with several of its universities originating as normal schools or teacher preparation institutions. San Jose State University, the oldest public university on the West Coast, started in 1857 as a normal school. Other Cal State universities, including San Diego State, Fresno State, and Chico State, also originated as normal schools. Today, the CSU is a leader in preparing our state and nation's educators. Approximately half of California's teachers were made in the CSU, and 1 in 25 of all U.S. teachers are CSU graduates, a vast majority of whom are people of color. In addition to teachers, the CSU also prepares the counselors, psychologists, principals, and educational leaders of the state. Education is the most popular graduate discipline in the CSU, with more than 8,000 students enrolled system-wide. The CSU's first doctoral program was the EDD in Educational Leadership, launched in 2007, to respond to the urgent need for well-prepared administrators. There are now more than 2,700 EDD alumni, many of whom serve as distinguished public school and higher education leaders throughout the state. It is through our educator and leadership programs that the CSU continues to make an impact for both students and teachers, to advocate for educator preparation at the state and national levels, and to prepare campuses in achieving equity and excellence in preparing the next generation of educators. CSU campuses offer multiple on-ramps to the teaching profession. System-wide, a majority, some 87%, of our CSU students pursue teaching credentials at the post-baccalaureate level, completing traditional student teaching, or participating in teacher residency programs where they learn under a mentor teacher. A small percentage of candidates pursue their undergraduate integrated pathway that allows them to simultaneously earn a bachelor's degree and a teaching credential. Yet others secure a teaching position with a partner school district and earn their credential while they teach as the teacher of record through a university internship program. With the persistent teacher shortage, Educator and Leadership Programs is poised to meet California's critical education needs. The CSU prepared more than 30,700 new teachers during the 5-year period from 2018-19 to 2022-23. Representing well over 5,000 new teachers each year. As of fall 2023, over 9,600 students were enrolled in CSU's teacher preparation programs. The CSU is making a concerted effort to diversify the educator workforce and to prepare high-quality teachers who represent the demographic distribution of the state. On screen is the demographic distribution of students enrolled in CSU teacher credential programs between fall 2019 and fall 2023, disaggregated by race and ethnicity and gender. The uptick in new credentials issued in 2020-21 was partly due to temporary flexibilities, such as waivers of tests and performance assessments that were implemented during the COVID pandemic. Nearly 3/4 of students are female, represented on screen in gray, which is in line with the national average within the profession. Hispanic students make up the largest proportion of students at 47.5%, as seen in the dark blue on the line graph. American Indian and Pacific Islander students make up the smallest proportion, represented at 2.6 and 1.4% respectively. You can see that there has been a shift in the diversity of students enrolled in CSU teacher preparation programs, making them more representative of the state's population. The CSU is committed to developing partnerships and pathways to further grow and diversify the state's educator workforce. Yet, the field of education faces significant challenges. Teacher shortages continue to be widespread in California and across the nation, particularly in high-need subject areas such as mathematics, science, special education, and bilingual education. With the state's plan to serve all 4-year-old children with transitional kindergarten over the next 4 years, there's also an anticipated need for another 12,000 to 15,000 new PK3 or preschool to 3rd grade teachers to fill these newly created positions. In addition to the growing need for new teachers, concerns about low salaries, difficult working conditions are definitely contributing to a nationwide decline in enrollments in teacher preparation programs, a trend that is also experienced across the CSU. In addition, as you heard in the EAB presentation at the March board meeting, challenges with student learning, behavior, and emotional health were exacerbated during the COVID-19 pandemic. Recovering from the unfinished learning and the adverse life experiences caused by the pandemic will take time for both students and teachers. Educator and Leadership Programs is constantly innovating, adapting our educational offerings to meet the challenges faced in the field. The CSU has advocated for and embraced new opportunities made available by the state to increase affordability, reduce barriers to the profession, create multiple on-ramps into educator preparation, and provide high-quality, clinically rich education programs in partnership with local school districts. The state has made significant one-time legislative investments to attract new and diverse candidates into the teaching and counseling fields by launching new pathways to the profession, including teacher and counselor residencies, pathways for classified staff to earn teaching credentials, accelerated integrated teacher education programs at the undergraduate level, and grants of up to $20,000 per candidate, as you heard Ryan mention earlier, through the Golden State Teacher Grants Program. The CSU has been at the forefront in utilizing these grant dollars and creating new education programs. In addition, in partnership with state agencies, the CSU has worked to reduce administrative barriers for entry into the education profession. We have advocated for alternative approaches, such as coursework and subject matter programs, to replace the dependence on state tests at program entry, and for creating secondary passing criteria for students who have struggled with successfully passing culminating performance assessments. Through educator and leadership programs, the CSU is addressing the state's workforce need in a variety of ways. We continue to recruit, support, and retain educators of color through initiatives such as the Center for Transformational Educator Preparation Programs, or CTEP. This spring, we hosted a summit of College of Education deans to help advance the recommendations set forth by the CSU Black Student Success Report. Updates on the CSU work in this area will be provided by my colleagues later this afternoon. We also are addressing underserved populations through the Center to Close Opportunity Gaps and the Asian Bilingual Consortium. Cal State Teach, the CSU online multiple subject credential program, prepares teachers in some of the state's most remote and rural counties. Through the support of graduate level programs of study, and with new programs that prepare school counselors, school psychologists, and school social workers, we continue to address the mental health concerns of young people. And we continue to prepare the state's education leaders through the system's 15 independent Doctor of Education in Educational Leadership degree programs, which equip K-16 administrators and leaders with the knowledge and skills needed to achieve reforms that improve student achievement. In the next presentation, you will hear about the CSU's implementation of independent doctoral programs. There is great interest in the CSU to offer applied doctoral degrees in counseling and other education fields. Details of all of these programs and initiatives are included in your written agenda item. And now I'd like to introduce you to our guest speaker, Alyssa Reamer. She's an undergraduate student pursuing her BA in Liberal Studies at Cal State Long Beach and preparing to become a teacher. Alyssa recently participated in the Cal State Long Beach Student Research Competition, where she won an award for her study on grading systems and the impact that one system in particular had on students' perceptions of themselves as learners and educators. Alyssa.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alyssa Reamer, and I'm currently a sophomore at California State University, Long Beach. I personally believe that education has always been my pathway, a decision I made at the young age of 5. You see, my mother is also an educator, and an excellent one at that. I grew up watching her influence in and outside of the classroom, and it truly inspired me to strive towards the life of an educator. My academics became my priority as my mother became my biggest supporter. I worked hard throughout my time in K-12 education, and in order to fulfill my dream of going to college and finally learning how to be a teacher. I volunteered to gain experience with other K-12 students during this time, tutoring my peers and acting as a mentor for the other younger students in our district. I wanted to make a change in my community and become the teacher that every student remembers as the one that cared for them as a person, the teacher that my mom was to her students. I want to make a difference in every child's life that comes into my classroom, positively affecting them as they grow into the bright person I know every single child can be. It's why I joined the Future Black Educators program at California State University, Long Beach, once beginning my college journey towards becoming a teacher. The program has truly been life-changing for me, as I've gotten a first-hand look into the classroom at a multitude of different age ranges, in addition to a first-hand experience working with students as an adult figure. For the last year, I have worked with high school and middle school African American students to bring awareness to African American history and culture. As one of the leaders of this program at both Jordan High School and Jefferson Middle School, I've been able to bond with students as a role model that they can look up to for inspiration in order to continue their academics, and as an individual that students can come to for advice or just to talk. This program fosters a strong sense of community on both campuses, and I truly enjoy being able to be a part of it, as it has allowed me to grow as a future educator and as a young adult. The College of Education at Cal State Long Beach has provided me with a multitude of opportunities to grow as an individual, and I cannot thank them enough for it. From working with students through Future Black Educators Program or attending observation hours due to my EDL 200 class, I truly feel that my love and passion to become an educator has not only grown, but bloomed into a brand new appreciation as a whole. For example, I recently had the great opportunity to present research on the subject of grading systems with a former mathematics education professor from my first year at college at the National American Educational Research Association, or AERA, conference in April. This experience was unlike anything I've ever encountered, and I'm not sure if I would have been given the opportunity if I was not so efficiently guided by staff and faculty to pursue my dreams and reach for my highest goal. I look forward to continuing to research different elements of the educational field so that one day I can make a significant change in the educational community. I cannot wait to join the educator workforce and become a positive influence on the youth of our world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alyssa. The future is bright with young people like you taking over for us. As educator and leadership programs looks to the future, we have a number of exciting priorities and initiatives that I'd like to highlight for you today. We will increase our focus on the recruitment and retention of teachers in high-need disciplines such as science, mathematics, and computer science through initiatives such as the Center for the Advancement of Instruction in Quantitative Reasoning, which promotes teaching and learning in the fields of quantitative reasoning and mathematics. Through the work of the Center for the Advancement of Reading and Writing, as well as other programs, we will continue to prepare highly skilled teachers and literacy specialists who in turn will enhance the literacy skills of the students that they teach. And I'm pleased to share that along with Fresno State, San Jose State is continuing its tradition as a trailblazer in teacher preparation by becoming one of the first CSU campuses to offer the newly approved PK3 Early Childhood Education Specialist credential to serve California's youngest, that is our preschool to third grade, and most diverse students. We anticipate that 18 more of our CSUs will soon also be offering this program. This is an exciting time for educator and leadership programs, and I thank you for allowing me to share our successes with you. I will now return the presentation to Dr. Perez.
Thank you, Dr. Pavri and Alyssa, for highlighting the importance and impact of our educator and leadership programs. And Alyssa, I'm very sorry that you're not in the room today, but I will tell you that our board was smiling. They were all smiling and beaming with pride as you did your speech. And so we thank you so much for your wonderful words. Earlier this month, the National Education Association helped to celebrate our nation's educators during Teacher Appreciation Week. As Dr. Pavri shared with us, today's educators are faced with unprecedented challenges brought forth by the pandemic and other social and economic factors. As we celebrate our nation's educators and their dedication in and outside of the classroom and on our campuses, we also acknowledge our responsibility to ensure that we prepare our current students with the skills and knowledge to truly lead change within their schools and communities. Chair Rambula, this concludes our presentation. We would be happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Dr. Perez and Dr. Pavri. Special thanks to Alyssa. The former high school teacher in me was especially beaming, so just really excited for the road you're on. So excited to get into this. Chris, I see your placard up. Why don't you start, and then I'll jump over to Darlene and Leslie.
I don't have a question. I just have a comment and a public acknowledgement. I was blessed to work with Shireen at Long Beach, and we wanted to start this program to enhance the number of black educators. And when we started, people said, well, you can't do X, Y, and Z, and she found ways that we could. And here's a prime example. Alyssa, who's obviously a shining star, if she chooses to do so, will have a job in Long Beach Unified, because that's the promise of the local system, that once you go through the system, we will place you in there. They actually place these young people as employees before they even graduate. So I just want to commend you, Shireen, because we had this mountain, and we said, you know, how do you move it? And you moved it, and we have lots and lots of young people who have done that, and it ties directly into our advancing our Black Student Success Initiative. So we can achieve anything we want if we just have the will to do it. So thank you so much.
Trustee Yee Melikar.
Thank you, Trustee Arambula, and many thanks to DVC Perez, AVC Pavra, and Alyssa for their great presentation. You know, listening to this presentation, clearly the CSU's commitment to preparing approximately half of the state's teachers, many of whom are people of color, is a testament to our dedication to fostering a diverse and inclusive educator workforce. I do have two questions, and this actually stems from your presentation on slide 9. I was curious, how is the CSU ensuring that the new PK3 Early Childhood Education Specialist Instruction credential will effectively meet the needs of the state's youngest and most diverse students? And my other question was in the written report is, can you give us some examples of how the CSU's partnerships with philanthropic organizations and foundations have directly benefited educator candidates, particularly those from historically marginalized communities?
Thank you so much, Trustee Yee Melikar. Those are excellent questions. So let me start with the first one about working with our most diverse and youngest learners. The state has not had a new credential in, I truly don't know how long. Not in my career, maybe many of your careers here as well. And the need for this credential was because our youngest learners have unique needs. They need to be educated using developmentally appropriate pedagogies and practices. And this credential is unique in many ways. One is it is an overlapping credential, so our teachers would be equipped to work with young people all the way from 3 years of age through 3rd grade. The subject matter preparation for this credential is in the area of child development and early childhood education. So teachers who come into this area would need to have demonstrated that they have coursework and experience working with our youngest of learners. Given that more than 60% of our young people in the state are multilingual learners, we absolutely need to have that as part of our planning as we think through the development of this new credential. So there have been many ways in which we have targeted both a developmentally appropriate practice, using culturally responsive pedagogies and addressing our needs of our English learners, as well as maintaining heritage language of our young students who come to us rich with assets from their families and their cultures. And so, firstly, these credential programs have been jointly developed, collaboratively developed by faculty from education and early childhood and child development. Oftentimes, faculty in special education and bilingual education have been collaborating in the development of the program. The standards for the program have lots of emphasis on working in on standards related to child development, to the English learner framework and English learner development, for serving the needs of our diverse learners, students who we're incorporating the California dyslexia standards. They are steeped in different kinds of interventions and systems of support for young people who, have varying exposure to learning, might have need for a little bit of acceleration or for maybe following, more intervention in certain areas. So the standards have also promoted a push towards working with these youngest of learners. And then we have clinical practice. So any teacher who will come out with their PK3 credential will have 600 hours of clinical practice, 200 hours working in the PK-TK setting, 200 hours working in the K to 3rd setting, and an additional 200 hours working in either of these settings. And I also want to add, we have an extremely rich, extremely diverse early childhood workforce who we are recruiting from to bring them into earning this credential and teaching in the school systems. Your second question around working with philanthropy and how have we done that and what are some examples. So I think that's an excellent question. That's something that really we have focused on quite a bit in our area. We're always looking to find foundations who can support and expand and extend the work that our very limited state budget can support. And so two things come to mind right away. So one area is finding supplementary scholarships for our students. So we have in ELP been working with the Schusterman Foundation and the Skyline Foundation in finding specific grant dollar scholarship money for candidates. One of these scholarships specifically supports our 3 rural campuses in the Central Valley. And another one supports our residency candidates who, are holding off on that full paycheck, most of whom are candidates of color, and we have lots of evidence pointing to their retention in the field moving on. But another grant that I'd love to talk about is our Center for the Transformation of Educator Preparation Programs, CTEP, which is a 4-year Gates Foundation funded grant, which unfortunately is coming to closure this year. And this is a grant that has brought in funds and really to build systems capacity in the CSU for transforming how we educate candidates of color, with a focus on recruitment, preparation, and retention of BIPOC candidates, so they see themselves on our campuses and so that they're prepared to disrupt a lot of inequities that they will face out in the schools. And so we've adopted a model where we have 10 campuses who've participated in this program, and each of the campuses has a data coach. They identify a localized problem of practice that they want to deal with within this broad area of recruitment through retention. And they use improvement science. So they have been collecting very fine-grained data and making changes in their program and monitoring their progress over a period of 2 years, after which they develop what they call a change package. And I can give you a few examples of what some of our campuses have accomplished through this work. For instance, there's been a focus on faculty, fieldwork supervisor, and mentor-teacher development around social justice pedagogies, around how do we give feedback to our candidates while they're in their student teaching, how do we coach all of our candidates equivalently. Supporting teachers of color in completing their required state-level assessments has been another focus area. Targeted outreach to our BIPOC teacher candidates from high school courses, so really looking at grow your own pathways from high school through community colleges, through the CSU. Looking at working with paraprofessionals who've been in the field a long time, how do we bring them along to earn their credentials? Creating welcoming spaces where our BIPOC students see themselves. This could be affinity groups, how we structure our syllabi, how we provide wraparound supports to students, and then a lot of work around strengthening our school district partnerships, hiring, recruitment, and other things too. Absolutely.
Trustee Gilbert-Lurie.
Thank you. I was struck listening to Alyssa and just thinking, that's a great ad somewhere, right, where you take all the Teachers of the Year, the California Teachers of the Year National, who were educated at a CSU, and have clips and say, made in the CSU. It's a good campaign with our great teachers. My question is mental health. Such a shortage of school psychologists and mental health professionals prepared to deal with foster youth and, traumatized youth. So do we have, can we grow capacity in the CSU? Do we have more demand or more supply, or how can we, because, there certainly aren't enough professionals.
You're absolutely right, and we have incredible demand. I think our largest application pool are often for our counseling psychology, school counseling programs. And we are growing new programs across new campuses. So some of our campuses are, for instance, Chico State and Cal State LA are changing some of their existing school psychology programs to offer an ed specialist in school psychology. San Marcos and Channel Islands are launching new programs. Many of our campuses are adding the child welfare and attendance authorization. So really we're looking at ways, we're launching new residencies in school counseling with the state funding available. So there's definitely growth in that area, and lots of interest in continuing that growth, including with our doctoral programs.
Thank you so much again for this wonderful presentation. I will just say to any of our friends at the state listening, I'll remind you of what Dr. Perez and Dr. Pavri said, that nearly half of all of our teachers here in California are coming out of the CSU, and with huge need across our districts up and down the state, and that need is just going to get bigger. A huge need to continue to invest in our campuses to continue to produce the workforce of tomorrow. Thank you both for that presentation. We are now moving to item number 3, an information item regarding recommended amendments to Title V CSU doctoral programs. This item will be presented by Dr. Dilcy Perez, Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs and Chief Student Affairs Officer, and Dr. Laura Massa, Interim Associate Vice Chancellor, Academic and Faculty Programs. Joining us virtually as a guest speaker is Dr. Gemma Morales-Meyer. Dr. Morales-Meyer earned her Doctor of Nursing Practice degree from Cal State Fullerton in 2015 and is currently the Director of Clinic Services for the LA County Department of Public Health. Take it away, Dr. Perez.
Thank you once again, Chair Rambula. At the January 2023 board meeting, the board approved the slate of CSU-sponsored legislation that included a pursuit to authorize the CSU to provide professional and applied doctoral degrees that do not duplicate those offered by the University of California. That bill was AB 656, authored by Assemblymember Kevin McCarty, and was signed into law in October 2023. Today, with that authorization in place, we are here to present an information item on proposed amendments that will stream Title V related to the awarding of future doctoral degrees in the CSU. As we shared in our previous presentation on educator and leadership programs, this bill aligns with the CSU's goal of being more nimbly addressing California's growing workforce needs. Here to provide further detail is Dr. Laura Massa, Interim Associate Vice Chancellor for Academic and Faculty Programs. Dr. Massa.
Thank you, Dr. Perez. For almost 20 years, the California legislature has allowed the CSU to offer professional and applied doctoral degrees where there was no duplication within existing University of California system. Program offerings. Each new degree that we offered required separate legislative action, and that was followed by then separate Title V regulation, and then further separate Chancellor's Office policies that had to be created for that specific degree. These programs are wonderful. They allow our graduates to contribute to California's workforce in critical, high-demand areas in which employers require having that professional or applied doctoral. And as shared by my colleague, Dr. Pavri, in the previous presentation, the Doctor of Education degree in Educational Leadership was the first doctoral program offered by the CSU starting in 2007, and it continues to grow in popularity. Since then, over the last 13 years or so, the CSU has also introduced the Doctor of Physical Therapy, the Doctor of Nursing Practice, the Doctor of Audiology, and Doctor of Occupational Therapy. And just last year, the board approved the Doctor of Public Health programs. We anticipate increased numbers of CSUs offering our current doctoral degree programs, especially for our most recently approved programs. To date, the CSU has awarded nearly 5,000 independent doctoral degrees, and we expect that number to rise after the May commencements are complete. I'd like to take a moment to just share a few examples of how our current doctoral programs are helping to support future leaders in key areas such as education and healthcare. More than 2,700 graduates of CSU EDD programs currently fill leadership roles across California. CSU's diverse EDD alumni serve many essential roles in schools, superintendent's offices, community colleges, and even right here in the CSU. Responding to the well-publicized nursing shortage nationwide, the Bureau of Labor Statistics projects that there's going to be more than 203,000 openings for RNs each year through 2031. We offer the Doctor of Nursing Practice degree program that not only prepares nurses for advanced practice, but is crucial for providing faculty that we need to educate those future nurses. I'll introduce you to one of Cal State Fullerton's DNP alumna later in the presentation. With the passage of AB 656 into law, the CSU is well positioned to build on and expand upon these successes to address California's urgent workforce needs that are uniquely met by professional and applied doctoral degrees.
So the CSU is now authorized to establish and award professional and applied doctoral degrees. These future degree programs will allow the CSU to expand its doctoral offerings to meet identified workforce needs in key industries in the state of California, such as business and finance, government, healthcare, manufacturing, agriculture, and counseling education. As the law requires that any new doctoral degrees offered by the CSU not duplicate those offered by the UC, the Chancellor's Office has been working collaboratively with the UC to develop and agree upon the criteria for assessing degree duplication. Our goal is clarity and fairness in both the criteria and the process by which new potential programs will be considered. By establishing these priorities up front, we aim to support our campuses in developing doctoral programs in additional fields, and we look forward to sharing those developments with the board in the hopefully near future. The proposed changes to Title V, which are provided in detail in the written agenda item, will allow the CSU to streamline and consolidate processes for establishing independent doctoral programs and integrate the requirement that new degrees not duplicate those offered by the UC. Using the section of Title V for master's degrees as a model, these changes to Title V will establish sections for all doctoral programs that will create broad standards for independent doctoral degree function, provide the CSU's authorization to establish curricula, state admission criteria, and outline doctoral curricula and requirements. These proposed sections will allow both currently approved doctoral programs to continue and provide the essential information needed for the establishment of new independent doctoral programs. In addition, the changes will repeal 23 sections of Title V that were created to individually establish current doctoral programs. To speak to how her experience in a CSU doctoral program has prepared her for a successful career in healthcare, I am pleased to welcome Dr. Gemma Morales-Meyer, who is joining us virtually. Dr. Morales-Meyer earned her Doctor of Nursing practice degree from Cal State Fullerton in 2015, in addition to master's degrees in nursing and public health from Cal State Long Beach in 2003. She is a registered nurse and a board-certified advanced practice holistic nurse, and is currently the Director of Clinic Services for the Los Angeles County Department of Public Health. Dr. Morales-Meyer?
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I wanted to just give you an overview of my experience in being a doctoral student and then also moving into the workforce. When I first graduated in 2015, one of the strengths that I really found in the program was that they had an instructional design. Part of the curriculum included an instructional design course. And one of the things that allowed me to do was to, soon after I graduated, to start teaching at the Cal State. So I actually teach for Cal State Fullerton in the doctoral program and in other programs, and I've taught topics on epidemiology. Well, luckily for me, I was in the public health department in 2015 when I graduated, and I had some time to explore and really use my skills in the director role of the Los Angeles County Public Health Department. I oversee 14 public health centers throughout Los Angeles County, and they provide communicable disease control with tuberculosis, sexual health clinic, and vaccine preventable diseases. Now, little did we know that in 2019, 2020, we were going to start encroaching upon COVID, which really took the world by storm, right? And so one of the things that I really value during that time, and we know it was the last 4 years have been not just an exciting time, but a really eventful time in public health. And for myself, being in this role and having an advanced degree, being a doctor of nursing practice, I really was able to utilize the skills that I had learned during my curriculum and really appreciated everything that I had learned through the courses that I had received. Really everything from evidence-based practices, understanding the importance of interpreting data and looking at research, and everything was so new with COVID. Everything was coming out fresh. We really had to evaluate everything. We really had to really dissect, analyze, and I was able to, articulate and be able to review that information and really create some evidence-based practices around how we can create health equity in our communities, how we were targeting our HPI plus communities and really targeting those graders that need and most affected by COVID-19. And so really all of that was very impactful. I was able to, with the leadership skills I have learned, of course, take on leadership roles. During COVID, I was one of the first to lead our contact tracing team. So at some point at the height of the pandemic, I had over 2,600 staff doing contact tracing for Los Angeles County and really led that effort. And then soon after moved into vaccine management and implemented really innovative strategies. And that's one of the things that the doctoral program really encouraged us to look at innovation, to look at how to create new evidence-based practices for the communities. And so I'm proud to say that we implemented our mobile vaccine teams, which went out into the communities that were being hardest hit by COVID and really prevented a lot of illness, a lot of deaths. We were able to vaccinate people at their homes. We did door-to-door knocking. We did community outreaches. We were in collaboration with our partners in communities, including churches, schools, anyone that markets, anyone that really would have us really. And so there was a strong focus on creating equity. And really all of these skills were something that I had learned as part of my doctoral program. The evidence-based practice, the leadership, the innovation, all of these skills were really important and were something that I had learned. So I still hold a really strong value on the education that I received and all of the experiences it has allowed me and how it's grown, and really the ability to be able to respond with such an emerging disease and to be able to save communities and save our residents out there was really critical and really important. So in addition, I continue to teach, so it's really important, all the great examples that we have of how we use this degree in a setting such as mine, where I am the director, I am making, really difficult decisions, especially during that time. And so it's been very valuable to me to have had this degree.
Thank you so much. Dr. Morales-Meyer exemplifies the impact of a CSU education and how our CSU doctoral program graduates are leading positive change in our communities, the state, and beyond. Thank you, Dr. Morales-Meyer, for sharing your experience and for your invaluable contributions to the field of public health. We look forward to returning with an action item for approval of this consolidated section of Title V Code at this July board meeting. And Trustee Arambula, this concludes our presentation, and we are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Perez and Dr. Massa, for your presentation. Thank you, Dr. Morales-Meyer, for sharing your remarkable work and achievements with us. Are there any questions or comments from the board about this proposed Title V change? Jack?
I just want to congratulate you on an outstanding presentation, and from what I've seen here, I cannot conceive of a reason why I would not vote for this. Wonderfully done.
Trustee Lopez.
Thank you. I think this makes so much sense, by the way, so I'm really, really pleased with that. I did want to ask a question, though, because there's a controversy about the community colleges having BA degrees, and then they always throw back at us, well, now you're getting doctoral degrees, But my understanding is, or as I've understood, there's been a very good collegial consultative process with the UC all along, and the UC ultimately supported this. Could you just speak a little bit about that, just so that we all understand how that process works and how that's been very successful and hopefully will continue to be that?
Well, I would say we learned a lot from our interactions with the community colleges and the work we've been doing with them to build a collegial and trusting relationship about the bachelor's degree program development, and that's taken some effort. We have worked to build similar types of relationships with the UC, and that's simply by reaching out to our counterparts and discussing the issues, acknowledging their concerns and questions, and being respectful of that and trying to incorporate that into what we do. And so it's just been the way you work through issues, right? So what do they need from us to be comfortable with this? What are we comfortable in giving them? How can we make that work between them? It's just that usual friendly, collegial, supportive engagement all through the process, right? Not surprising them, not doing something that goes, that might upset them, but really being transparent and working with them.
Can I follow up? I appreciate that, but as I've learned from listening to some of the others, the devil's are in the details, right, about what ultimately is included and whether or not the pedagogy and the class, I'm not sure I have the right. So my question is this: when you reach that point, are there lessons there in terms of how you actually sit down and distinguish what is a, what do we call it, a professional doctorate versus an academic PhD kind of doctorate?
Well, the PhD right there is a big clue, right? The PhD is a research-based degree as opposed to a degree that's considered it. They're defined, what these are, these professional and applied doctorates. And we are working with them on developing a review process whereby they will be able to look at a proposed CSU doctoral degree, look at things like its planned SIP code, for example, right? What is its code in the ed code that distinguishes it, that defines it as a degree program? Is that duplicative? Is the type of curricular design, the elements of the curriculum, duplicative of something they already offer? Our goal is to set up a process whereby our CSU campuses, if they're thinking about developing a doctoral degree program, they should be doing the research first, up front, before they start developing a program, to see, did we, is this already in existence at the UC? We don't want to submit proposals for things that we know are duplicative, right? We want to make sure that what we're submitting, we have a pretty darn good sense that this is not duplicative before we send it to them, so that we don't end up in that situation where we're pushing on the boundary of that collegial relationship.
I think our last question on this is from Trustee Yee Melikar.
I'd like to thank DVC Perez, AVC Massa, and Dr. Gemma Morales for their really informative presentation. And I like the idea of the consolidation of the Title V regulations into a single comprehensive set that will help to streamline and simplify the administrative framework for our CSU doctoral programs. But I do have a question, a really basic one, which is, what are the key differences, if any, between the proposed consolidated Title V regulations that you present and the previous individual regulations for each of the doctoral programs? And if there were changes, were the faculty in those doctoral programs consulted?
Great question. So we started with a bit of a research project. What were all of the elements of the existing doctoral programs, so that we could make sure that as we look to develop an overarching sort of, set of criteria, set of definitions for these programs, that we encapsulated the existing criteria, right? We didn't want to, call out some of the details in the existing Title V regulation that if you look at, we're going to remove. That stuff's going to still exist. It's going to be in policy. What we wanted to do was create essentially a consolidation to give us a broad authority to establish doctoral programs that meet the professional and applied doctorate and are not duplicative of the UC's offerings. And so we developed it specifically to make sure that existing criteria would be allowed to continue, right? There wouldn't be any loss or have to change of existing programs, and that the criteria are broad enough that new programs will be able to fit nicely within them.
All right, thank you again, AVC Massa, DVC Perez, and Dr. Morales Meyer. Okay, we are moving on to item number 4, the last item on the education policy agenda. This is an information item regarding Black student success. This item will be presented by, you guessed it, Dr. Dilcy Perez, Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs and Chief Student Affairs Officer. Joining her is Dr. Luke Wood, President of Sacramento State. All right, Dr. Perez, take it away.
And once again, thank you, Chair Rambula. I am excited about this presentation as we think about transparency and accountability. It is important that we, as the CSU, remain committed to the work that we began with the report in June of 2023. And so our presentation today, as you know, is motivated by the voices of our students and driven by persistent equity gaps. Last year, we published and adopted a 13-point strategic action plan to ensure our Black and African American students are welcomed, seen, heard, valued, and supported as they pursue their academic and professional dreams. This strategic action plan is intended not only to transform the culture and climate of our 23 universities, but more importantly, to transform the lives of our students and their families, and to improve the recruitment and retention of our Black faculty and staff, which, as Dr. Thomas Parham often says, is inextricably linked to the success of our students. It is our vision that in achieving these goals, the CSU will become a national leader in Black excellence and student success. We continue to build on the momentum of the report, and today I am pleased to share key milestones as a result of our collective efforts. In just the last few months, the Chancellor's Office has completed a review of the CSU's first system-wide inventory and self-assessment of strategies and services designed to advance Black student success. We knew that in order to move forward with our goals, we first needed to take an authentic assessment of where we are as a system today. I truly, from the bottom of my heart, commend all 23 universities for their vulnerability, willingness to discuss where they are at, and to identify how they are working collectively to achieve this goal. As part of this system-wide inventory, we invited each university to submit up to 3 action items that would help them advance the report's recommendations in their campus communities. To help seed their success, the Chancellor's Office has allocated more than $4.6 million in support of their activities. We also have been gathering in spaces to continue conversations around Black student success. As referenced in her presentation earlier, Dr. Pavri convened a one-day summit of college education deans specifically to address Black student success. I appreciate it and applaud their initiative and prioritization of this report in their work this year. I'm also pleased to share that we have successfully completed the review and selection process for the campus home of the new statewide central office for the advancement of Black excellence. To speak to this significant chapter in the CSU's history will be Sacramento State University President Luke Wood. But first, I'd like to take a moment to go in greater detail on each of these milestones. For the system-wide campus inventory, it was our goal to provide our university as much flexibility as possible in implementation. We asked each university to assess themselves on a simple scale of 1 to 5, with the rating of 1 indicating the recommendation that they are comparing themselves to does not yet exist on their campus. This should not be seen necessarily as a deficit, given that these recommendations are relatively new for the system, and really it's important for us to establish a baseline from which we will grow. We did receive some scores of 5, which means universities see themselves as leading examples nationally. These high marks were included in areas such as creating welcoming and affirming spaces, employing culturally competent mental health professionals, and providing new faculty orientations that include strategies to improve inclusivity in the classroom. We also saw clear areas of opportunities to enhance growth, our services and strategies in comparison to the report's recommendations. For example, more than half of the campuses do not yet have a faculty review committee to review candidates based on a record of success in teaching students that mirror our diverse population. And more than half of the campuses have not yet established a mandatory faculty development program to help better serve students from diverse cultural backgrounds. Fortunately, we have a plan to address these areas of opportunity. In fact, we have 23 plans with 67 action items, as each university submitted action items that they were committed to implementing within the next 12 months. As I shared earlier, these action items have been bolstered by one-time funding dollars of $4.6 million. On screen, you will see the approach that was taken in determining the awards. Funding was provided for opportunities that featured multi-university collaborations, as well as for opportunities to elevate success system-wide in such key areas as supporting enrollment, retention and persistent efforts, and supporting classroom experience and faculty development. Some items, action items, were excluded from funding if they required permanent or ongoing funding, lacked specific justification for the request, or lacked programming priority. Funding was limited for requests to pay for travel, hospitality, or promotional items. And finally, a $250,000 funding limit per campus was instituted to ensure resources were available to all 23 universities. We are also engaging in this work at different levels of the system. As was shared in the Black Student Success Report, it will take all of us to realize our bold goals. To that end, as I mentioned, we had the opportunity to spend time with the CSU College of Education deans to further advance the 13 recommendations. As you heard in earlier presentations, the CSU is a leader in preparing our future educators, and those teachers and other teaching professionals play an essential role in ensuring students are academically prepared to succeed in college. During this summit, that I had the opportunity to co-lead with Dr. Pavri, Judith Millsap, who is our interim system-wide director of student equity and strategic initiatives, the campus is engaged in a really robust dialogue of what the report meant and how it applied to them and the work that they were doing. Multiple campuses made commitments to support a number of recommendations, including creating early outreach plans to increase the diversity of our future teachers. And many also commit to develop and implement inclusive and culturally relevant curriculum, efforts which we know contribute to greater student success from the earliest learning experiences through college. In addition to the recommendations, many of our deans added an additional commitment to help educate and inform their campus colleagues on the report recommendations and to keep this work top of mind. We truly appreciate their leadership and look forward to continuing this important dialogue with them. It is now my distinct honor to share the outcome of our recent selection process for the CSU statewide central office for the advancement of Black excellence. We had a very, very strong candidates to serve as the site selection for this office, and I want to express my gratitude to each and every university for their clear commitment to Black student success. I also extend my congratulations to the Sacramento State University family and President Luke Wood as the new home for this significant milestone. The central office will serve as an organizational catalyst for all 23 of our universities by identifying promising practices, investing in their growth, and amplifying their impact within the system and nationwide. It will also help ensure ongoing progress of the Black Student Success Report's recommendations. To share a few words regarding Sac State's vision for this new system-wide office, it is my pleasure to invite President Wood to speak. President Wood.
Thank you, Dr. Perez. I'm very pleased that Sacramento State has been selected to serve as the site for the CSU system-wide central office for advancing Black student or for advancing Black excellence. Our goal is to support campuses in the implementation of the task force reports. As you may know or already know, the task force was co-chaired by President Parham and President Jimenez Sandoval, and also led by Dr. Perez. Our goal is to help coordinate state-level information sharing on promising practices, what's working, what's not working, to support capacity building for campuses to better prepare them to implement and to continue to implement the efforts that they already have in place, professional learning for faculty, staff, and assessment on what's working and what isn't working. As we know, we have limited resources, and so we want to make sure that any resources that are being dedicated are actually having the tangible impact on students and student success and student outcomes. And working with private foundations to acquire additional resources to help bolster the effort across the system. We also plan to coordinate with our governmental affairs colleagues to advance any statewide policy efforts that may also co-align with these efforts. Sacramento State is also the statewide office home for the Asian Pacific Islander Central Office, and we're very proud about that, and we feel that the combination of both these offices provides an opportunity for synergy, for information sharing, and for being able to leverage the important things that we know are challenges and opportunities across both respective communities. So we also have a scholarly advisory board of individuals who have volunteered to provide insight into operations as we continue to move forward, made up of some of the biggest names in the field of Black studies and education. Going to the next slide, I'd also like to remind folks that we have the Juneteenth Symposium coming up. That's on Thursday and Friday, June 13th and 14th. That event will be live stream and also be in person. The Juneteenth Symposium is a CSU signature system-wide conference meant to highlight both of our accomplishments and our struggles and underscore the need for the CSU and its higher education peers to more effectively support Black students. As you may recall, it was first envisioned by CSU trustee Emerita Mariana Combs, who is in the wake of the murder of George Floyd, sought to take purposeful action to combat anti-Black racism, foster authentic intercultural dialogue, and showcase the legacies and contributions of the African American community. The inaugural symposium in 2022 provided a platform for sharing high-impact practices, fostering community, and bringing attention to the unique challenges faced by Black students, faculty, and staff. We're grateful for President Parham for his leadership of that symposium and the incredible work that it took to bring everyone together and to celebrate in such a magnificent way. This year, again, we'll come together on June 13th and 14th. We'll highlight what we've done over the past 2 years to elevate Black student success in the CSU, to promote and sustain the CSU's anti-racism work underway across all of our 23 campuses, to discuss the path forward on how the CSU will continue its efforts to become a national leader in Black student success. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see that we have a number of amazing panelists and speakers who will be part of this event, including Nicole Hannah-Jones, who's a Pulitzer Prize-winning reporter covering racial injustice for the New York Times and the creator of the landmark 1619 Project. Ibram Kendi, who is an author, professor, anti-racist activist. He's the author of numerous books, including Stamped from the Beginning and How to Be an Anti-Racist and Anti-Racist Baby. And Yaba Blay, who's a Ghanaian-American professor, scholar, activist, public speaker, and author of the award-winning book One Drop, Shifting the Lens on Race, and other incredible speakers, including our very own Chancellor Garcia. So with that, I will turn it back over to Dr. Perez.
Thank you, President Wood, and once again, congratulations to Sac State. We are very excited to see the work that you all will do. As we conclude our presentation today, we do so on a celebratory note. In partnership with the CSU Foundation, and really want to give acknowledgement to Judy Millsap and to Aaron Moore, we are pleased to announce the first system-wide Black Student Success Scholarship. Each university was invited to nominate one outstanding undergraduate student from its community to be eligible for one of 6 scholarships of $5,000 each. The selection criteria included students who have demonstrated leadership in increasing equitable access to higher education and undertaking service related to Black student success. We look forward to congratulating these exceptional students at the upcoming Juneteenth Symposium. As I think back on the inaugural Juneteenth event, I believe we have made good on a promise to transform how we advance and elevate Black excellence in the CSU. This work is not easy, nor will it be achieved quickly. But with your collective wisdom and leadership and the leadership of our 23 university presidents, I have no doubt we will realize our full potential in leading the way in Black student success nationwide. Now, a little birdie often talks about accountability. And so I will end this presentation in a similar fashion as the way that I started it. That what we want is for this report, our strategic report, to not be performative. That is what we owe to the students, the faculty, and staff who shared their stories with us as we wrote this report. We owe it to them that this is not performative. We owe it to the state of California that this is not performative. And so in that spirit, we have put in some measures to ensure that we are truly doing what we say we are going to do. And so as we allocated the funds, the 4.6, which, as you know, one-time funds are precious. They will go quickly. And we wanted to jumpstart this work. So as we provided the allocations, what we did is that we gave half of the allocated amount to the campuses. So each campus, for instance, if a campus received $250,000, currently in their bank account is $125,000. We will have a report that is due around December that will ask them to reflect on whether they achieved what they said they would do in their action plans. And if they achieve them, we are more than happy to send the next $125,000 to them. If not, we have to sit down together and have a reflective conversation about what were the challenges that they faced and why we weren't able to achieve the action plans, and maybe rethink how we allocate those dollars. And I know that may feel punitive, but as you all know, this is a moral imperative for us in the CSU to do this work and to begin to build the infrastructure. So Chair Arambula, thank you for the opportunity to present. This concludes our presentation, and President Wood and I welcome any questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Perez. Thank you, President Wood, for your presentation, for your commitment, and I think on this last point, for the commitment to remain laser focused, because to pull together the report was critical and needed, and we couldn't face this until we actually looked it in the face. But to look it in the face and then turn away would actually be deeply immoral. So we are here with you and we're in this for the long run. Trustee Steinhauser.
First of all, Dr. Perez and Dr. Wood, thank you for the great report. And Chancellor Garcia and my colleagues, thank you for taking on this challenge. I mean, we truly can be a national model. And Dr. Wood, I'm going to give you maybe an opportunity because, you know, all the K-12 districts receive its most recent equity funding, okay? And it's really directed to our Black student population. So in order for us to accelerate this work, this really is a P16 issue. So we need to reach deep down into those areas to see what are those in this millions of dollars. I'm just going to say up front, okay? And I'm a huge person on accountability. So what are they doing, spending these millions of dollars and really focusing on these best practices? So I hope the Senate will take on this challenge, because we have only about 7 to 8% of our students in California are Black, and they're, you know, we have huge concentrations, you know, in the north and the south, and we can really zero in on like a laser focus to really bring this together. So I'm very, very excited, as you can tell. I mean, because this has been a national problem for decades, and you know, and so we have to change the outcome. So thank you, everybody.
Trustee Clark.
So I'm struggling a bit here, and the reason I'm struggling is the words that come to mind. None of them I can say in a room like this. What you all are doing is phenomenal, and to make sure that there is accountability to outcomes is heroic, noble. You all are blessings to this state and to this country, and I want to thank you. I'll see you next month.
Trustee Vargas.
I don't know how to follow that. I think it was just a couple of days ago that Howard University said it had its record number of applicants, like 36,000 applicants for Howard University's 2028 class. So I think that just made the rounds when that news was announced, and I kept thinking, how do we make sure that Black students know that the CSU is a place that they can go? I think this is a national story, and I was really happy to see Dr. Wood at Jennifer Hudson's show. And I'm just figuring out, I've had a conversation with Dr. Perez about this already, but given the funding situation, given right now there's a lot of philanthropic leaders, like, at the Ford Foundation, at the Mellon Foundation, led by, Black, I think Darren Walker and Elizabeth Alexander are the first two Black heads of those two foundations. Everybody should know that we're doing this, and I think we want to be as helpful as possible, to communicate that, especially I think to Black media and Black influencers, so that people know that this is that we're doing something that is a national model. So this is really exciting, and I can't wait to be there next month.
Yeah, I'll respond to that just briefly. So, and this is, I think, an example of probably what you'll see across other campuses, but I can only speak for Sacramento State. So every campus, as part of the Black Student Success Task Force, indicated what are our interventions going to be. And for us, we said our intervention is going to be a Black honors college specifically focused on those who are interested in Black history, life, and culture. And so we've been intentional about marketing that to our local community colleges, to our high school students. The Hudson SO is an example of a number of different things that we've been doing to highlight the honors college, but as part of the CSU effort around Black students. And for Sacramento State, our applications for Black students are up 20%, and for Black transfer students are up 43%. And I think that the system-wide effort is the reason that we're seeing that. And my guess is that we're going to continue to see more students want to invest their futures in the Cal State system.
To our staff, when's the last day we can sign up to go to the Juneteenth symposium?
Last Friday, but we'll make a space for you.
All right, great.
No.
Well, we know Jack's going to be there. I'm going to do everything I can. I hope more and more of us can be there to support and celebrate. Jack?
I hate to admit this publicly, but I missed that deadline. I hope you can find a space for me somewhere in the back of the room, and I insist you put me in the back of the room, because if I can't meet the deadline, I deserve to be in the back of the room. I apologize.
No worries, Trustee Clark, and we have a space for you and all of you, so just let us know. We're happy to make sure you are there.
Thank you again, Dr. Perez. Thank you, Dr. Wood. Appreciate the work you all are doing. And with that, Chair Fong, that concludes the business of the Committee on Educational Policy.
So I don't want to say, but I registered already. So thank you so very much for that. And also, thank you so much, President Parham, President Saul Jimenez, for the work. This is going to be very, very exciting. So what a day. We have concluded the business for today. The board will reconvene tomorrow morning promptly at 8 a.m. here in the Dumpy Auditorium. Thank you so much, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
To the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU, the nation's largest four-year public university, produces graduates ready to join the workforce and power California's economy. Students have the opportunity to participate in immersive learning experiences that prepare them for success after graduation and leadership roles in their community. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed.